This audiobook contains 157 censored sentences and 273 modified sentences to make it suitable for all audiences. Visit our website to listen to the original version without censorship or modifications. Link in the channel bio. Chapter 291. The Sunken Necropolis and its unscheduled management change. Celeste's stomach heaved. Her instincts screamed at her to save the child, even as her brain recognized the trap. The monster was a psychological predator, using their own empathy as a weapon. Form defensive perimeter. Julian's voice cracked on the last word. Shields up! Shields up! Aaron planted his feet and activated his graviton anchor, making himself as immovable as a mountain. The front line braced behind him, weapons raised, spells charging. The angler looked at them with its empty socket eyes, and it laughed. The sound wasn't audible. Celeste felt it in her bones, in her teeth, in the spaces between her thoughts. A vibration that said, in no uncertain terms, "Your prey." Then it opened its mouth and screamed. The sonic wave hit them like a physical force. Celeste threw up her ice shield, felt it shatter instantly, felt the pressure slam into her chest, and send her tumbling backward through the knee-deep water. Around her, the team scattered like leaves in a hurricane. Aaron Sanders, the immovable object, the unbreakable wall, flew across the chamber and crashed into a pillar with a sound like thunder. His armor, the heavy plating that had cost more than most people made in a year, crumpled like aluminum foil. He slid down the stone and didn't get up. Their tank was down. Their formation was gone. Their plan was meaningless. Attack! Julian screamed from somewhere behind her. Why aren't you attacking? Do something. Celeste pushed herself to her knees, ice forming around her hands. Monica was beside her, vines already snaking toward the monster. Kenjiro had somehow kept his feet, his katana drawn, wind swirling around the blade. Marcus, the eager young man who Dee wanted so badly to prove himself, heard Julian's order. He charged. Marcus, no. Celeste's warning came too late. Marcus ran toward the angler with his sword raised, his face set in the determined expression of someone who'd seen too many movies and not enough real combat. The monster's jaw unhinged. It moved faster than something that large should have been able to move. Faster than thought. Faster than hope. In an instant, Marcus was gone. His Barado stood for a long moment, held up by momentum and denial, before it toppled sideways into the black water. Celeste heard screaming. It took her a moment to realize it was her own voice. Retreat! Julian shouted. Fall back! Fall back to the corridor! But there was no retreat. The angler blocked the entrance. The only exits were deeper into the chamber, toward passages they hadn't explored, toward dangers they didn't know. Kenjiro moved. He was the only one still fighting. Wind gathered around him as he launched himself at the angler, his katana trailing green light. The blade bit into the monster's side, carving a wound that sprayed black blood. The angler screamed again. Not the sonic weapon this time. Just pain. Pure. She staggered back, overwhelmed. Its tail whipped around. Sarah never saw it coming. One moment she was backing toward the wall, her staff raised in a defensive posture. The next moment she was sent flying through the air, twisting awkwardly as she was hurled across the room. She hit a pillar. She slid down into the water. She didn't come up. 2 deaths. Less than 30 seconds. Students who'd been alive and breathing and full of futures that would never happen now. Celeste's mind went blank. White noise. Static. The same numbness that had protected her through years of VHC functions and diplomatic dinners, through Serafina's constant surveillance and the pressure of being the nation's darling. It was helping now. Move, she told herself. Do something. Anything. Julian was backing away. His face had gone pale, his sapphire eyes wide with terror that removed away all his aristocratic composure. He seized Monica's arm and shoved her toward the monster. Do something. Use your plants. Hold it off. Monica stumbled, nearly fell. Her amber eyes were wide with shock. He was sacrificing her, using her as a distraction so he could escape. the Golden Prince of the Argent Sentinels. The future of the hunter aristocracy was going to let his teammate die, so he could run. A sudden panic struck Celeste. Ice burst from her hands, not as spikes or shields, but as a massive wall of frost stretching across the chamber and placing itself between Monica and the angler. The cold bit into Celeste's core, draining her mana faster than she'd ever experienced. "Get back." Her voice cracked, broke, sounded nothing like the calm princess she was supposed to be. "Everyone get behind me." The remaining team scrambled toward her position. Monica, the few survivors whose names Celeste couldn't remember through the fog of panic. Kinjiro landed beside her, blood dripping from a cut on his forehead, his turquoise eyes steady despite everything. "That wall won't hold," he said quietly. "I know. Your mana is almost depleted. I know. What breaks, I know." The angler approached her ice barrier. It moved slowly now, savoring the moment. The child-shaped lure dangled in front of its face, still crying, still begging for help. "Please," it sobbed. "It hurts so much. Please save me." Celeste's wall cracked. The monster's claw punched through the ice like it was tissue paper. Shards exploded outward, cutting Celeste's cheek, her arms embedding themselves in the water around her feet. She tried to reform the barrier. Nothing happened. Her mana was gone, completely depleted. She had nothing left. The angler loomed over her, blocking out what little light remained. Its empty eye sockets somehow managed to convey Barato. Its jaw opened, revealing the concentric rows of Barato that had ended Marcus so quickly. So this is it, Celeste thought. The panic had faded, replaced by a strange calm. Dying in a dark pit for a guild that doesn't care. For a sister who probably used my death for political leverage. She closed her eyes. I wonder if Nakano would have been interesting. She waited for the end. The sound came from above. Not a shout, not a spell, not a battle cry or a dramatic entrance speech. Just a single word, spoken with the absolute authority of someone who expected reality to obey. Barato. Celeste felt the air displacement more than she heard it. An invisible burst of Barato into the angler's arm, the one reaching toward her face. The limb was knocked violently aside, leaving the angler reeling. Divided as if an invisible line had been drawn through reality, wiping away everything on one side. The enormous claw, large enough to overpower her, crashed sideways and plunged into the dark water. Dark fluid splattered across Celeste's white combat suit. Warm, hissing with the Barato of decay and ancient ruin. She felt it soak through the fabric, felt it trickle down her face from the ice cuts. The angler howled. The sound was worse than the sonic weapon. This was genuine agony, the scream of a predator that had just learned it wasn't at the Barato of the food chain. Celeste opened her eyes. Standing on a crumbling balcony above them, bathed in the sickly blue glow of the monster's lure, was Satoru Nakano. He held a baseball bat in one hand, casual as anything. His other hand was still extended from whatever technique he'd just used. Water dripped from his red hair, and his combat suit bore the evidence of his own battles, stains and tears and marks of violence. But he wasn't looking at the angler. He was looking at Julian. The Golden Prince cowered in the corner of the chamber, half hidden behind a pillar. His face a mask of terror that stripped away every pretense of nobility and superiority. He looked like what he was. A scared boy who'd never faced real consequence. A fraud. Satori's team appeared behind him. The wind girl with wine-red hair. The smoke illusionist. The blonde berserker. The girl with the massive flail. All of them looking down at the catastrophe that had been the Argent Sentinel's proudest formation. Satori's eyes finally moved to Celeste. And then he smiled. "You dropped something," he said, gesturing lazily toward Julian with his bat. "Your dignity. And about half your team." The angler chose that moment to lunge at him. It was the last mistake it ever made. Chapter 292. Charity is the sharpest blade. The emergency beacon's light pulsed through the darkness like a dying heartbeat. My team formed up behind me, weapons ready, faces grim. We'd just carved through an entire wing of this nightmare dungeon in record time. Victory was within our grasp. The boss chamber waited somewhere ahead, unguarded, uncontested. And now this. Well, Raphael said, cracking his knuckles with a sound like snapping twigs. Looks like the Silver Spoon Brigade ran into something they couldn't buy their way out of. Nobody laughed. Through the translucent resin wall that separated our wings, I could see shapes moving in the Sentinels' corridor. Not the ordered formation they marched in with. This was chaos. Bodies scattering like roaches when you turn on the lights. Juan, my voice came out flat. What exactly triggers those beacons? He was already checking his data pad, fingers moving with an urgency I'd never seen from him before. Catastrophic team damage. Multiple casualties. Or, he swallowed. Imminent total party wipe. Emmy made a small sound beside me. Not quite a gasp, not quite a whimper. Something in between that spoke of hope dying. So they're getting slaughtered, Skylar observed, her tone clinical. Tragic. Anyway, Boss Chamber-esque this way. She jerked her thumb toward the Eastern Passage. The path we were supposed to take. The path that led to victory, glory, and those sweet, sweet schema points. Nobody moved. They were all looking at me. Oh, right? I'm a commander now. 7 people had followed me into this hellhole because I told them we would win. They killed and bled and fought through horrors because I promised them victory. Now, they were waiting for me to tell them what to do next. Let them die, Raphael said, stepping forward. His amber eyes burned with a vindictive fire that I recognized all too well. Those stuck-up bastards called us trash. They said we didn't deserve to be hunters. If they can't handle a C-rank gate, they deserve to wash out. That S. Emmy trailed off, her blue hair plastered to her face with sweat and dungeon moisture. That S not. We can't just... She looked at me. Search my face for something. Mercy, maybe. Heroism. The kind of nobility that fairy tales promised and reality never delivered. I kept my expression blank. But they're dying, Satori. Her voice cracked on my name. We can hear them screaming. We can't just stand here and... She didn't finish. Because deep down, she already knew the answer. Didn't she? Heroes save people because it was the right thing to do. I wasn't a hero. Isabel stepped forward, her wine-red hair catching the bioluminescent glow. Her spear rested against her shoulder with casual menace, and her voice held all the warmth of a corporate merger. This ISNTA debate club, she said. You're the commander. We have the lead. The boss core is uncontested right now. Every second we waste here is a second the Sentinels could use to recover and steal our victory. She paused, letting that sink in. Helping them means risking our objective, risking our lives, risking everything we've fought for. Her red eyes met mine, steady and unwavering. Whatever you decide, my spear follows. One by one, they nodded. Natalia. Her purple eyes promised violence regardless of my choice, as long as she got to stand beside me when the battle began. Skylar. That lazy smirk on her face, like she already knew what I was going to do and found it entertaining either way. Hikari. Still smiling that unsettling smile, her flail raised and ready, eager for more regardless of the target. Sumin, trembling slightly, clutching her gauntlets, but nodding anyway. Juan, looking like he'd rather be literally anywhere else, but too lazy to voice an objection. The screaming from the other side of the resin wall grew louder. My mind started running calculations. Cold, logical, the kind of thinking that had kept me alive in my previous life. Option 1, walk away. The quest was clear. Trial by slaughter. Secure the Hydralich S core before the Argent Sentinels. If I left them to die, I won by default. 300 SP, guaranteed. No risk. No complications. The Sentinels had the same training we did. Better gear. Better resources. Better everything if you listen to them talk. Why should I risk my people for their incompetence? They wouldn't do the same for me. Julian would step over my cooling corpse without a second thought if it meant protecting his precious reputation. Not my circus. Not my monkeys. Not my problem. Option 2, play the hero. I could almost hear Apollo laughing in my head. The dramatic sun god would love this, wouldn't he? The drama, the tension, the narrative potential. But that wasn't what made me hesitate. Think bigger, Satori. Think like the scumbag you are. If the Sentinels died here, I won the competition. Sure, great. But then what? The VHC would investigate. Questions would be asked. Why didn't the other team help? Why was there a catastrophic failure? The political fallout would be messy, unpredictable. But if I saved them, I didn't just win the dungeon. I won the story. I own them. Every single survivor would know, for the rest of their lives, that they were breathing because I allowed it. Julian Valerius, the Golden Prince who threatened to crush me, would owe me his pathetic existence. Imagine the look on his face. The thought was intoxicating. And then there was the quest bonus, the one I'd almost forgotten about in the chaos. The Alpha S charity. During the final boss encounter, you or a member of your designated Onyx Hound squad must intervene to save an Argent Sentinel from a life-threatening blow. The system wanted this. It wanted the drama. The gods of war had sponsored this little adventure. And what better display of strength than showing mercy from a position of absolute power? The reward flashed through my memory. Apex Predator's presence. A trait that would make weaker foes back down and stronger foes recognize me as a genuine threat. Too good to pass up. Besides, I thought, a smile tugging at the corners of my bravado, the strong have a duty to protect the weak. Even when the weak are arrogant, silver spoon idiots who deserve everything that's happening to them. The smile widened. Especially then. We're moving forward, I announced. Raphael's grin split his face. Absolutely. Boss Chamber, here we, into their wing. Chapter 293, Scumbag Diplomacy, Lesson 1, we're moving forward, I announced. Raphael's grin split his face. Heck yeah. Boss Chamber, here we, into their wing. His grin faltered. Died. Resurrected as confusion. What? We're saving them. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the screaming from the other side seemed to pause, as if the universe itself was waiting for an explanation. I gave them one. Not because they deserve it, I said, hefting my bat on my shoulder. They don't. Julian S., a coward. Petrova S., a fascist. The whole lot of them would leave us to rot if our positions were reversed. I turned to face the resin wall, studying the chaos of light and shadow on the other side. We're saving them because that's what Onyx does. They show mercy when they can afford it. They demonstrate that they had the power to let their prey die and chose otherwise. I glanced back at my team, meeting each of their eyes in turn. Besides, imagine the look on Julian S.'s face when he realizes he's alive because I allowed it. That bragging right is worth more than any core. Understanding dawned across their faces. Raphael's confusion morphed into something darker. Hungrier. The kind of smile that promised violence wrapped in charity. Skylar let out a low laugh. You absolute bastard. Thank you. That was a compliment. I'm choosing to take it as one anyway. Natalia was watching me with that intense focus that made my pulse quicken. You're going to save them just to humiliate them. Humiliate, obligate, and demonstrate. I rolled my shoulders, loosening up for what came next. The trinity of scumbag diplomacy. I don't think that's a real thing. It is now. I just invented it. Isabel stepped forward, her spear humming with barely contained wind energy. The resin wall is several feet thick. We'll need significant force to breach it. I studied the barrier. Translucent. Organic. The product of some long-dead creature's secretions. Hardened over centuries into something approaching concrete. There, a crack near the base. Structural weakness where the ancient material had begun to decay. Raphael. Hikari. I pointed at the flaw. Made me a door. The two berserkers exchanged glances. Then identical grins spread across their faces. Finally, Raphael growled, kinetic energy crackling around his fists like captured lightning. Something I can punch. Ooh, a team attack. Hikari bounced on her heels, her massive flail already glowing with accumulated virtual mass. We should have a cool name for this. What about the Demolition Duo? Or the Wallbuster Brothers? Wait, I'm a girl. That doesn't work? Focus, Isabel said dryly. Right? Focusing. They took positions on either side of the crack. Raphael drew back his fist. Hikari raised her flail. The air itself seemed to tense. On three, I said. 1, 2, 3. They didn't wait for my count. Of course they didn't. The impact was catastrophic. Raphael's kinetic burst hit the crack like a thunderbolt. The shockwave propagated through the resin, spiderwebbing fractures across the entire surface. Before the material could even begin to recover, Hikari's flail completed its arc. The weapon struck with tremendous power, like a falling meteor. The wall shattered. Chunks of hardened matter flew in every direction. Some were the size of my head. Others were the size of small vehicles. The corridor filled with dust and debris and the shriek of ancient material giving up its final resistance. When the smoke cleared, there was a Barato. Jagged, irregular, big enough to drive a truck through. And on the other side, something terrible had come to visit. I ran, my legs pumped through the knee-deep water. Protection from arrows screamed warnings in my skull, danger coming from everywhere at once. The air tasted wrong. Dead wrong. Wrong in ways that had nothing to do with the usual dungeon rot. The cathedral chamber opened before me, vast and terrible. Pillars carved with dying magic. Water like liquid darkness. Figures floating face down in silver armor. Sentinels fallen in battle. And standing in the center of it all, looming over a girl with white hair and a crumbling ice shield, was the creature that had brought them down. 15 feet of nightmare. Shadow wrapped around bone, claws like harvesting scythes, a jaw that opened into darkness, and dangling from its forehead, glowing with a sickly light, a lure shaped like a crying child. "Help me," the lure wept. "Please, it hurts. Please help me." The monster-esque claw was descending. Celeste Vance knelt beneath it, her mana depleted, her defenses shattered. She closed her eyes, accepted her death, given up. Something hot and sharp twisted in my chest. "Not today, Ice Princess." I didn't slow down. I didn't stop to aim. I just raised my hand, felt the power surge through my arm, and spoke the word. Sever. The invisible blade launched from my palm. A surge of energy crossed the chamber in the time between heartbeats. It struck the angler's arm. Barato the creature to recoil. The monster screamed. I skidded to a halt on a crumbling balcony overlooking the chaos. Behind me, my team poured through the breach. Isabel's spear caught the light. Skylar's smoke began to fill the air. Raphael was already crackling with lethal intent. Below me, the Argent Sentinels lay broken and scattered, their formation destroyed, their pride in ruins, their golden prince cowering behind a pillar like the coward he'd always been. Julian's face was a mask of pure terror. All that aristocratic superiority stripped away in an instant. He looked like what he was. A fraud. A failure. A scared little boy who'd never known consequence. I smiled down at him. "You dropped something," I said, gesturing with my bat toward his hiding spot. "Your dignity. And about half your team." Celeste's eyes opened. She looked up at me with an expression I couldn't quite read. Shock, certainly. Confusion. But underneath it, hope. Interesting. The angler recovered from its initial shock. Its empty eye sockets locked onto me with murderous intent. The wound on its arm spurted black ichor that sizzled where it hit the water. The child lure wailed louder than ever. "Why?" It sobbed. "Why won't anyone help me? It hurts so much." "Yeah," I said, rolling my shoulders as the monster lunged toward me with its remaining claw. Cry harder. Chapter 294. Team building exercises. I dropped from the balcony. The fall was maybe 15 feet, but I stuck the landing like I planned it that way. Water exploded around my boots. Black ichor from the angler's injured arm splashed against my tactical suit. I didn't look at the monster. I looked at my team. Natalia, Emmy, Sumin. My voice cracked through the chaos like a whip. "Get the trash out of the splash zone. Everyone else, on me." Natalia was already moving before I finished the sentence. Her eyes glowed with telekinetic power as she reached out toward the cowering sentinels. Julian had pressed himself so far against a pillar, he'd practically become part of the architecture. Aaron was unconscious, his expensive armor crumpled around him like tinfoil. She grabbed them both. Not gently, Julian yelled as an unseen Barato gripped him and pulled him off his feet. He flew backward through the air, arms flailing, dignity abandoned somewhere in the black water. Aaron followed helplessly, his Barato skimming awake through the murky surface. "Careful with the merchandise," I called out. "I'm being extremely careful," Natalia replied sweetly. "He still alive? ISNT? Fair point." Emmy rushed past me in a blur of sapphire hair and determination. She skidded to a halt beside Celeste, who was still kneeling in the water with that 1,000-yard stare people get when they just watch their teammates die. Blood ran down Celeste's cheek from a shallow cut, and her white combat suit was soaked through with water and monster blood. "Can you walk?" Emmy's hands glowed green as she pressed them to Celeste's face. The wound closed in seconds. "Move. Now. The big boys need room to work." Celeste blinked, looked at Emmy, looked at me. Then she nodded and let Emmy pull her to her feet. "Good girl." Sumin was a pink-haired missile aimed at Monica, who had frozen in place near the breach Wed created. The fox spirit inside, Sumin, must have been Barato at the Barato of her lungs, because she moved with a speed ID never seen from her before. She seized Monica by the collar and practically threw her toward the exit corridor. Saw thee. Sumin squeaked as Monica tumbled through the water. "But we have to go now. Please, thank you." The angler recovered. Its remaining arm twitched. The wound had stopped leaking, already sealing itself with some kind of organic membrane. The empty eye sockets turned toward me with hateful attention. The child lure continued to cry. "Why?" It sobbed. "Why does everyone hurt me? I just want someone to love me." "Yeah, that's not going to work on me," I said, adjusting my grip on my bat. "I've got mommy issues, not daddy ones." The monster roared. "Graham!" The sound was like a garbage truck grinding through its gears while a chainsaw roared during an earthquake. It hit my Barato like a physical blow and sent ripples across the black water. The surviving sentinels flinched. Even Kinjiro, who had been helping drag wounded teammates toward the corridor, paused at the sheer volume. But my people didn't flinch, because they'd been waiting for this. Finally, Raphael's voice boomed across the chamber. Kinetic energy crackled around his fists like he caught lightning and decided to keep it as a pet. Something that could take a punch. The angler's remaining claw swept toward him. Centuredo, a shockwave that displaced the water in a perfect sphere around the contact point. The angler's claw bounced off Raphael's fist like it had hit a steel wall, and Raphael slid backward through the water. His boots carved furrows in the stone floor beneath the surface. But he stayed standing. Heavy hitter. He was grinning, actually grinning, with a red streak running from his nose and his knuckles split open. I like it. The angler's attention fixed on him. The creature had found a target that fought back. It was confused, interested, momentarily distracted, which was exactly what Hikari had been waiting for. She came in from the creature's blind side, her massive flail already glowing with accumulated virtual mass. Water parted around her as she spun, her entire body becoming a rotation of devastating momentum. The glow intensified until the weapon looked less like metal and more like a falling star. Grand slam. Crunch. The flail connected with the angler's knee joint. The massive monster buckled, its entire Barato listing to one side as the leg partially gave way. Barato, it had lost its footing since emerging from the water. Beautiful. Protection from arrows screamed. I saw it before it happened. The tail, massive and whip-like, and aimed at Hikari's exposed back while she recovered from her swing. She wouldn't see it coming. Wouldn't have time to dodge. Juan. 3 o'clock. Anchor it. Skylar eyes. Juan sighed from somewhere behind me. I could actually hear the exasperation in his voice. So demanding. 3 cards flew through the air. They moved with a lazy grace that belied their lethality, spinning end over end before embedding themselves in the chamber wall and the angler's tail. Kinetic tether. Zyap. Beams of kinetic energy connected the cards like an electric fence made of pure force. The tail jerked to a halt mid-swing, pinned to the wall by Juan's improvised trap. The monster screeched in frustration and tried to yank free. It bought us exactly enough time. Skylar materialized from smoke. Not beside the monster. Not behind it. On its face. She used her phantasm ability to move through the steam and chaos unseen, positioning herself with the kind of patience that shouldn't exist in a punk rock teenager with an attitude problem. Her matte black knives were already in her hands. She drove them into the angler's head with a sharp strike. The creature howled. Its head whipped back and forth, trying to dislodge the girl who had just struck a decisive blow. Skylar rode the motion like a rodeo champion, her weapons firmly planted in the creature's skull. "This is disgusting," she shouted. Black ichor spraying across her face. "Why is it so warm in here?" Less complaining, more stabbing. I am stabbing as fast as I can. Chapter 295, about that post-credits scene. The monster was blinded. Pinned. Kneeling. "Now, Isabel." I raised my voice above the chaos. "Bring the rain. Everyone else, maximal output. Now." Isabel launched herself into the air. Her wine-red hair streamed behind her like a battle flag, and her spear blazed with green wind energy, so intense it created a miniature hurricane around her body. She began to spin. Faster. She became a drill, a living weapon aimed directly at the angler's skull. Zephyr Fall. Raphael and Hikari struck the creature at the same moment. Their combined power unleashed an explosion of bravado that shattered the creature's defenses. I raised my hand and let the heat build until the air itself distorted. Centurado. Boom. The impact sent a shock wave across the entire chamber. Water exploded upward in a column 20 feet high. Steam filled the air so thick I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. The monster collapsed. Its massive body hit the water with a tremendous splash that soaked everything in a 50-foot radius. The child lure finally stopped crying. The psychic pressure that had been pressing against my skull eased. Silence. Too easy. Raphael pumped his fist, kinetic energy still crackling around his knuckles. That is how Onyx does it. Take notes, silver spoons. Skylar dropped from the monster's corpse, landing in the water with a disgusted expression. She was covered head to toe in black ichor. "I need 17 showers. Possibly 18. I'll scrub your back," I offered. "Touch me and die." Hikari bounced over, her flail dragging behind her through the water. "That was so fun. Can we do it again? I want to fight another one." "Please no." One groaned from somewhere in the steam. "My everything hurts." I didn't join the celebration. Something was wrong. I checked my system interface, scrolled through the notifications, looked for the pop-up that should have appeared when a boss-class monster died. Nothing. No experience gained. No loot dropped. No quest progress updated. "Where's my reward?" "Wait," I said. The laughter died. "What is it?" Natalia appeared at my side, her purple eyes sharp with concern. "Satori?" I stared at the corpse. The massive body lay half-submerged in the black water, smoke rising from the wounds we inflicted. It wasn't moving, wasn't breathing, but it wasn't fading either. Boss monsters dissolved when killed. Their bodies broke down into mana particles that returned to the gate. It was how cores were retrieved. Centurado, all that shadow-wrapped bone and ancient nightmare flesh broke apart from the inside. Something else was inside. Something that had been wearing the physical form like a costume, like a shell, like armor. It rose. The true monster. My brain struggled to process what I was seeing. It was made of bioluminescent jelly and concentrated darkness, a floating mass of horror that defied biological classification. It looked like someone had ripped out a giant nervous system and brought it to life. Glowing tendrils that might have been neurons. Pulsing veins of pure black light. A heart of absolute darkness that beat with a rhythm that felt wrong against my own pulse. And the child lure. It wasn't attached to the creature anymore. It was the creature. The crying child shape floated at the center of the jellyfish horror, its face still twisted in that pitiful weeping expression. But its eyes were open now. They were empty, hungry, ancient. The angler was just a puppet, Isabel breathed. This is the true boss. The entity pulsed. Blew up. The sound hit me like a physical blow. A bass drop that resonated in my bones and turned my thoughts to static. The water in the room didn't just ripple. It changed, turned pitch black in an instant, as if someone had poured ink into every drop. Then gravity doubled. I slammed to my knees. My bat drove into the water, the only thing keeping me from face-planting into the darkness. Around me, my teammates collapsed. Raphael roared in fury as his legs gave out. Hikari's smile finally faltered. Even Isabel, the unshakable queen, dropped to one knee. The pressure was immense. It felt like the entire dungeon was sitting on my shoulders. The entity screamed, not with sound, with something else. A psychic shriek that bypassed my ears entirely and stabbed directly into my brain. I felt blood run from my nose, hot and copper-tasting. My vision blurred. My thoughts scattered like startled birds. Monster. Real monster. Not C rank. Not C rank at all. A rank minimum. Maybe higher. We're going to die here. We're going to force the fear down. I took hold of it firmly. I pushed through it until it passed. No. I was Satoru Nakano. I was the scumbag king. I had faced a world-ranked hunter and walked away. I had stolen from gods and seduced monsters and manipulated my way through every obstacle the universe had thrown at me. I was not going to die to an oversized jellyfish with a sad kid attached. I pushed against my bat. My arm screamed. My knees ground against the stone beneath the water. A warm trickle ran from my nose and hit the black surface with soft plops. Slowly, agonizingly, I stood. The entity's empty eyes fixed on me. The child face tilted, curious. Why do you fight? It asked. The voice was in my head. 1,000 children crying at once. Why do you struggle? Everyone dies. Everyone falls. Why not rest? Because, I said, wiping Barato from my upper Barato with the back of my hand, I got dinner reservations next week. I grinned. It probably looked insane. Wild eyes and a baseball bat in a dark dungeon full of fallen enemies. Okay. I rolled my shoulders against the oppressive gravity. Now it's a boss fight. Chapter 296. My scumbag, the human shield the world, had become lead. Natalia felt every ounce of that impossible weight pressing down on her shoulders, her spine, her very soul. Her telekinetic barrier, a shimmering dome of purple light, groaned above the pile of unconscious bodies she was protecting. One lay face down in the black water, his datapad floating beside him like a tombstone. Raphael's kinetic aura had fizzled out the moment the gravity doubled, and now he sprawled across Aaron's equally unconscious form. Hikari's perpetual smile had finally vanished, replaced by slack-jawed stillness. The Argent Sentinels were worse. Most of them weren't moving at all. How long can I hold this? Her mana reserve screamed at her. The cryo-lich ring on her finger pulsed with desperate cold, but even its enhancement couldn't offset the sheer pressure bearing down on her psychic construct. Sweat rolled down her face and mixed with the blood dripping from her nose. 5. Only 5 of them were still standing. Isabel leaned against her spear like an old woman using a cane, which would have been funny if Natalia wasn't terrified out of her mind. Green wind spiraled around the Queen's body in a desperate counter to the crushing gravity, but even that legendary aspect was struggling. Isabel's wine-red hair hung limp and soaked with black water. Emmy knelt at the edge of Natalia's barrier, her hands glowing with that familiar pale green light. The healer's face had gone gray with exhaustion, her sapphire hair plastered to her skull, her antenna strands drooping like wilted flowers. She wasn't healing wounds anymore. She was just keeping hearts beating. And then there was Su Min. The shy country girl was gone. In her place stood something out of myth. 2 tails of ghostly white flame fanned out behind her transformed body, her pink hair now snow white, her gentle blue eyes blazing with feral intensity. She moved like water, like lightning, like a predator that had stopped caring about survival and started caring only about destruction. Wounds marked her arms and face. The fox spirit was fully in control. And finally, standing at the center of it all, was him, Satoru Nakano. Her idiot, her scumbag, her king. He stood in Barado black water with that stupid baseball bat resting on his Barado running from his nose. The pressure that had crushed everyone else barely seemed to register. He just stood there, grinning like a lunatic at the threat looming over them all. The abyssal nerve floated in the center of the cathedral chamber like a nightmare given form. Bioluminescent jelly, pulsing veins of darkness, tendrils of obsidian light that whipped through the air with lazy inevitability. And at its core, that crying child face, its empty eyes watching them with ancient hunger. VRRMM crack. The stone floor beneath Natalia's feet splintered. She felt her barrier buckle. I can't hold this. I can't hold this. I can't hold this. I can T. Sumin moved first. The fox exploded forward in a blur of white and blue, all nine tails streaming behind her like war banners. Her claws were extended, her fangs bared, a sound coming from her throat that was less human scream and more animal fury. So Amin, no. Natalia's warning came too late. The entity didn't even acknowledge the attack. It simply pulsed. A wave of black mana expanded outward like a heartbeat, and Sumin hit that wave like a bird hitting a window. The impact echoed through the chamber. Her small form tumbled through the air and struck a pillar, cracking the ancient stone. She didn't get up. Her tails flickered. They faded like candles in a storm until only a single tail remained, weak and trembling. A soft sound escaped her throat. High and wounded. Sumin. MES voice cracked. Focus on the barrier. Isabel's command snapped through the chaos. Green wind gathered around her spear until it looked less like a weapon and more like a concentrated hurricane. Isabel's red eyes blazed with the fire of someone who refused to die kneeling. Fujin, piercing gale. She threw. The spear screamed through the air, trailing emerald destruction. It was beautiful. It was perfect. It was everything a recommended student with S-rank potential could muster. And it wasn't enough. Natalia watched the weapon slow down. The gravity field stripped away the wind enhancement like peeling skin from fruit. By the time the spear reached the entity, it was barely moving. It bounced off the creature's gelatinous body with a pathetic plop and sank into the black water. Isabel's face went white. No. Natalia reached out with her mind. She had to grab that spear, had to pull it back, had to give Isabel another chance. Her telekinesis touched the weapon. Her head split open. At least, that's what it felt like. White-hot agony lanced through her skull as the gravity field fought her power. The spear was only 20 feet away, but it might as well have been on the moon. Everything was too heavy. Her thoughts, her mana, her hope. We're going to die here. We're actually going to die. The monster rotated slowly, its child face scanning the survivors with that horrible, empty gaze. It was choosing, evaluating, deciding who to strike down first. Its attention settled on Emmy, the healer, the one keeping everyone alive. No, a tendril condensed from the entity's mass, not the whip-like appendages it had used before. This was different, solid, dense. A spear of living darkness aimed at the girl with the sapphire hair and the gentle heart. Emmy saw it coming. She froze. Her healing aura flickered. Her hands dropped. Her eyes went wide with the terrible understanding of someone who knew they were about to die and couldn't do anything to stop it. Emmy. Natalia screamed the name, but she couldn't move. The barrier. The unconscious bodies. If she dropped protection now, the gravity would crush them all. She was trapped, helpless, forced to watch. The tentacle launched, and Sartorius stepped into its path. He didn't shout. He didn't warn anyone. He just moved with that casual, infuriating grace that made it look easy. 1 second he was 10 feet away. The next he was directly between Emmy and death. He didn't even try to block with his bat. He took it head on. Thwack. Chapter 297. My Tsundere programming has encountered a fatal error. Natalia heard a hard impact. The sound was sharp and unsettling. His combat suit tore open across his Barado, revealing the damage beneath. The impact lifted him off his feet and sent him skidding through the black water, leaving a dark trail in his wake. He hit a pillar, slid down, coughed weakly. Satori. The name ripped out of Natalia's throat before she could stop it. Her barrier flickered. Her concentration shattered. For one terrible moment, she forgot about everyone else, forgot about the mission, forgot about everything except the injured boy struggling in the dark water. You idiot. You absolute idiot. Why would you harm yourself for her? Why would you sacrifice yourself like that? Why? Emmy was crying. The healer had collapsed to her hands and knees, tears streaming down her face, her whole body shaking with sobs. But she was looking at Satori with the gratitude of a saved teammate. She was looking at him like he was a god, a savior who had descended from the heavens to shield her from darkness. Natalia felt something ugly twist in her chest, something hot and possessive and completely inappropriate for a near-death situation. P.S. Mine. He protected you because you're useful, not because he cares about you. Don't you dare look at him like that. Don't you? Satori stood up. Natalia's thoughts crashed to a halt. He shouldn't be standing. His barato was badly damaged. He winced with every breath. His left arm hung at a wrong angle. By every law of biology and common sense, he should be going down. But he stood up anyway. He wiped his face with the back of his functional hand. And he grinned. That infuriating, arrogant, scumbag grin that made her want to slap him and shove him aside in equal measure. Is that all you got, Calamari? His voice was rough. Vet. It was laced with something dark, but it was steady. Something was happening to him. Natalia could see it now. The air around him was shimmering. His eyes were too bright, almost glowing with crimson light. Every wound on his body seemed to pulse in rhythm with his heartbeat. And with each pulse, he moved a little easier, stood a little straighter. The pain is making him stronger. She'd known about this ability. He'd told her about it during one of their private sessions, voice casual as he explained how agony was just another resource to exploit. She thought she understood. She hadn't understood at all. Isabel. His voice cracked like a whip. Grab Sumin and fall back to the barrier. Emmy, keep the others alive. Natalia. He looked at her. His eyes found hers across the chaos of the battlefield, and everything else faded away. The monster, the dying, the crushing weight of the gravity field. There was only him, broken and bleeding and beautiful in the worst possible way. Possessiveness. Hold the line, Nat. I'll handle the big guy. Isabel didn't argue. The queen of the Onyx Hounds retrieved her spear from the water, grabbed the injured Sumin by the scruff of her neck, and retreated toward Natalia's barrier without a word of protest. Satori turned to face the abyssal nerve. The monster pulsed with what might have been amusement. Its child face tilted, those empty eyes studying the broken human who dared to challenge it. Foolish, the voice whispered in their heads. You're already dead. Your body simply hasn't realized it yet. Satori raised his bat. Funny. That is the same thing my guidance counselor said when I told her I wanted to be a hunter. He attacked. Fire erupted from his hand. Thermal incision carved a burning line through the air, searing into the entity's gelatinous body. Steam exploded from the wound. The monster screamed, its psychic voice tearing at Natalia's mind. Satori pressed forward. He swung the bat like a demon possessed, each impact sending ripples through the creature's form. He was carving chunks out of it, burning away its mass, forcing it backward for the first time since the battle began. But he was taking hits too. A tendril caught his left shoulder. Natalia heard something pop. His arm, already damaged, went completely limp. He kept swinging. Another tendril swept his legs. He crashed into the water face first, disappeared beneath the black surface for a heart-stopping moment, then exploded back up swinging. He gasped and choked with every exhale. Stop! Stop! Please stop! You're going to die. You're going to... He went down on one knee. His bat drove into the stone beneath the water, the only thing keeping him upright. His entire barato shook like a leaf in a hurricane. The water around him had turned red with his blood. The abyssal nerve loomed above him. Its tendrils retracted. Its mass condensed. All that darkness, all that ancient malice, gathered into a single point at the center of its body. A spear of void energy crystallized in the air, aimed directly at Satori's head. The weapon pulsed once, twice, ready to fire. The battlefield went silent. Natalia couldn't breathe. Time stretched like taffy, each second lasting an eternity. She saw everything with horrible clarity. The dark stains streaking down Satyr's face. The way his hands trembled on the bat's grip. The smile still carved into his features, that arrogant scumbag grin that refused to die even when he couldn't move. He looked up at the void spear. He looked death in the face. And he laughed. A broken, bloody, defiant sound that echoed through the cathedral chamber. No. Something cracked inside Natalia's chest. No, 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 no. The logic broke. The strategy broke. The carefully constructed mask of the Ice Princess, that Sundara armor she'd worn for years, shattered into a million pieces that scattered across the black water like broken glass. She didn't care about the plan anymore. She didn't care about the hierarchy. She didn't care about anything except the fact that he was about to die, and she couldn't let that happen. Wouldn't let that happen. Her barrier dropped. The gravity slammed down on the unconscious bodies behind her, but she was already moving. Her hand reached out, telekinetic power flaring in a wild, uncontrolled burst that sent black water exploding in every direction. The void spear began to move, and Natalia screamed. Not his title, not his role in her life, not any of the careful, distant names she used to keep herself safe. Just the only word that mattered. Satori. Chapter 298. The power of love is an orbital cannon the void spear launched. Time didn't slow. That was a lie they told you in movies. Time kept its normal pace while Natalia watched the concentrated darkness streak toward the man she loved. She threw everything, not just her telekinesis, not just her power, everything. Her fear, her rage, her obsession, her jealousy, her pride. Every wall she'd ever built to keep herself safe. Every mask she'd worn to survive her father's expectations. Every cold word and cruel thought and desperate, aching need that she'd buried so deep she'd forgotten it existed. She threw her entire soul at that void spear. And something inside her shattered. The sensation was indescribable. Like chains she'd never known existed suddenly snapping free. Like a door she'd been pressing against her whole life finally giving way. Like drowning in reverse, gasping up into air after a lifetime underwater. A voice that wasn't a voice echoed through her being. Bond rank 10, covenant established. Title granted, the psychic sovereign. The void spear stopped, 3 inches from Satori's face. Natalia hung in the air. She didn't remember floating up. Her feet had simply left the water. Her hair whipped around her head in a storm that had nothing to do with wind, the purple strands bleeding white at the tips like ink spreading through paper. The abyssal nerve-s child face twisted with something that might have been confusion. What are you? Natalia looked at the void spear trapped in her crystalline grip. She closed her fist. The concentrated darkness that had nearly killed the love of her life. The weapon that a B-rank monster at minimum had crafted from pure void energy, crumbled like wet sand. The entity screamed. Natalia screamed back. But her scream wasn't just sound. It was force. It was will. It was every ounce of telekinetic power she possessed channeled through a bond that burned like fire in her chest and sang like music in her skull. The abyssal nerve lifted out of the water. All 15 feet of bioluminescent nightmare. All those pulsing tendrils and veins of darkness and ancient malice rose into the air as if gravity had decided it no longer applied. Natalia's hands moved. The monster's tendrils ripped away, separated at the molecular level, each tendril dissolving into motes of black light that scattered like fireflies. The child face wailed. No, no, you can't. Master promised. He promised we would. Natalia tore it apart. There was no other way to describe what happened. One moment, the abyssal nerve existed. The next, it was a cloud of particles dissipating into the cathedral's vaulted ceiling. each piece separated by telekinetic barato that shouldn't have been possible. Crunch. The entity's form collapsed. The rest followed. A dark mist drifted down into the water. The bioluminescent glow faded from a chamber. The crushing gravity vanished so suddenly that everyone still conscious stumbled. And floating in the middle of it all, hair white-purple and eyes blazing with violet fire, Natalia Kuzmina hung like a vengeful goddess who had just reminded the universe why mortals used to build temples. The cathedral went silent. Then the entity's final words echoed through the air. Not in their minds this time, but spoken aloud, a death rattle from something that shouldn't have been able to speak at all. Master will be disappointed. The voice faded, and Natalia dropped. The power left her all at once. The fire in her eyes died. The crystalline violet matter dissolved into nothing. Her hair settled, still streaked with white, as gravity reasserted its claim with brutal efficiency. She fell. The black water rushed up to meet her. She couldn't move her arms. Couldn't think. Her nose was bleeding. She could taste copper on her lips, and her veins felt like someone had replaced her blood with molten lead. Satori. I saved. Satori. Strong arms caught her. She hit flesh instead of water, and the impact hurt because those arms belonged to a man with broken ribs and a shattered shoulder who had no business catching anything heavier than a pillow. Sensuredo, he was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. You idiot, she managed. Her voice came out as a croak. You're supposed to let the tank take hits. Bad habit. He tried to grin. Winced. Keep forgetting I'm the DPS. Footsteps splashed through the water. Isabel appeared at their side, her wine-red hair plastered to her face, her eyes wide with something that might have been awe. We need to move. The gate destabilizing. Whatever that thing was killing, it triggered some kind of cascade reaction. The chamber was shaking. Stones fell from the ceiling. The black water churned with ominous purpose. Natalia needs a medic, Emmy added, her voice high and thin. The healer looked exhausted, her sapphire hair limp, her hands still glowing faintly as she tried to stabilize the wounded. Her mana circuits are completely blown. If we don't get her to a proper facility now. Satori's voice was quiet, ragged, but absolute. What? Isabel stared at him. We don't leave. He shifted Natalia's weight, and she could feel his arms trembling with the effort. His broken arm hung useless at his side, but he refused to let go of her. Not yet. We didn't come this far to walk away with a participation trophy. You can barely stand. Good thing I don't need to stand. He pointed with his chin. I just need someone to grab the shiny. Natalia followed his gaze. There, floating in the water where the abyssal nerve had died, was a core. But it wasn't like any core she'd ever seen. Normal monster cores glowed with soft light in colors that matched their element. Fire cores were red. Ice cores were blue. Even the high-rank cores she'd seen in museum exhibits had followed this pattern. This core was black. The absolute absence of light. A sphere of concentrated void roughly the size of a baseball, floating serenely in the center of a nightmare cathedral while the dungeon collapsed around it. Is that? Juan's voice came from somewhere behind them, weak but curious. Is that a black core? Told you this dungeon was irregular, Satori said. Isabel, if you would. The Queen of the Onyx Hounds hesitated for exactly 1 second. Then she nodded, crossed the chamber in 4 long strides, and plucked the core from the water with her bare hand. The dungeon shuddered. The shaking intensified. A massive chunk of ceiling crashed into the water 10 feet away, sending up a wave that soaked everyone anew. Now, how can we leave? Isabel demanded. Now we can leave. Chapter 299. My girl, my carry, my multiple new problems. Natalia let her head fall against Satori's chest. She could hear his heartbeat, rapid and weak, but still fighting. Still alive. I saved him. I actually saved him. And he caught me. He caught me even though it hurt him, even though he was dying. He caught me. The thought filled her with warmth that had nothing to do with her burning veins. She looked up at his battered face, at the wounds and bruises, and the one eye still open. Sensuredo, her barato, screamed in protest at the movement. her blown mana circuits flaring with pain. She didn't care. This wasn't a secret anymore. This wasn't a stolen moment in a hallway or a desperate collision in a bedroom. This was her standing before him in front of everyone. In front of Emmy, whose gasp was audible even over the collapsing dungeon. In front of Isabel, whose eyebrow rose in a way that suggested she'd defile this information for later. In front of Skylar, whose jaw went tight in a way Natalia would feel guilty about later. Maybe, if she remembered to care. In front of the waking sentinels, whose expressions ranged from confusion to horror to something that might have been envy on Celeste's pale face. In front of Julian Valerius, who stared at them like he'd just witnessed the universe break in half. Satori held her close. His good arm rested gently around her. He held her close, overwhelmed by an urgency that reflected her own, a desperation that said, I almost lost you, and you almost lost me, and we're both too stubborn to die. When they finally pulled apart, both gasping for air that their damaged lungs couldn't quite process, Natalia saw the look in his eyes. Pride. Satisfaction. Ownership. Mine, that look said. Yours, she thought back. Then Skylar marched up. Her face was pale beneath the indigo and pink streaks of her soaked hair. Her violet eyes blazed with fury. Her entire body vibrated with tension that Natalia recognized because she felt it herself. You, Skylar said. Me, Satori agreed. She slapped him. The crack echoed through the chamber, somehow louder than the collapsing stones. You idiot. Skylar's voice was raw. You absolute cliché. You stepped in front of a deadly blast like this is some kind of anime. What were you thinking? I was thinking Emmy would die if I didn't. She took his face in her hands. She barato him. It was harder than Natalia's barato. Angrier. The tender moment between someone who had spent their whole life running from connection and had just been forced to confront the terror of watching someone they cared about nearly die. Natalia should have been jealous. She was jealous a little, but mostly she was too exhausted to do more than watch as Skylar pulled away, her eyes suspiciously wet. Don't you dare do that again. No promises. Jerk. Emmy appeared next. The healer was crying openly, tears streaming down her face, her entire body shaking with sobs that seemed too big for her frame. She threw her arms around Satori carefully, avoiding his broken ribs with the instinct of someone who spent her life patching people back together. You hero. She buried her face in his neck. You stupid, stupid hero. She kissed his cheek. Once. Twice. A third time. Each kiss leaving a wet mark from her tears. Sumin was last. The small girl moved like a ghost, her pink hair still streaked with white from the fox's influence. Her blue eyes were red-rimmed, her hands trembling as she reached for him. She didn't say anything. She simply leaned against him, her face hidden against his barato, seeking comfort, and made a sound that was half whimper and half sob. In her mind, the fox was silent for once. No sarcastic comments. No manipulative suggestions. Just a quiet, wounded whine, like a dog that had watched its barato nearly die. Satori stood there, broken, bleeding, barely conscious, supported by 4 beautiful, dangerous women who had just watched him do something incredibly stupid and incredibly brave. Holding a black core that shouldn't exist. He looked at Julian Valerius. The Golden Prince was awake now, propped against a pillar by Aaron Sanders. His perfect blonde hair was matted with blood and dungeon water. His expensive armor was dented and torn. His sapphire eyes, once filled with arrogant certainty, now held something that looked almost like fear. Satori grinned. Blood dripped from his split lip. Told you I had dinner reservations. Julian's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. Nothing came out. The dungeon chose that moment to really start collapsing. Time to go. Isabel shouted. The retreat was chaos. Raphael carried 3 unconscious sentinels on his shoulders. Hikari dragged another 2. Satori refused to let go of Natalia. He carried her the entire way, broken arm and punctured lung and all. She tried to protest once. Shut up, he wheezed. My girl. My Carrie. She shut up. Her girl. His girl. His. The word echoed in her chest, warm and possessive and perfect. They emerged from the gate into morning sunlight. Watcher Graves was already waiting with medical teams, her scarred face grim as she surveyed the battered survivors. Professional hunters in white coats descended on them like vultures, MES healing aura finally getting proper support. Natalia felt consciousness slipping away. The last thing she saw before darkness took her was Satori's face, still grinning despite everything. The last thing she heard was his voice, quiet enough that only she could hear. "Good job, Nat. You saved me." No, she thought as sleep claimed her. "You saved me first. A long time ago. I was just returning the favor." Chapter 300. The most expensive babysitting gig in history. Braxton Miller stood against the wall of a private recovery room, an unlit synth cigarette trembling between his fingers. He'd been rolling it back and forth for the past hour. Hadn't he smoked once? The nurses would kill him if he did, and right now, Braxton figured he deserved worse than a lecture for medical staff. The room was high security, reinforced walls, soundproofing that could muffle a bomb. A single window that looked out over the academy's eastern courtyard, where students walked to classes like the world hadn't almost ended 2 days ago. The only sound was the rhythmic beeping of the life support monitor. Beep. Each pulse felt like an accusation. Braxton looked at the bed. Satoru Nakano looked small. The kid who strutted around campus like he owned the place, who talked trash to all the professors in front of the entire draft audience, who by report, faced down an A-rank nightmare and laughed in its face. That kid was gone, replaced by a broken boy wrapped in bandages and back-to-patches, his chest encased in a regenerator brace that hummed with expensive medical magic. His face was pale. Purple bruises mottled his jaw and cheekbones. One eye was swollen completely shut, the other hidden beneath a cooling compress. Tubes ran from his arms to various machines, feeding him nutrients and pain suppressants. He hadn't woken up since they pulled him out of the gate. Braxton's cigarette snapped in half. He stared at the broken pieces in his palm. "I clear the docket," he said to no one. The words felt like glass in his throat. The dig team swept that gate 3 times before we sent them in. Readings were standard C rank. High ether density, sure, but nothing outside parameters. Nothing that suggested. He swallowed. Nothing like that. The door opened behind him. Braxton didn't turn around. He knew who it was. He'd been waiting for them, dreading them. Luka Kuzmina entered first. The man was massive, a wall of muscle and quiet authority that made the expensive hospital room feel cramped. His dark hair was shot through with gray at the temples, and his face bore the weathered look of a veteran hunter who'd seen too many gates and buried too many friends. Kimiko Nakano followed. She was smaller than her husband by a significant margin, but she carried herself with the coiled tension of someone who could level a building if sufficiently motivated. Her crimson hair was pulled back in a severe ponytail, and her hazel eyes burned with barely contained fire. Right now, looking at her son in that bed, she looked ready to burn the world down. "Brass." Luca's voice was quiet. "Commander." Braxton finally turned. He couldn't meet Luca's eyes. "I sent them into a meat grinder." Luka crossed the room in 3 long strides. His massive hand landed on Braxton's shoulder. "The gates don't follow our rules," Lucas said. "You know that. We roll the dice every time we step through that membrane. Every single time." He looked at Satori, and something complicated moved behind his eyes. Pride. Pain. Fear. Love. He survived. He protected his team. He protected my daughter. Luca's jaw tightened. That's the only metric that matters today. Braxton wanted to argue, wanted to take the blame, wrap it around himself like a familiar coat. It was what he did. Gamble, lose, suffer the consequences. But Luka wouldn't let him. Kimiko had moved to Satori's bedside. She sat in the visitor's chair, her small hand wrapped around her son's uninjured fingers. The fire had banked in her eyes, replaced by something softer, something maternal. "The NBA press office has locked down the story," she said quietly. Her voice was steady, but Braxton could hear the strain beneath it. "They're calling it a training accident." Structural collapse in an unstable dungeon zone. No mention of the anomaly. No mention of... She looked at Satori's face. No mention of what he did. What he did. Braxton had watched the replay footage from his students' combat recorders. He'd seen Satoru Nakano, broken and bleeding, stand up against an A-rank entity that had already killed 2 sentinels and crippled half a dozen more. He'd seen the kid take a death blow meant for his healer. He'd seen him laugh, in the face of certain death. And then he'd seen the Kuzmina girl do something impossible. If the world knew a pair of rookie students killed an A-rank, Kimiko continued, they would never have a moment of peace. She looked at Braxton. Thank you for keeping it quiet. Braxton shook his head. Don't thank me. I just signed the paperwork. He glanced toward the door. Thank her. Her sister was in the splash zone, too. She had just as much to lose if this went public. Kimiko's eyes narrowed. The door opened again. This time, the atmosphere in the room changed completely. 2 suited agents entered first. Black suits, mirrored sunglasses, the discreet bulge of weapons beneath their jackets. They moved with the cold competence of professionals, their eyes scanning every corner of the room before taking positions on either side of the door. Sanction Division. The President's personal security detail. Madam President Serafina Vance walked into the hospital room. She was wearing white, immaculate white business attire that seemed to glow against the sterile gray walls. Her silver blonde hair was arranged in an elegant chignon, and her ice blue eyes swept the room with the cold assessment of someone who ruled nations. The pressure in the room became suffocating. This wasn't T, just a politician. This wasn't T, just a hunter. This was the woman who held the lives of millions in her perfectly manicured hands. The architect of Valoria's post-rupture resurrection. The most powerful person on the continent. And she was standing in a hospital room, looking at a broken 18-year-old boy. Behind her came 2 more figures. Celeste Vance looked nothing like the Ice Princess from the briefing 2 days ago. She was wearing civilian clothes, comfortable and plain. A back-to-patch covered her left cheek. Her white hair was loose around her shoulders, and her periwinkle eyes were red-rimmed and exhausted. She clutched a bouquet of white lilies against herself like a shield. Noah Gray followed last. The bodyguard was dressed in a sharp black suit, her blonde hair pulled back severely. Her face was the professional mask of a protector, but her eyes flickered to Satori's prone form with something that might have been concern. For a long moment, no one spoke. The life support monitor continued its accusatory rhythm. Beep. Chapter 301. Just like your father, Serafina walked to the foot of the bed. Her heels clicked against the floor, each step deliberate. She stopped and looked at Satori. Braxton searched her face for a clue. Was that the cool assessment of a politician weighing a new asset? The anger of a leader whose authority had been challenged? Or just the quiet fear of a sister? He found nothing. A perfect, serene mask. Then Serafina Vance did something impossible. She turned to face Luca and Kimiko. She clasped her hands in front of her, fingers interlaced. She took a breath, and she bowed. A full, formal, 90-degree bow. Braxton's cigarette pieces fell from his nerveless fingers. Luca's eyes went wide. The president never bowed to anyone. She was the apex of the hierarchy, the final word on all matters political, military, and social. Other people bowed to her. My title means nothing in this room. I stand here as a sister. Nothing more. She held the bow, hair falling forward slightly. Your son stepped between my family and death when her own guild failed her. He saved Celeste. For that debt, the House of Vance will be eternally grateful. She straightened, and her eyes met Kimiko's. I owe you a debt that cannot be repaid with words or politics. But I wanted you to know that it is acknowledged. That will not be forgotten. Celeste stepped forward. Tears were streaming down her face now, silent rivers that she made no move to wipe away. She walked to the bedside table and placed the white lilies there, her hands shaking so badly that a few petals fell to the floor. She bowed too, deeper than her sister. Longer. Thank you, she whispered. Her voice cracked. Please, Tell him thank you. When he wakes up, tell him I. She couldn't finish. Noah moved to her side, one hand settling on the younger girl's shoulder, steadying her. The room was silent except for the monitor and Celeste's quiet sobs. Kimiko stood. She accepted the gratitude with a small nod, her expression composed. But she was a mother first. Always. And mothers ask questions. Madam President. Her voice was calm. Do you know what it was? How an A-rank entity appears in a secure C-rank testing ground. Serafina straightened to her full height. The softness vanished from her eyes, replaced by the cold calculation of the White Queen. We do not know. Her voice was ice. Yet, but our preliminary analysis of the energy signature has revealed something disturbing. She paused. The creature did not spawn in that dungeon. It was foreign. The metaphysical residue was completely incompatible with the gate's baseline parameters. Braxton felt his blood run cold. You're saying it was planted there, Lucas said. Either the gate was tampered with remotely, or someone introduced the anomaly into the dungeon after it stabilized. Serafina's eyes moved to the window, toward the distant tree-line where the forest met the training grounds. There are very few entities capable of such a feat, and none of them are friendly. Kimiko's hands clenched at her sides. Who? We don't know, but we will find out. Serafina turned back to face them. Her expression was granite. The gate is still open, Mrs. Nakano. The words dropped like stones into still water. The anomaly, the thing your son killed, was not the dungeon boss. The original C-rank target is still alive in there. The timer is still running. Braxton's stomach dropped. The gate wasn't cleared. The dungeon was still active. My sanctions division is preparing to enter, Serafina continued. Her voice held the weight of a verdict. We will dissect that dungeon stone by stone until we find the source of the interference. Every tile, every corpse, every molecule of mana residue. Her eyes found Braxton's, Professor Miller. I will require your full cooperation and all available records regarding this gate run. Braxton nodded. His throat was too dry to speak. In the meantime, Serafina added, I am placing this room under my personal protection. No press. No visitors without clearance. No one speaks to this boy without my explicit approval. She looked at Satori's unconscious form. He is a hero who deserves peace to recover, not a spectacle for the masses to gawk at. She moved toward the door, her entourage falling in a step behind her. She left. The sanctions agents followed. Noah lingered for just a moment, her eyes on Satori's face. Then she too was gone. After the door closed, the room fell back into silence. Just the steady beep of a monitor and the soft hum of medical equipment counting the seconds. Luca ran a hand through his hair, sighing heavily. I need coffee. Real coffee, not that hospital sludge. He squeezed Kimiko's shoulder gently. Want anything? She shook her head, eyes never leaving Satori's face. When Luca left, Braxton cleared his throat. I should, reports to file. He paused at the door. If you need anything, Kimiko, anything at all. Thank you, Braz, she said softly, still watching her son. Kimiko touched Satori's cheek with butterfly gentleness. His skin felt cold under her fingertips. The president herself came to see you, she whispered. My troublemaker son, always swimming with sharks. She tucked the blanket around him, a habit from when he was little. It seemed silly now, a small comfort against the massive machines keeping him alive, but she couldn't help herself. You made powerful friends. Powerful enemies, too, I bet. She smiled faintly. Just like your father. The door opened again. A nurse with a clipboard stepped in, checking vitals, adjusting fluids. Standard procedure. You should rest. Mrs. Nakano, she said kindly. We'll call if there's any change. Kimiko shook her head. I'll stay. The nurse left, and once again, Kimiko was alone with the beeping machines and her thoughts. Outside the window, the sun began to set, casting long shadows across the academy grounds. In classrooms and training halls, students were finishing their day, heading to dinner, laughing, arguing, living. While in this quiet room, time seemed suspended. I thought you'd have a daughter. The words slipped out, before Kimiko could stop them. When I was pregnant, I was so sure you'd be a girl. She laughed softly, had the name picked out and everything. Your father wanted Daisuke if you were a boy, but I knew better. Her fingers found his hand again, careful of the four. Then there you were, my little boy, my Satori. She leaned forward, pressing her lips to his forehead. Wake up soon, my son. The world is waiting for you. End of Volume 3, Chapter 302. The Man in the Mirror has some notes. I woke up standing, which, for the record, is a deeply unsettling way to regain consciousness. Your brain expects horizontal. It expects the soft embrace of a hospital bed, the beeping of monitors, maybe the gentle touch of a beautiful woman's hand on your forehead. What it does not expect is to suddenly exist upright in the middle of an infinite void with your feet ankle-deep in black water that stretched in every direction like a nightmare's swimming pool. What the actual my voice echoed. Not like a normal echo, bouncing off walls and fading. This one multiplied, fractured, came back at me from dozens of directions at once, each repetition slightly different. Slightly wrong. I looked up. The sky was broken. Imagine someone took a mirror the size of the heavens, dropped it from orbit, and then suspended all the fragments in mid-fall. Thousands of shards hung frozen above me, each one reflecting a different version of something. Some showed darkness. Some showed fire. A few showed faces I almost recognized before they flickered away. Okay. I pressed my palms against my chest. No pain. I patted down my ribs. The left side, where that tendril had caved in my entire thoracic cavity like a beer can, felt perfectly fine. I took a deep breath. No wetrate, no stabingagini, no drowning in my own fluids. I looked down at myself. Oh, that's not good. I wasn't wearing the tactical suit from a dungeon. I was wearing a three-piece suit. Charcoal gray, peak lapels, the kind of thing that costs more than most people's cars. The shirt underneath was white. Or it had been white. Now it was rust-colored in places, stiff with dry blood. My blood, from the night I died. This is a dream, I said out loud. This is definitely a dream. I'm in a coma, and my brain is doing that whole process your trauma through weird metaphors thing. One of the mirror shards drifted closer. I could see my reflection in it. Sharp features. Red hair. The face I'd gotten used to over the past few months. Except the reflection wasn't moving with me. I raised my right hand. The reflection didn't. I tilted my head left. The reflection stayed perfectly still. Then it sneered at me. Enjoying yourself, thief? The voice came from behind me. I spun around, hands already coming up in a guard position. The black water splashed around my ankles, impossibly cold. A figure stood about 10 feet away. It was me. Sort of. The body was technically the same. Same height, same bone structure, same red hair. But everything else was wrong. This version was soft in all the wrong places, carrying an extra 40 pounds that sagged around his middle. His posture hunched forward like someone who spent their entire life trying to make themselves smaller. Greasy hair hung in clumps over a face marked by acne scars and a permanent expression of resentful entitlement. His eyes darted around constantly, never settling. The look of a man who expected the world to hit him at any moment and was already planning to whine about it. Original Satori. The pathetic young person whose life ID inherited. You have got to be kidding me. She was mine. His voice cracked on the word. Natalia was my stepsister. I was the one who watched over her. I was the one who worried about her every single night. For years. He took a step toward me, and I had to fight the urge to step back. Not because he was threatening, because he was embarrassing. Looking at him was like staring at a funhouse mirror that showed you the worst possible version of yourself. I did everything right. Spittle flew from his lips. I waited. I was patient. I was going to confess to her eventually. Maybe on graduation, or when she started being nicer to me, or... So never, I said flatly. Shut up. His hands balled into fists. You just waltzed in and took her. You manipulated her. You broke her down. You turned her into a goddess who would burn down the world for me. His face went red. And Emmy, sweet little Emmy who always said hello to me. The one nice girl in this whole stupid world. You're pulling her into this too. She's not being pulled in. She's being valued. And the goth, the fox girl, the Nigerian princess. He was yelling now, the words tumbling over each other. You're spending MY life like it's some kind of all-you-can-eat buffet. This was supposed to be MY's story. My harem. I let him rage for a few more seconds. Then I stepped forward. He flinched. Of course he did. You want to know the difference between us? I kept my voice low, controlled. You wanted the prize. You spent years drooling over women you were too afraid to even speak to. You fantasized about power you never had the guts to pursue. You sat in your room, playing games, imagining yourself as the hero, while real life passed you by. I grabbed the front of his shirt. The fabric was damp with sweat. I didn't steal your life. I salvaged it from the dumpster you left it in. You had every advantage. A loving mother, a decent step-family, access to strong, capable role models. And you did nothing. You were too afraid to take a chance, so you sat on the sidelines and cried about how unfair everything was. I shoved him back. He stumbled, splashing into the black water. You're not mad that I manipulated Natalia. You're mad that it worked. You're mad that someone finally did what you were too pathetic to attempt. His eyes were wet now, tears mixing with the water on his face. It's not fair. Life is not fair. I'm mad about it. He has a point, you know. The new voice came from my left. The temperature dropped. Not metaphorically. The black water around my feet actually started to frost over, thin sheets of ice crackling outward from a point in the darkness. A second figure emerged from behind a floating mirror shard. This one was older, early 30s, maybe, lean in a way that suggested he'd gone hungry more often than not. His face was a roadmap of violence. Scars crossed his jaw, his cheekbones, his forehead. One eye was slightly cloudy. The other was sharp enough to cut glass. He wore tactical gear, not the fancy stuff from this world. Old, battered, patched together from a dozen different sources. The kind of equipment you accumulated over years of operating in places where the only rule was survival. In his right hand, he held a combat knife. He twirled it absently between his fingers with the easy familiarity of a man who had left more barato in his wake than he could remember. Kalen Leon, the real one, the original. The monster ID bin before the system got its hooks in me. You hesitated. Chapter 303. The Satori show. He didn't look at original Satori. Didn't acknowledge him at all. His attention was fixed entirely on me. In the dungeon. When that thing launched its attack at the healer, he took a step closer. His boots didn't splash in the water. They walked on top of it. You had a clear angle on the core. 2 seconds to line up your shot. Instead, you threw yourself in front of a death beam for a girl you've known for, what, a few weeks. She's an asset. She's a liability. His voice was flat, cold. The voice of a man who cut out every emotion that couldn't be weaponized. You broke 3 ribs. Puntured alunj. Nearly died. For what? Sentiment? Heroism? Original Satori piped up from the water. Yeah, you could have died, and then I would have been dead forever. Do you even think about anyone but yourself? We both ignored him. Kalen circled me slowly, evaluating, judging, finding me lacking. The old me would have used her as a human shield, distracted the boss, created an opening. That's what assets are for. You burn them when they're useful, and you move on. The old you died alone in a gutter, I said. His knife stopped twirling. What did you just say? You heard me. I turned to face him fully. The old Kalen Leon, the legendary solo operative, the man who trusted no one and used everyone. He died bleeding out in an alley with a knife in his back because he ran out of people willing to take bullets for him. His jaw tightened. I built a kingdom. I continued. In 2 months, I've accumulated more loyal allies than you managed in your entire career. Natalia would burn down the VHC if I asked her to. Skylar defeated a monster for me. Emmy would follow me into danger with a smile. Sumin literally transformed into a barato to protect our position. I stepped toward him. He didn't flinch. Of course he didn't I didn't save Emmy because I'm going soft. I save her because she's mine. And a king protects what is. That's the difference between us. You were a warlord. You took territory and burned it down when you were done. I'm building an empire. His eyes narrowed. Empires fall. Everything falls eventually. But I'll be damned if I go down the same way you did. For a long moment, we just stare at each other. Two versions of the same consciousness. The ruthless pragmatist who forgotten how to want anything except survival, and the scumbag who learned that wanting was the whole point. Pathetic, Kalen said finally. Both of you. Excuse me? Original Satori sounded offended. I didn't do anything. That's the problem. The mirrors started to vibrate. All of them. Every shard in that infinite sky began to hum, a frequency that bypassed my ears and went straight into my skull. The black water rippled outward from some invisible epicenter. Original Satori grabbed his head. Wait, I remember, before you came, static filled the air. The hissing, crackling noise of a television between channels. Of reality buffering. I didn't die, Original Satori whispered. His voice had changed. Less whiny, more confused, frightened. I made a deal. I heard a voice. It asked me if I wanted to trade. My potential for peace. It said I could rest. It said someone else would carry the weight. The water under my feet turned ice cold. What voice? I can't remember He clutched his skull harder. It was bright. It was so bright. And it told me that a hero was coming. Someone who would take my place. Someone who deserved. Kalen's knife had stopped moving entirely. A deal, he said slowly. I didn't make a deal. I was pulled, ripped out of my body mid-heartbeat. No warning. No negotiation. Just. He snapped his fingers. Gone. The pieces started clicking together in my head. Two souls. One vessel. One too weak to carry the weight of his own potential. One too dangerous to be left alone. It was random, I said. This body, this specific family, this exact set of circumstances. It was a targeted insertion. Original Satori looked up at me. For once, his expression wasn't resentful. It was scared. We were cast, Kalen said quietly. Selected for our specific psychological profiles. Merged and placed into a narrative that would maximize. He trailed off. Entertainment value, I finished. The shattered sky above us seemed to darken. Who asked the casting director? I looked up at those frozen mirror shards. Is it? The sky exploded. Gold light poured through the cracks between the mirror shards. Not gentle light. Not warm light. This was the light of a dying star, of a nuclear blast, of something so powerful that looking at it felt like staring into the heart of creation itself. Original Satori cried out in shock. His form dissolved. Not melted, not faded. Dissolved. Like a character being erased from a scene, pixel by pixel, layer by layer. Wait. His voice was getting smaller, more distant. I remember. The voice said it's not dash. Gone. Where he stood, there was nothing. Not even a ripple in the black water. Kalen looked at the descending light with an expression I'd never seen on that face before. Contempt. Figures, he said. Even the afterlife has sensors. He turned to me. For just a moment, something almost human flickered in his eyes. Don't disappoint me. Then he raised 2 fingers to his forehead in a mocking salute. The gold light took him too. I was alone. The light was getting closer now. The mirrors were shattering one by one, their fragments vaporizing into golden mist. The black water began to boil around my ankles. And then a hand reached down from the sky. Not a normal hand. This thing was the size of a building. Fingers like pillars of burning bronze. A palm that could have crushed mountains into dust. It descended toward me with the slow inevitability of a guillotine blade. I couldn't move. Spoilers, darling. The voice was everywhere. In the water. In the air. In the marrow of my bones. It was Apollo, but without the playful avatar, the cute persona, or the game-like interface. This was the god behind the mask. The director behind the camera. We donned read ahead in the script. The hand covered my vision. Gold light. Gold pain. Then nothing. You're getting warmer. But if you peek behind the curtain again, I'll blind you. I was falling. Falling through layers of reality. Through dreams and memories and things that might have been. Now wake up. Your girls are waiting. Chapter 304. A mother's love. My eyes snapped open. White ceiling. Fluorescent lights. The antiseptic smell of industrial-strength cleaning products mixed with something floral. Hospital room. Got it. My brain felt like someone had taken a cheese grater to it, run the results through a blender, and then poured a thick drink back into me through a narrow straw. Every thought came slow and painful, like wading through concrete. Then the system decided this was the perfect moment to knock me down. Quest complete. Trial by combat. 300 SP awarded bonus objective complete. The Alpha S charity trait evolution. Rivalry has evolved into Apex Predator S presence. Gold. Bonus objective complete. Forging the Vanguard trait enhancement. Kingmaker S aura upgraded. Growth acceleration increased by 10. New ability unlocked. Blessing of the Sovereign level up. You have reached level 2. All visible stats reset to F0. Hidden power multiplier, 2.5x new title acquired. The Blitzkrieger relationship update. Natalia Kuzmina has reached bond rank 10. Covenant title granted. The Psychic Sovereign relationship update. Skylar Remain has reached bond rank 4. Confidant relationship update. Pan Sumin has reached bond rank 3. Confidant relationship update. Emi Aoyama has reached bond rank 5. Dependent warning. Multiple system notifications pending. 47 unread messages from Apollo S. Divine Emporium. The text boxes multiplied like rabbits in springtime. Blue and gold windows piled on barato of each other, scrolling so fast I couldn't read half of them. Numbers. Percentages. Evolution paths. Skill trees. Rewards ID apparently earned while my barato was lying there playing dead. Not now, Apollo. I swear to whatever gods are actually listening, not now. I mentally swiped at the notifications like a man trying to kill a swarm of mosquitoes. They minimized reluctantly, compressing into a tiny golden icon in the corner of my vision that pulsed with smug impatience. First things first, did I still have all my limbs? I tried to move my fingers. They responded. Slowly, painfully, but they responded. Left arm felt like garbage. Right arm was functional. Legs. I could feel them. Good sign. I flexed my toes inside what felt like hospital-issue socks. Everything seemed to be where I left it. My ribs, on the other hand, screamed bloody murder the moment I tried to take a deep breath. Something mechanical hummed against my chest. Regenerator brace, probably. The back-to-patches stuck to my skin itched like crazy. Satori. That voice. My eyes focused properly for the first time since waking, and there she was. Kimiko, my mother, sitting in a chair beside my bed like she'd been rooted there for days. She looked terrible, not in the ugly sense. Kimiko Nakano could crawl out of a dumpster after a 3-day bender and still look better than most women on their best day. But her usual effortless elegance was gone. Her red hair, normally styled with casual perfection, hung in limp tangles around her face. Dark circles carved trenches under her hazel eyes. She hadn't left. Satori. She said my name again, and her voice cracked on the second syllable. Then she moved. I didn't have time to brace myself. 1 second she was in the chair, the next she was on me, throwing herself across my chest with the kind of desperate abandon that sent fresh agony lancing through my healing ribs. Ow, 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 ribs, mom, ribs, she didn't care. Her arms wrapped around my neck and pulled me into her embrace with a strength that seemed impossible for her slender frame. Her face buried itself in the crook of my shoulder, and I felt wetness seeping through my hospital gown. She was crying. Kimiko Nakano, the woman who raised me alone for years, who worked multiple jobs and never complained, who earned the nickname Red Hot Habanero by being tougher than any aspect blessed hunter who looked down on her, was crying to my shoulder like a child who just found her lost puppy. You stupid boy. Her voice came out muffled against my skin. You stupid, stupid boy. Do you have any idea? I thought. Censuredo, she smelled like tears and exhaustion and the familiar perfume she'd worn for as long as I could remember. Something floral with hints of vanilla. It triggered memories that weren't mine, fragments of a childhood I'd inherited but never lived. Her hands came up to frame my face. Her palms were warm against my cheeks, slightly calloused from years of cooking and cleaning and doing everything a single mother had to do. Her hazel eyes, red-rimmed and puffy, locked onto mine with an intensity that made my breath catch. "You scared me to death." Her thumb traced along my cheekbone. "The doctors called. They said there was an accident. They said you might not, that the injuries were—" "Mom, I'm fine. You're not fine." Her voice broke again. "You're not fine, Satori. Look at you. Look at what they did to my baby." Then she kissed my forehead. That was normal, maternal, expected. She kissed my cheek, still within acceptable parameters. She barato my other cheek, holding on for a moment, getting warmer. Then, in a moment of pure, frantic relief, of 18 years of single motherhood and sleepless nights and constant worry crystallizing into a single action, Kimiko Nakano barato me. It was a long time coming. She held me close with an intensity that had nothing to do with romance and everything to do with desperate, overwhelming relief. The need to confirm I was alive. The need to hold on to me. The need to somehow keep me close where she could protect me forever. I should have pulled away. I was too weak. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. The moment between us was brief and tender. When she finally pulled back, there was a wildness in her eyes that I'd never seen before. A fierce protectiveness. "You are mine, and I almost lost you." That was the message. Clear as day. Chapter 305. Family Reunion, Worst Possible Timing Edition. "They'll get you some water." Her voice was hoarse. She stood abruptly, turning her back to me as she busied herself with a pitcher on the side table. Her hands were shaking. "You need to hydrate. The doctor said you were severely dehydrated. You've been unconscious for 2 days. Did you know that? 2 entire days." I haven't left this room. Luca brought me food. I couldn't. She kept talking, filling the silence with meaningless words while she poured water into a plastic cup. I watched her shoulders tremble. A shadow fell across my bed. Natalia. She stood beside the bed like she dematerialized from thin air. Purple hair pulled back in a messy ponytail, bags under her eyes to match her mother's, wearing sweatpants and an oversized hoodie that I was pretty sure belonged to me. She looked exhausted, wired, like she'd been running on pure caffeine and spite for 48 hours straight. Her purple eyes met mine. They dilated. I saw the exact moment her brain processed that I was awake, that I was looking at her, that I was alive and conscious and real. Something cracked behind those amethyst irises. The facade of the ice princess, of the proper stepsister, of the girl who maintained appropriate boundaries in public spaces. Cinchureto, her hands pressed against my face with a desperation that made Kimiko's earlier hug look gentle. She pulled me close. This wasn't a moment of relief. This wasn't a welcome back either. This was a "you almost died, and I refuse to lose you. And if you ever do that again, I will never forgive you" moment. Cinchureto, she leaned in close, clearly unconcerned about my injuries or the hospital room we were in, or that my mother was standing just a few feet away. The barato happened. I responded, "Of course I'm injured, not gone." My good hand rested lightly near her back. She pressed a hand gently to my side to check the dressing. Her face was warm and kind. She leaned closer with concern. The heart monitor started picking up speed. "Beep, beep, Cinchureto." She leaned in close again. "Do that." Another barato. Again, the heart monitor sounded like a steady drumbeat. Beep, 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 beep. I opened my eyes. Just a sliver. Just enough to see past the curtain of purple hair obscuring my vision. Over Natalia's barato, standing in the doorway, holding a tray with 4 cups of coffee, was Luca Kuzmina, my stepfather, B-rank hunter, living fortress, beloved patriarch of the Kuzmina Nakano household. He was frozen, completely, utterly, statue-level frozen, like someone had hit the pause button on reality and forgotten to tell him. His warm brown eyes, usually crinkled with good humor and bad dad jokes, were wide open and unblinking. His barato hung slightly ajar. The coffee cups on his tray were trembling, not from his hands shaking, but from the sheer barato of his brain trying and failing to process what he was seeing. 2 people he loved deeply in an unexpected and shocking situation. Barato passionately, as if trying to set some kind of record. In a hospital bed, with his barato standing right there pouring water like nothing was wrong. Beep, 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 beep. I pushed Natalia back gently, firmly, panic lending strength to my injured limbs. She objected, her expression forming a pout, still clearly annoyed with me in a way that was absolutely not helping the situation. What? She sounded frustrated, completely oblivious to the imminent paternal apocalypse. I was busy, and I'm not done. Natalia, you still owe me for the last time. Your dad is right there. Her head snapped around. She saw Luca. Luca saw her see him. Nobody moved. The coffee continued to tremble. I cleared my throat. The sound came out as a croak, my voice rusty from 2 days of disuse. Hey, I managed a weak wave with my good hand. Dad, Luca's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. One of the coffee cups tipped over on the tray. Hot liquid spilled across the cardboard holder and started dripping onto the pristine hospital floor. He didn't notice. Kimiko turned around with a glass of water. She took in the scene with a single glance. Centuredo. The heart monitor continued its frantic symphony. Beep, 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 beep. Somewhere in the corner of my vision, the minimized system notification pulsed with what I could only describe as smug satisfaction. Apollo was definitely watching this. Chapter 306. CPR stands for Catastrophic Parental Reveal. The silence stretched into infinity. I could actually hear the coffee dripping. Each drop hit Luca's shoe with a soft plop that might as well have been a gunshot in the quiet room. The man hadn't moved, hadn't blinked. I was genuinely concerned he'd suffered some kind of stroke. His brain was definitely making the dial-up internet sound right now. You know the one. That horrible screeching noise from the ancient computers in old movies. Beep boop boop skre. Connection failed. Please try again. Natalia shifted closer beside me. Centuredo coffee still dripping from his crushed cup. She saw Kimiko calmly arranging water glasses like this was a perfectly normal scene. The nurse did a flawless 180 pivot. Her clipboard tucked under her arm. Her shoes squeaked in reverse. Nope, not paid enough for this. The door clicked shut behind her. God, I wished I could follow her. I cleared my throat. The sound came out strangled, desperate, the vocal equivalent of a white flag being waved frantically. Dad, I tried for casual. Missed by about a mile. I can explain. Luca's I twitched. This is My brain scrambled for literally anything. A new CPR technique. The doctors are calling it revolutionary. Natalia snorted against my neck. Not helpful, Nat. They teach it at all the best academies now. I continued because apparently my mouth had decided to commit fully to this sinking ship. Harvard, Oxford, that one in Switzerland with the chocolate. Kimiko sighed. It was the sigh of a woman who had raised children, weathered storms, and was currently watching her family implode in slow motion. Luca finally moved. It was small, just his chest expanding as he drew in a breath. But after an eternity of statue-level stillness, it felt like watching a mountain shift. Natalia. His voice was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that came before avalanches. Back away from your brother. Step-brother. I wanted to correct. Felt like an important distinction right now. Also felt like saying it out loud would get me in serious trouble. Natalia didn't move. If anything, she leaned in stubbornly. Her arms tightened around my neck as she leaned close, clearly upset. The machine was still going crazy in the corner, beeping like a techno song that somebody had set to cardiac arrest. No. Lucas' jaw clenched. Natalia Kuzmina. I said no. Centuredo no. Oh, no. Net, I whispered urgently. Maybe we should. I love him. The words dropped like a bomb. The heart monitor flatlined for a second, then started screaming even louder than before. I love him, she repeated, louder this time. Her chin lifted, that imperial tilt I'd seen 100 times. But now was aimed at her own father. He saved me. He bled for me. He nearly died for me in that dungeon. Luca's face was cycling through colors I didn't know faces could make. Red, purple, something that might have been chartreuse. You asked him to look after me, didn't you? Natalia pressed on. Well, he did. He protected me better than anyone else ever has. He stepped in front of a death beam for our healer, because that's the kind of man he is. Technically, I did it, because Emmy's healing was tactically important. And maybe a little bit because letting her die would have haunted me. But she took my hand. Censuredo, but it was a different silence now. Heavier. Charged. I watched Luca's face. Watched the gears turning behind those warm brown eyes. He was remembering something, I could tell. Maybe that conversation, our joyride. Maybe the moment he asked me to look after his little girl. Be good to her, ED said. She needs someone in her corner. His gaze dropped to my body. The bandages. The back-to-patches. The regenerator brace humming against my chest. The bruises that hadn't fully faded yet. I looked like I'd even fed through a meat grinder and barely survived. Because I had. Luca. Kimiko stepped forward and gently pried the leaking coffee tray from her husband's hands. You're making a mess. He didn't resist. His massive fingers uncurled numbly, releasing the crushed cardboard. Kimiko set the ruined tray aside. Then she turned and fixed Natalia with a look that could freeze lava. Censuredo, still claiming territory, still marking what was hers. Luca ran a hand over his face. He suddenly looked older, tired. Satori. Chapter 307, Sanction Division? I thought you said Sanctions Division, Satori. I met his gaze. Man to man. His voice was rough. Is this real? Or are you just... He couldn't finish the sentence. Using her. Playing with her. Running some kind of con on my daughter. I thought about lying. Spinning some story about being overwhelmed by emotions and circumstances. Letting him believe this was just young impulsiveness. But Luca deserved better than that. The man had welcomed me into his home, called me son, stood up for me when the world saw nothing but a worthless zero. It's real, Luca. I love her. I was playing a game. The System S game. The entertainment of gods who watched our suffering like a soap opera. But within that game, within those twisted rules, what I felt for Natalia was absolutely real. Complicated. Possessive. Probably unhealthy by any normal standard. But real. Luca stared at me for a long moment, searching for something in my eyes. Finally, he exhaled, long and slow. We're going to talk about this, he said. Later, when you're healed. Well, I've had time to process. He gestured vaguely at everything. All of this. That's fair. And there will be rules. Also fair. And if you hurt her, you'll come after me. I know. I attempted a weak grin. Get in line. I think Skylar already has dibs. Natalia's hand found mine again. Squeezed. The tension in the room eased slightly. Not gone, but manageable. The kind of awkward family drama that could be dealt with over time instead of exploding into immediate violence. I was just starting to think we might actually survive this when 3 sharp knocks rattled the door. Not a nurse-s knock. Not a doctor-s knock. These were authority knocks. The kind that said, I don't actually need your permission to enter. The door swung open before anyone could respond. 3 figures stepped inside. 2 men and a woman. Charcoal suits that cost more than my medical bills. Earpieces with barely visible wires. Small pins on their lapels, silver and blue. VHC pins. The lead agent was a man in his 40s with salt and pepper hair, cropped military short. His eyes were pale gray, the color of winter ice, and they scanned the room with the flat assessment of someone cataloging threats. When those eyes landed on me, they didn't see a patient. They saw a target. The romantic tension evaporated instantly. The coffee puddle, the awkward confession, Natalia's dramatic declaration, all of it became utterly irrelevant as my blood turned to ice in my veins. Those pins weren't just any VHC insignia. They were the distinctive silver and blue of the Sanctions Division, the Shadow Hunters, the bogeymen that even other hunters whispered about with dread. These weren't bureaucrats coming to file paperwork. The Sanctions Division was the VHC's ruthless scalpel president Vance's personal cleanup crew who made problems disappear without trials or public records. They handled the threats deemed too sensitive for public response, the dark secrets that needed to remain buried, the aberrations that threatened the carefully cultivated garden of Valerian supremacy. And now they were looking at me like I was a particularly troublesome weed. Well, this was bad. Natalia was already moving. She slid off the chair and positioned herself between me and the agents, her barato angled like a human shield. Her hands weren't glowing yet, but I could feel her telekinesis gathering, coiling like a spring ready to snap. The lead agent ignored her completely. His attention remained fixed on me. Mr. Nakano. His voice was pleasant in a way that felt manufactured. We understand you're recovering. Our apologies for the interruption. He didn't sound sorry at all. But we have some questions regarding the irregularities inside the sunken necropolis. Lucas stepped forward. All the confusion and hurt from the last few minutes transformed into something far more dangerous. His shoulders squared. His chin lifted. The B-rank hunter, the protector, the man who had faced monsters for 20 years, emerged from the shell of the bewildered father. He put his massive bulk between the agents and his children. Both of us, me included. He S.A. minor. Luca's voice dropped into the register he used on gate runs. The one that made lesser men flinch. And he S. injured. Get out. The agent S. smile didn't waver. If anything, it grew thinner. This ISNTA request, Mr. Kuzmina. It's a debriefing. He produced a badge from his jacket. National Security. Authorization code Alpha 7. I didn't know what Alpha 7 meant, but from the way Luca's jaw tightened, it wasn't good. We need to know exactly how a C-rank student killed an A-rank anomaly. The agent's pale eyes found mine again. Held them, especially one that shouldn't have been in that gate in the first place. The implication hung in the air. Someone put it there. Someone knew. And we think you might know, too. I leaned back against my pillows, letting the movement mask the pain in my ribs. The domestic crisis was postponed. The talk with Luca, the consequences of Natalia's confession, the inevitable awkward family dinners, all of it could wait. Because now I had bigger problems. I smiled at the agent. It probably looked slightly unhinged with my bruised face and bloodshot eyes, but ID worked with worse. An A-rank anomaly, huh? I tilted my head. Funny, nobody mentioned that in the briefing. We were told it was a standard C-rank dungeon clear. Simple training exercise. The agent's expression didn't change. So if something went wrong, I continued. If something that wasn't supposed to be there showed up and killed 2 sentinels, I'd say that SA question for whoever cleared the gate for student use. Not for the student who survived cleaning up someone else's mess. Silence. Natalia's hand found my shoulder. A warning. Don't push too hard. But I'd been playing political games since before I could walk in my old life. This was just another battlefield. Another predator to outmaneuver. The agent studied me for a long moment. Then, impossibly, his smile widened. You're going to be fun, Mr. Nakano. He pulled a chair from the corner of the room and sat down without invitation. Let us start from the beginning, shall we? Tell me everything that happened from the moment you entered that gate. Chapter 308. My alibi is gravity. The room felt smaller with the sanctions division in it. Not physically, but in the way that mattered. The air itself seemed to compress around Agent Kara's and his 2 silent shadows, as if reality recognized these people as apex predators and adjusted accordingly. I'd met men like him in my previous life. The kind who could smile while signing execution orders. The kind who believed, truly believed, that the ends justified any means necessary. Dangerous people. My favorite kind to outmaneuver. Mr. and Mrs. Kuzmina. Kara's gestured toward the door with the casual authority of someone who never expected to be refused. We appreciate your concern for your son, but this is a classified debriefing. National security protocols require. He has 17. Luca's voice could have stripped paint, and he has been unconscious for 2 days. Whatever protocols you're hiding behind can wait until Luca. My voice was quiet, but it cut through his protective tirade. He turned to look at me, confusion and worry warring on his weathered face. I gave him a small nod. It's okay. I can handle this. The words tasted strange in my mouth, not because they were a lie, but because they weren't. In my old life, I'd talked my way out of situations far worse than a bureaucratic interrogation. I negotiated with warlords, played mind games with psychopaths, convinced a world-ranked hunter that I was worth more alive than dead. 3 government agents in a hospital room? Child's play. Kimiko touched Luca's arm. Her hazel eyes found mine, and I saw something there. Not just worry, recognition. like she was seeing a glimpse of someone she'd known a long time ago. "Come on," she said softly. "Sadora knows what he's doing." They left. Luca cast one last look over his shoulder, the promise of violence clear in his eyes if anything happened to me. The door clicked shut behind them. Karas turned to Natalia. She and T moved from her position by the window. Arms crossed, jaw set, purple eyes burning with the kind of intensity that made lesser men reconsider their life choices. The afternoon sunlight caught the white streaks in her hair, remnants of whatever transformation she'd undergone in that cathedral chamber. "My girl, my covenant, my walking nuclear deterrent. Family only," Karas said. His tone suggested this was non-negotiable. Natalia's smile could have frozen the sun. "I am family, and I was there. You want a witness statement?" E.M. Stayan, one of the other agents, a woman with close-cropped black hair and the dead eyes of a professional killer, reached for something at her hip. Natalia's hand twitched. The air around her shimmered with barely contained telekinetic force. I felt a headache coming on, not from my injuries, from the realization that my girlfriend and these government spooks were about to turn my hospital room into a war zone. "Agent Karas." I kept my voice light, bored even. "She stays. She's my healer's backup in case this conversation gets stressful enough to pop my stitches. Unless you want to explain to President Vance why the guy who saved her sister dropped dead during your interrogation." Karas studied me for a long moment. Then he waved his hand. The woman relaxed. "Natalia didn't fine." He pulled a chair closer to my bed and sat down, crossing his legs with the casual elegance of a man who had all the time in the world. "Let us begin." A holographic display flickered to life from his tablet, projecting images I recognized. The cathedral chamber, the Angler's corpse, the aftermath of our desperate fight for survival. "Walk me through it," he said, "from the moment you breached the barrier between the wings." I did. Sort of. The truth was a weapon, and I was a sniper. I gave him the trajectory, the basic facts, but I left out the caliber. No mention of the cutting edge. No mention of thermal incision. No mention of the way my Kingmaker's aura had turned my ragtag team into a synchronized killing machine, transforming mediocre students into a cohesive unit of death. Instead, I painted a picture of desperate improvisation. Lucky shots, environmental advantages, a tale of survival rather than victory. "So you're telling me," Karas said after I finished, "that a C-rank student managed to defeat an A-rank biological weapon through..." He checked his notes. "Structural collapse and group tactics?" I didn't defeat it. The laugh that escaped me sent pain rippling through my ribs. Worth it for the look on his face. We dropped a cathedral on it. Gravity did the work. I just lit the fuse. Karas didn't believe me. I could see it in the slight tightening around his eyes, the way his jaw shifted. But he couldn't prove I was lying, and that was all that mattered in our little dance of deception. The anomaly's capabilities suggest you're asking the wrong questions. I leaned forward, ignoring the protest from my healing ribs. The movement brought me closer to Karas, close enough to see the faint scar running along his jawline, the tiny burst blood vessel in his left eye. "You're asking how I killed it. You should be asking why it was there." Silence. Behind Karas, the other two agents exchanged a glance that spoke volumes in their silent language of suspicion. The thing didn't spawn in a C-rank gate. I kept my voice low, conversational, like we were just two guys discussing the weather. The energy signature was wrong. The hunting patterns were wrong. Everything about it screamed planted. It was an assassin, not a random encounter. Karas's expression didn't change. Professional mask firmly in place. But his fingers, resting on his knee, twitched slightly. "Got you." And it wasn't hunting my team. We were in the East Wing. The anomaly spawned in the West. I tilted my head, watching him the way a cat watches a mouse that thinks it's hidden. It went straight for the Sentinels. Straight for their highest value target. I let the pause hang in the air between us. Let him fill in the blanks himself. Straight for Celeste Vance. Chapter 309. Some graves are better left undisturbed. The woman with the dead eyes shifted her weight. The other agent, a broad-shouldered man who hadn't spoken a word, suddenly found the medical equipment very interesting. Kara's remained perfectly still, a statue carved from ice and government clearances. Think about it, I continued, savoring each word like a fine wine. The president's sister, the heir apparent to the most powerful political dynasty in Valoria, dead in a tragic training accident. Very clean, very convenient for whoever wants to hurt Serafina Vance. The temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Or maybe that was just the weight of Kara's attention, now focused on me with sharp, calculating intensity. So instead of interrogating the guy who saved her life, I spread my hands. Wincing at the pull on my shoulder, maybe you should be finding out who disabled the security grid to let that thing in. Because someone on your end screwed up, agent. And someone almost turned the VHC president into a grieving sibling. The holographic display flickered and died. Kara's closed his tablet with a soft click that somehow echoed like a gunshot in the stillness of the room. For a long moment, nobody spoke. The silence stretched between us like a wire-pulled taut. Then Kara smiled. It was the kind of smile that didn't reach his eyes, that existed purely as a social convention rather than an expression of actual emotion. You have a sharp mind, Mr. Nakano. His voice was soft, dangerous. Dangerous. I matched his smile with one of my own. I prefer observant, less threatening. He stood, adjusting his suit jacket with a motion that was probably meant to look casual, but really just gave his hand better access to whatever weapon he had hidden beneath it. We'll verify your statement. Don't leave the city. He turned toward the door, his shadows falling in his step behind him. And Mr. Nakano, get some rest. You look terrible. Charming as always, agent. They were almost at the door when I spoke again. My voice came out different this time. Quieter. The cockiness stripped away, leaving something raw underneath. Is this because of him? Kara stopped. His hand hovered over the door handle. Him? My father. The words tasted like ash in my mouth, bitter with memories that weren't even mine. Kenji Nakano. Is that why you're really here? Because you think I inherited whatever problem he was working on? The silence that followed was different from before. Heavier, thicker with unspoken truths. The other agents had gone completely still, statues in charcoal suits. Kara's turned slowly. His pale eyes found mine, and for the first time, I saw something other than professional detachment in them. Recognition, and something else that sent ice down my spine. Fear. Your father was a brilliant man, Satori. His voice was barely above a whisper. But brilliance often burns the hand that holds it. He held my gaze for a long, waited moment. Don't dig up ghosts. Some graves are better left undisturbed. The door opened. The door closed. They were gone, leaving behind only the scent of expensive cologne and government secrets. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. My hands were shaking slightly, and I told myself it was from exhaustion rather than the adrenaline crash. Natalia was at my side in an instant. Her hand found mine, cold fingers intertwining with my warmer ones. The telekinetic energy that had been coiled around her dissipated slowly, like smoke in a breeze. They were scared, she said. Her voice held a note of wonder. When you mentioned Celeste, they knew. They're terrified Serafina will burn the department down if she finds out someone used her sister as bait. I nodded slowly, my mind racing through the implications, building connections like a spider weaving its web. Someone had planted an A-rank killer inside a training dungeon. Someone with the clearance to bypass VHC security protocols. Someone who wanted Celeste Vance dead badly enough to risk exposing themselves. And now, that same someone knew that I'd figured out. Someone tried to kill the princess, I said. And now we're in the crossfire. Natalia's grip on my hand tightened. The VHC will protect her. Serafina has resources we can't even imagine. Maybe. I stared at my free hand, at the fingers that had channeled enough power to wound an A-rank entity. But whoever did this has those same resources. They're inside the system, playing the long game. The system notification pulsed in the corner of my vision. 47 unread messages from Apollo's Divine Emporium. Rewards waiting to be claimed. Power waiting to be absorbed. A treasure trove of abilities and items that would make most hunters drool with envy. Not enough. It was never going to be enough at my current rate. We need to get stronger, I said. Faster. Because next time, they 1T sent a monster. Natalia's purple eyes met mine, deep as twilight oceans. In them, I saw the same cold calculation I felt in my own chest. The same understanding of what was coming, of the storm gathering on our horizon. They send a professional. She finished, her voice soft but steel-edged. I smiled. It probably looked unhinged with my bruised face and bloodshot eyes, but I stopped caring about appearances a long time ago. What mattered was survival, power, control. Then we'd better be ready to send them running back. Outside the window, the sun was setting over New Vein City, painting the skyline in shades of amber and crimson. The sky burned orange and red, colors that reminded me of fire, of the cathedral chamber where almost met my end. Somewhere out there, someone was making plans, moving pieces on a board I couldn't see, plotting the death of princesses and the fall of dynasties. And I was just a C-rank student with a baseball bat and a bad attitude. But I was also something much more dangerous, a man with a system, a queen at my side, and absolutely nothing left to lose. The perfect ingredients for someone ready to tear down a kingdom, one corrupt pillar at a time. Chapter 310. Level Up and Other Confusing Lies. The door clicked shut behind Natalia, her footsteps fading down the sterile corridor as she went to hunt down something remotely edible. Hospital cuisine ranked somewhere between boiled shoe leather and wet cardboard on the culinary spectrum, and I'd genuinely rather gnaw on my regenerator brace than suffer through another bowl of whatever gray, gelatinous substance passed for soup in this place. Finally alone, I slumped back against the pillows, letting out a long, shuddering breath that sent fire racing through my cracked ribs. The hum of medical equipment provided a monotonous soundtrack to my thoughts, the steady beep of the heart monitor, the soft whir of the ventilation system, the distant murmur of nurses going about their rounds somewhere beyond these walls. My ribs ached with every shallow breath I dared to take. My shoulder felt like someone had disassembled the joint, filled the socket with broken glass, and then reassembled it with malicious incompetence. Every breath burned, a reminder of the punishment my body had endured in that nightmare dungeon. But I was alive, against all odds, against the machinations of gods and monsters alike, against the Hydra Lich and whatever cosmic entertainment the divine audience demanded. I was still breathing, still plotting, still dangerous. The golden notification icon had been pulsing in the corner of my vision for what felt like hours now, insistent and demanding, like an impatient child tugging on my sleeve during a funeral. I'd been avoiding it, pushing it aside while I dealt with Sanctions Division-S interrogation, while I held Natalia close and pretended we weren't both balanced on a knife's edge of disaster. But with the government goons finally gone and no immediate threats to my life, at least none more pressing than the usual constellation of enemies circling my existence, I couldn't put it off any longer. Time to face the music. Time to see what the gods had decided my suffering was worth. Nell, I called out to the empty room, my voice rough from disuse. Clear the buffer. Show me the damage. The air shimmered like heat rising from summer asphalt, reality rippling in that distinctive way that announced the system's presence. A familiar blue window materialized in front of me, hovering at the perfect reading distance with the kind of consideration that always felt vaguely mocking. Nell's voice filled my mind, playful and teasing as always, carrying that edge of divine amusement that reminded me I was entertainment first and person second. About time, darling. I was beginning to think you'd forgotten about little old me. Here I was, practically bursting with good news, and you couldn't spare a moment for your favorite cosmic companion. Centurado, each one appearing with a soft chime that resonated somewhere behind my eyes. Not the overwhelming flood from earlier that had nearly given me an aneurysm during the dungeon run. Nell had apparently learned some restraint, or at least recognized that drowning her investment in information might be counterproductive. Quest complete. Trial by slaughter. 300 SP. The first notification hung in the air, golden text glowing with satisfaction. 300 points for surviving that Hell's Cape, for racing through corridors of animated corpses and waterlogged abominations, for reaching the boss chamber before the Argent Sentinels and proving that the stray dog wasn't just a clever marketing angle. Bonus, shock and awe, the Blitzkrieger title awarded. I felt the title settle into my soul like a brand, a new facet of identity crystallizing in the space between heartbeats. Speed as a weapon, momentum as a philosophy. The system recognized that I hadn't just one ID dominated. ID turned that race into a route. Bonus, the Alpha S Charity, rivalry evolved to Apex Predator S Presence. Gold. This one made me pause. The memory surfaced unbidden. Julian Valerius, bloodied and broken, about to be attacked by the Hydra Lich S Skeletal Claw. The split-second decision to intervene, to save the life of someone who happily watched me suffer. Not out of mercy, never mercy, but because saving him was the ultimate insult. The Apex Predator doesn't destroy the competition, it spares them, demonstrating that they weren't even worth the effort. Bonus, forging the Vanguard, Kingmaker S Aura, upgraded blessing of the sovereign ability unlocked, my squad. My people, Natalia S Frozen Devastation, Emmy S Desperate Healing, Skylar S Ghostly Misdirection, Sumin S Transformed Fury. They earned their kills, and the system recognized that their growth reflected on me. A king was only as strong as his knights. Aphrodite S Quest, A Kiss Before Midnight, 250 SP, retroactive notification, yes. The Kiss on the Balcony, Skylar S cynical defenses crumbling under the weight of genuine connection. The goddess of love had been satisfied with my efforts, apparently. Even divine beings appreciated a well-completed task. I let out a low whistle as I did the mental math, fingers tapping lightly against the hospital blanket. My previous balance of 135 SP, plus 300 from the trial, plus 250 from Aphrodite S Quest, plus whatever daily passive income ID generated while unconscious in this bed. Current SP, 1,215, Nell confirmed, as if reading my thoughts, which she probably was. Holy smokes, I murmured, the words escaping before I could filter them. I'm rich. Incredibly, dangerously rich. The sunset cast long shadows across the hospital room, painting the sterile white walls in shades of amber and gold. The light caught the dust motes floating in the air, transforming them into tiny golden sparks that danced in the dying illumination. Appropriate, given the fortune I now possessed in the currency of gods. A king's ransom in divine favor, burning a hole in my metaphysical pocket. Rich enough to be interesting, Nell purred. Rich enough to be dangerous. The question is whether you're wise enough to spend it well. Before I could respond, another notification lingered in front of me, pulsing with a different energy than the others. This one felt heavier, more fundamental, like the difference between a ripple and a tidal wave. Level up. You have reached level 2. I tapped it open with a thought, eager to see the fruits of my suffering, only to frown in confusion as the status screen materialized. Strength, F. 0 agility, F. 0 magic, F. 0 endurance, F. 0 dexterity, F. 0 what is this? I growled, sitting up straighter despite the protest from my battered bravado. Pain lanced through my ribs, but I barely noticed. I maxed everything out. Every stat at X rank before the level up, just like you said. Why am I back at 0? Nell's laughter tinkled like breaking glass, melodic and sharp and infuriatingly smug. Don't panic, darling. Your paranoia is showing. Look closer. I focused, pushing past the immediate frustration, and felt something different. My body felt denser somehow, more solid, more real, as if the atoms composing my flesh had been compressed and refined into something approaching divine material. I clenched my fist experimentally, and despite the injuries screaming at me to stop, power surged through my arm, a clean, pure force that made my previous strength feel like a child's tantrum. Your previous stats were capped at level 1. Nell explained, her voice shifting into something approaching pedagogical patience. The scale maxed at 1,500 points per attribute. Now, you're at level 2, and the entire framework has expanded. An F0 at level 2 is approximately equivalent to a high B-rank hunter in raw output, and that's your baseline, the floor from which you'll grow. So I'm stronger despite the reset? I asked, flexing my fingers and watching the tendons move beneath bandaged skin. Much stronger. And because you maxed every attribute before leveling, because you showed the patience and discipline to squeeze every drop of power from level 1 before ascending, UV earned a 2.5x hidden multiplier on all future growth. Your ceiling at level 2 ISNT just higher than a normal person S. It's in an entirely different category. A pause, laden with something that might have been genuine approval. You're not starting from scratch, Satori. You're starting from a new baseline that most people couldn't reach in a lifetime. Chapter 311. My protagonist privileges may come with hidden fees. I let out a slow breath, feeling the grin spread across my face. The scumbag system living up to its name, rewarding patience, rewarding cunning, rewarding the willingness to grind in silence while others rushed ahead and crippled their potential. Show me the ensemble tab, I said, curiosity overriding caution. I want to see how they VE progressed. The screen shifted with a fluid motion, the combat statistics fading to reveal a new interface. I nearly choked on my own breath when I saw it. The tab was glowing gold, pulsing with power that hadn't been there before. Each name was listed in elegant script, accompanied by ranks and titles that seemed to shimmer with contained energy. But what caught my eye, what made my heart stutter in my chest, was the first entry. Natalia Kuzmina, rank 10, Covenant new title, the Psychic Sovereign Effect, System Symbiosis. What on earth is System Symbiosis? I asked, and for once my voice came out steady despite the knot forming in my stomach. This was new. This was different. This wasn't just a relationship metric anymore. It means she's more than just your girlfriend, Satori, Nell said, her voice soft but serious, stripped of its usual playful veneer. She is your vassal now. Her soul is tethered to yours through bonds that transcend the physical. If you rise, she rises with you. If you grow stronger, she benefits from your ascension. Your victories feed her power, and her loyalty generates schema points that flow directly into your reserves. And if I fall, she falls with me. I finish the thought, the words tasting like ash on my tongue. It's permanent, isn't it? There's no undoing this. As permanent as death. Perhaps more so. Death can be cheated under the right circumstances. This bond cannot. Nell's voice carried a weight ID rarely heard from her. She generates SP for you daily now. She shares a portion of your system authority, limited though it is. Her growth is accelerated by proximity to your power. Centurado, for a split second, guilt flashed through me like lightning, brief and blinding. She was completely devoted to me, though she did not fully realize it. Her loyalty had grown quietly through our journey together, shaped by the dangers we had faced and the deep connection we had built. Through secrets shared and futures intertwined. Had she known what those nights meant? What each confession, each moment of openness was building toward? She had trusted me completely, yes, but had she understood the true cost? Then I pushed the guilt down, buried it under layers of pragmatic calculation and cold necessity. This world wasn't kind to the sentimental. The gods watching our story didn't care about consent. They cared about entertainment. And the enemies circling the VHC, the Sanctions Division, whatever forces had destroyed my father, they wouldn't hesitate to use any weakness against me. Good, I said, and my voice came out colder than I'd expected. I need her loyalty absolute. I need to know she'll never betray me, never be turned against me, never be used as a weapon by my enemies. So pragmatic, nel murmurd. So ruthlessly practical. The audience does love watching you rationalize. I ignored the jab, scrolling down to see the rest of my connections listed in descending order. Emi Aoyama, rank 5, dependent. The cheerful girlhood healed my wounds and supported my confidence. She was closely tied to me now, constantly seeking approval, desperate to prove herself worthy of the attention I'd given her. Every compliment was a drug, every moment of recognition a fix she couldn't live without. Her genuine kindness made her the perfect victim, and her healing abilities made her an invaluable asset. Skylar Amain, rank 4. Confident the cynical princess had moved past mere intrigue after our kiss on the balcony. She trusted me now, or at least trusted me more than she trusted anyone else, which for Skylar was practically a marriage proposal. Her defenses had cracks, and I wedged myself into every one of them. The most dangerous thing wasn't that she believed my lies, it was that she believed my truths. Pan Sumin, rank 3. Confident the hidden fox spirit was gradually learning to trust my guidance. Her mysterious nature and calm demeanor made her a fascinating ally, a complex character unlike anyone I'd met before. One meek and one monstrous, both slowly orienting themselves toward me like flowers seeking sunlight. Her potential was S rank if I could unlock it. Her loyalty would be absolute if I could earn it. Everything was proceeding according to plan. The pieces were falling into place. The board was setting up exactly as I'd envisioned. So why did I feel so uneasy? Why did victory taste like copper on my tongue? I closed the screens with a flick of my wrist, banishing the golden light back into whatever divine server hosted my soul. Nil, we need to talk about Apollo. The air in the room seemed to thicken, the shadows lengthening despite the steady illumination of the medical equipment. Even the beeping of the heart monitor seemed to slow, as if the universe itself was holding its breath. What about our generous sponsor? Her voice had lost its playful edge, sharpening into something wary, like a predator sensing a trap. This isn't just a game, is it? I said, fixing my gaze on the empty air, where I imagined she might be watching from some cosmic perch. The trials, the labors, the whole elaborate setup with quests and bonuses and dramatic confrontations. I narrowed my eyes, my mind racing through the intricate patterns I'd been too busy surviving to properly analyze until now. I'm not just a contestant randomly chosen for your amusement. I'm not just entertainment for bored immortals. I'm being methodically groomed for something specific, RNTI, something bigger than all of this. Chapter 312. The gotcha banner at the end of the world in Greek mythology. I continued, drawing on memories from a past life. Hercules had 12 labors. Odysseus had a 10-year voyage filled with monsters and temptations. They were heroes, sure legends that survived millennia. But they were also victims of the gods' whims. They suffered and bled and lost everything they loved, all to entertain Olympus. All to give the divine audience something to watch while sipping ambrosia. I leaned forward, ignoring the fire that blazed through my ribs at the movement. What is the endgame, Nell? What is waiting at the end of all these trials? Am I here to conquer this world? To build an empire of power and luxury? Or am I being fattened up for a sacrifice? A hero's journey that ends with the hero's head on a divine chopping block. The silence stretched so long that I thought she might not answer. Seconds ticked by, marked by the steady beep of medical equipment that suddenly seemed very loud. When she finally spoke, her voice had changed, deeper, older, carrying echoes of something vast and ancient and terrifying. You're the protagonist, Satori. The protagonist always suffers. The price of the narrative, the cost of being central to a story worth telling. The gods demand blood and tears and broken dreams, because those are the ingredients of compelling entertainment. A pause, heavy with unspoken meaning. But the protagonist also gets the chance to kill the author. My blood ran cold, ice crystallizing in my veins despite the warm hospital air. What the hell does that? A massive notification suddenly overrode my vision, blotting out the room entirely with gold light. Apollo's voice boomed in my head, loud enough to make my teeth rattle, resonating through my skull with divine authority. So suspicious. You wound me, truly. Here I am, pouring resources into your development, ensuring you have every advantage, and you repay my generosity with paranoia? His laugh echoed like thunder in a marble hall. I just want you to be the best version of yourself. Is that so hard to believe? The Gotcha Store interface opened automatically, forcing itself into my consciousness with the subtlety of a sledgehammer. The accumulated notifications, 47 unread messages, ID been studiously ignored, condensed into a single, gleaming banner that pulsed with hypnotic light. Limited time offer. The Mythical Pantheon banner cost 1,000 SP guarantee. One mythical tier item ability derived from the Greek pantheon. I stared at the banner, watching the golden text shimmer and dance, practically begging me to press the purchase button. Then I looked at my SP count. 1,215. More than enough to afford this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This is a trap, I said aloud, the words hanging in the air like an accusation. Obviously, Nell replied, her normal voice returning with something that might have been relief or resignation. You're trying to distract me from asking about the author. About what's really going on here. Apollo's laughter filled my head again, bright and shameless. I'm trying to make you stronger. Isn't that what you want? Power? The ability to protect what's yours, to crush your enemies, to build the empire you've been dreaming about? Images flashed before my eyes, memories, or visions, or divine manipulation. I couldn't tell the difference anymore. Natalia collapsing in the dungeon after pushing her new power too far, blood streaming from her nose as her aspect toward her neurons. Emmy nearly being skewered by a tendril of darkness, her healing aura flickering as she faced something beyond her ability to fix. Skylar's eyes in the moonlight when she thought I was going to die. The cynicism stripped away to reveal raw, vulnerable fear. My heart rate spiked, the monitor beside my bed beeping frantically as my pulse climbed. The medical equipment registered my distress, but the alarms were distant, irrelevant compared to the images burning themselves into my brain. I hate you, I growled, the words tearing from my throat with more venom than ID intended. You're manipulating me, showing me exactly what I'm afraid of, making me want this power just to protect them. Of course I am. That's what gods do. Apollo sounded positively giddy, delighted by my resistance, even as he worked to overcome it. But I'm offering you power derived from MY family. Mythical tier, Satori. Do you understand how rare that is? 1 in 10,000 pulls under normal circumstances. A guarantee like this doesn't come along every millennium. I looked at the purchase button, glowing with invitation. I knew it was bait, a shiny lure designed to distract me from the conversation Nell and I had been having. Apollo was playing me like a fiddle, dangling toys to keep me from asking the questions that mattered. Questions about my role in this twisted game. Questions about what defeating the author actually meant. But I needed power. Whatever game the gods were playing, whatever fate they had planned for me at the end of this narrative, I needed to be strong enough to flip the board when the time came. Strong enough to protect what I built. Strong enough to rip the script apart and write my own ending. Fine, I said, the gambler me taking over. That part of Caelan Leone that had survived countless impossible odds by betting everything on the right moment. You want a show? Let us see what the gods are selling. I pressed the button. The room exploded with golden light. It poured from every surface, from the walls and ceiling and floor, from the air itself, as if reality had caught fire. The windows rattled in their frames, glass vibrating with harmonic resonance. The medical equipment went haywire, monitors flashing error codes, and alarms blaring as the power surged through circuits that were never designed to handle divine energy. My SP counter dropped in my peripheral vision. 1,215, 8,000 points of divine favor, consumed in an instant. A fortune spent on a single gamble. The light condensed into a single point in front of me, collapsing inward like a star going supernova in reverse. It spun faster and faster, particles of golden energy spiraling around a central axis until they formed a sphere about the size of a baseball. It hovered there for a breathless moment, pulsing like a miniature sun, warmth radiating from its surface to wash over my damaged body. Then it exploded outward. Chapter 3:13. My gotcha pull has unlocked the main quest. Golden sparks showered the room in a cascading waterfall of divine light, each one fading into nothing before it touched the sterile hospital floor. In their wake, floating in the air with impossible stillness, was a simple bronze key. It looked ancient, impossibly, incomprehensibly ancient. The metal had gone green with age, patina coating its surface in patterns that suggested millennia of existence. Symbols were carved into its shaft and bow, intricate designs that seemed to shift and change as I looked at them, rearranging themselves into new configurations that my mind couldn't quite hold. A key, I said flatly, disappointment and confusion warring in my voice. I spent 1,000 SP on a ridiculous key. Apollo's laughter boomed through my consciousness, resonant with divine amusement. Oh, Satori, so quick to judge, so eager to be disappointed. His voice carried warmth now, genuine pleasure at my reaction. This isn't just any key. The key floated closer, drifting through the air with purposeful grace until it hovered just within arm's reach. As it approached, information appeared in my vision. Golden text materializing to explain what I purchased. The Olympian skeleton key, mythical tier origin, forged in the divine foundries of Hephaestus, using bronze mixed with tears of the fates and cooled in the waters of the river Styx. Effect: this key can unlock any door, physical or metaphysical, once per week. Gates between dimensions, sealed archives, locked minds, barred possibilities. If it has a threshold, this key can open it. Warning: the key retains memory of all doors it has ever opened. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Some doors open both ways. Any door, I murmured, my mind racing through possibilities that multiplied faster than I could count. Physical or metaphysical. I could unlock gates without clearing them, step into dimensional rifts without fighting through the gauntlet of monsters. I could access restricted VHC archives, bypassing security systems that had kept my father's files buried for years. I could open paths to other dimensions, other realities, places where the rules might be different and the gods might have less power. I could unlock the door to my father's past. My hand reached out, moving almost without conscious direction, and the key settled into my palm. It felt warm against my skin, almost alive, the metal pulsing with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. The symbols continued their slow dance across its surface, and I could have sworn I felt them reading me, learning me, adding my essence to their ancient archive. Use it wisely, Apollo said, his voice suddenly serious, stripped of its usual theatrical bombast. Some doors lead to treasure, to power and knowledge and opportunities beyond imagination. Others lead to oblivion. The key doesn't judge. It doesn't protect. It simply opens. Why give me this? I asked, closing my fingers around the cool bronze. Why not a weapon? A combat ability? Something that would make the show more exciting? Because you're asking the wrong questions, Satori. You've been asking the wrong questions from the beginning. His presence seemed to recede, voice growing distant. You're looking for answers, not power. And answers can be far more dangerous than any blade ever forged. The golden light vanished as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving me alone in the dimly lit hospital room. The medical equipment settled back into its normal rhythms, alarms silencing one by one. The sunset had deepened while we spoke, painting the windows in shades of crimson and purple that looked disturbingly like blood and bruises. I lay back against the pillows, my mind whirling with possibilities and dangers. The key rested in my palm, heavier than bronze had any right to be, carrying the weight of doors not yet opened and secrets not yet discovered. It could be my salvation or my undoing. It could lead me to the truth about my father, about the system, about Apollo's true intentions, and the meaning of Nell's cryptic words. It could show me how to stop the author, or it could lead me straight into a trap. Nell, I said quietly, staring at the ceiling. What did you mean about killing the author? Silence. The heart monitor beeped. The ventilation hummed. Somewhere in the distance, a door closed. Nid? Nothing. She was gone, or at least pretending to be withdrawn into whatever digital ether housed her consciousness when she didn't want to answer uncomfortable questions. I stared at the key in my hand, watching the symbols shift and reform in patterns that almost looked like words, almost looked like warnings. A door had just been presented to me, offering answers to questions I hadn't even formulated yet. And all I had to do was decide which door to open first. The monitor beside my bed beeped steadily, counting down seconds that suddenly felt precious. Outside the window, the last light of day faded from the sky, leaving New Vein City awash in artificial illumination. The spires of the city core glittered against the darkening heavens, monuments to human ambition rising from the ashes of the rupture. Killing the author, I murmured to myself, turning the key over in my fingers, feeling the ancient metal warm further against my skin. Is that what this is all about? Am I the weapon they're forging, or the sacrifice they're preparing? The protagonist of this story, or just another character in someone else's narrative? The key offered no answers, only possibilities. Doors leading in every direction, some to power and some to destruction, each one waiting to be opened. As I closed my fingers around it, feeling its pulse synchronize with mine, I realized that was exactly the point. The gods had given me a key, but they hadn't told me which door mattered. Sometimes the most dangerous thing isn't the monster waiting behind the door, the eldritch horror, or ancient evil, or divine trap lurking in the darkness beyond the threshold. It's the key that lets you open it, and the certainty that once you do, you can never close it again. Chapter 314. My girlfriend's dad wants to have a talk. The interior of Luca's SUV smelled like leather, pine air freshener, and what I could only describe as impending doom. We'd been driving for exactly 5 minutes and 37 seconds. I knew this because I'd been counting every excruciating tick of the dashboard clock, Centurato. Every few seconds, a muscle in his jaw would twitch, and I'd watch it pulse like a seismograph detecting an approaching earthquake. Kimiko sat in the passenger seat, her posture rigid, her gaze fixed on the passing highway lights with the intensity of someone trying to achieve enlightenment through sheer willpower. And Natalia? Natalia had decided that personal space was a concept invented by cowards. She had slid across the back seat the moment the car started moving, leaning comfortably against my side like a friend settling in for the ride. Her head rested on my Barado. Her hand rested casually on my arm, content to stay there for the trip. Every few seconds, she'd squeeze, a silent reminder that she was there and she wasn't going anywhere. It was simultaneously the most intense and terrifying experience of my life. Okay, Satori. Think. Calculate. I ran the numbers in my head. Current speed, approximately 60 miles per hour. Distance to nearest exit, unknown. Probability of surviving a jump from a moving vehicle, low but not zero. Probability of Luca pulling over and roughing me up badly if I stay in this car, uncomfortably high. I glanced at the door handle. If I tuck and roll, angle my Barado into the impact, Centurato, other cars passed in the opposite direction, their occupants blissfully unaware that a family apocalypse was unfolding mere feet away. Lucky bastards. Luca cleared his throat. The sound rumbled through the vehicle like a geological event. I felt Natalia's fingers dig into my leg. Kimiko's spine somehow straightened even further. So, one word, a single syllable carrying the weight of 1,000 unasked questions. I opened my mouth to respond, but nothing came out. For the first time in either of my lives, Kalen Leone, the stray dog, the scumbag sovereign, master manipulator, and tactical genius, had absolutely no idea what to say. Luca's eyes appeared in the rearview mirror, locked onto mine. How long? The question hung in the air like a guillotine blade waiting to drop. Natalia lifted her head from my shoulder. Her voice was steady when she answered, Centurato. The strong connection between us that had been building from the moment I stopped being a burden and started being someone worth her attention. Close enough to the truth. The first. Lucas' knuckles went from white to translucent. That was over a month ago. Yes, you've been seeing each other for over a month. Yes, behind my back. In my defense, I said, finally finding my voice, we were also trying to not die. Priorities got a little scrambled. Kimiko turned slightly in her seat. Her expression carried something strange, halfway between maternal concern and genuine curiosity. You were fighting monsters and Barato? At the same time? I prefer to think of it as multitasking. Natalia nudged my arm. Hard. What Satora means, she said, shooting me a look that promised retribution, is that circumstances brought us together. The danger, the shared experiences, fighting side by side. Her voice softened. He saved my life, Papa, more than once, and I saved his. The SUV fell silent again. I watched Luca's reflection in the rearview mirror track the way his eyes moved from Natalia to me and back again. His gaze lingered on Natalia, and I saw the exact moment realization hit him. It wasn't tea in the way she touched me. It wasn't tea in the words she'd spoken. It was in her eyes. Natalia looked at me the way soldiers looked at their general, the way worshippers looked at their god, the way a queen looked at her king. It was devotion, pure and absolute. Luca's grip on the steering wheel loosened slightly. Something changed in his expression, a shift from anger to something more thoughtful. Without warning, he pulled the car off the highway. Kimiko turned to him, eyebrows raised. Luca, I need some air. The SUV rolled to a stop at a scenic overlook, one of those little pull-off areas with metal guardrails and a view of the city below. New veins stretched out beneath us, a sprawling carpet of lights that made the night sky seem dull by comparison. Skyscrapers pierced the darkness like crystallized ambition, their windows glowing with the evidence of a million lives in progress. Luca Barato the engine and sat motionless for a long moment. Then he opened his door and stepped out into the night. Satori. His voice carried through the darkness, deep and steady. Walk with me. Oh no, this is it. Centuredo, I opened my door and stepped into the cool night air. The overlook offered a panoramic view of the city, the kind of vista that appeared on postcards and travel brochures. A gentle breeze carried the distant sounds of traffic and the smell of exhaust, mixed with something cleaner from the surrounding hills. Luca stood by the guardrail, his massive frame silhouetted against the glittering cityscape. As I approached, he produced a cigarette from somewhere and lit it. I raised an eyebrow. Didn't he know you smoked? I don't. He took a drag, exhaled slowly. Haven tea touched one in 15 years. Kimiko hates the smell. Tonight seemed like a good time to start again. Something like that. Chapter 3:15. My stepdad's approval came with one terrifying condition. We stood in silence for a while, two men watching the lights of civilization pulse and shift below. The wind picked up, carrying the cigarette smoke away in lazy spirals. Natalia's mother was a B rank, Lucas said finally. His voice had lost its earlier edge, replaced by something older, sadder. She was the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen. Could freeze the blood in your veins with a glance, but her smile... He shook his head. Her smile could warm you from across a room. I said nothing. We thought we were invincible. B ranks at 20, rising stars in Aegis Prime. The world was ours for the taking. Another drag. Another exhale. We had Natalia during the academy. Got married after. Kept hunting. What happened? The job happened. Luca's jaw tightened. Months apart on deployment. Coming home with injuries that took weeks to heal. Living each day, wondering if the next gate would be the one that killed you. He turned to look at me, his brown eyes reflecting the distant lights. You start wondering if every kiss is the last one. Every I love you might be a goodbye. It breaks something inside you. Breaks something between you. The cigarette had burned down to a stub. He dropped it, ground it out under his boot. Elena couldn't handle it. The stress, the fear, the constant, gnawing certainty that one day I wouldn't come home. His voice roughened. She left when Natalia was 7. Couldn't stay married to a dead man walking? Sorry. Don't be. She was wrong. Luca turned to face me fully, his massive frame blocking out a portion of the cityscape. I don't care about the step-sibling thing, Satori. You and Natalia aren't blood. The law doesn't care. I don't care. I waited. But I want to watch my daughter break the way her mother did. His voice carried steel now, the tone of a veteran who'd seen too much death to tolerate anymore. I want to watch her mourn you. I want to watch her shatter because she gave her heart to a hunter and the gates took him away. Luca, I'm not finished. He stepped closer, and despite everything I survived, despite the gods and monsters and conspiracies, I felt a genuine flicker of fear. If you do this, if you claim her, if you take my daughter as yours, he poked me in the chest with one massive finger. You have to survive. That is my only rule. You don't get to die and leave her behind. You come home. Always. Every time. No matter what. The city lights twinkled below us. The wind carried the faint sound of traffic. I met Luca's eyes and didn't he look away. I'm too stubborn to die, I said, and I'm too greedy to leave her. Natalia is mine. I don't say that to disrespect you. I say it because it's the truth. She belongs to me, and I belong to her, and I will burn down anyone or anything that tries to take that away. Something shifted in Luca's expression. A hint of approval, maybe, or recognition. You really have changed, he murmured. 3 months ago, you couldn't look me in the eye. 3 months ago, I had nothing worth fighting for. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded slowly. All right then. His hand came down on my shoulder, heavy, but not threatening. Welcome to the family, son. For real this time. We started walking back toward the SUV. I'd made it about 3 steps when Luca's voice stopped me cold. Oh, and Satori? I turned. The man who'd just given me his blessing wore an expression of absolute, terrifying seriousness. I am 45 years old. I am in my prime. I am far too young and far too handsome to be a grandfather. My brain short-circuited. Do you understand me? Crystal clear, I managed. Absolutely. 0 chance. None whatsoever. Protection is my middle name. I will become a monk if necessary. Good. We reached the car. I grabbed the door handle, ready to collapse into the back seat and process the emotional whiplash of the past hour. Natalia rolled down her window. Her purple eyes sparkled with mischief, that particular gleam that always preceded something catastrophic for my blood pressure. Her lips curved into a smile that was equal parts innocent and devastating. We'll see, she said. I choked on my own saliva. The ferry terminal appeared through the windshield an hour later, its lights blazing against the black waters of the bay. The atmosphere in the SUV had transformed during the rest of the drive. Not comfortable exactly. The tension of revealed secrets couldn't dissipate that quickly. But something had shifted. Something had settled. Kimiko had started asking questions about our plans. About the academy. About what we faced in the gate and what we face going forward. Her voice carried worry, the kind that only mothers seemed capable of producing, but also something else. Pride, maybe, or acceptance. Luca had started talking too, offering advice about guild recruiters, warning us about political games at the VHC, sharing war stories from his own academy days with the casual ease of a father passing wisdom to his children. Both of his children. When the car finally rolled to a stop at the terminal parking lot, the clock on the dashboard read 11:47 p.m. The last ferry to the Envie Atoll departed in 15 minutes. Kimiko turned in her seat, her hazel eyes glistening in the dim light. Be careful, both of you. She reached back, and I leaned forward to accept her embrace. It was gentle, mindful of my still healing injuries, but fierce in its intensity. And call me. Every day. I mean it, Satori. I will. She pulled back, cupped my face in her hands. You become such a fine young man. Her voice cracked slightly. Your father would be proud. The words hit harder than any monster ever had. Luca climbed out of the SUV and circled around to my door. When I stepped out, he extended his hand. I took it. His grip was firm. A man-to-man handshake, the kind that communicated respect without needing words. Look after her, he said. I will. And look after yourself. A ghost of a smile crossed his weathered face. My daughter apparently has terrible taste in men. I'd hate to see her cry over you. I laughed, surprising myself. I'll do my best to disappoint her expectations in every other way instead. Chapter 316. A hero's welcome is just another word for a social minefield the ferry ride back to the atoll should V been peaceful. Centuriato, she kept glancing at me, then away, then back again, like she was working herself up to say something. Spit it out. They're waiting for us. I blinked. Who? Everyone. Her smile turned wicked. I may have sent a group chat while you were unconscious. Oh no. Natalia. What? They were worried. What exactly did you tell them? She pulled out her phone, scrolled through messages. Let us see. P.S. awake. P.S. fine. We'll be back tonight. She paused. Oh. And Marco asked if you could still fight. I told him you could barely walk. Great. Just fantastic. Nothing like coming home looking like I'd been hit by a truck to reassure my guild of violent misfits that their number one was still worth following. The atoll's lights appeared on the horizon, closer than I wanted. My ribs throbbed in protest as the ferry rocked over a wave. Natalia's hand found mine. I looked down at our intertwined fingers, then up at her face. She wasn't smiling anymore. Her expression had gone serious, vulnerable in a way she rarely allowed. What's wrong? Nothing. She squeezed my hand. I'm glad you're alive. Before I could respond, she'd already turned away, back to watching the approaching island. The walk from the dock to Onyx House felt longer than usual. My shoulder complained with every step. The regenerator brace made breathing feel like sucking air through a straw. But I kept walking, Natalia beside me, neither of us speaking. The house sat dark on its hill, framed by pine trees that swayed in the night wind. No lights in the windows. No sounds except crickets and the distant crash of waves against rocks. See? They went to bed like normal people. Natalia just smiled. We climbed the steps to the Ingwa. I reached for the door handle, already planning which painkillers to take before passing out for 12 hours straight. Ready? Natalia whispered. For what? She pushed the door open. The living room exploded. Lights slammed on with the force of flashbang. Something burst above my head, showering me in glittering confetti that got in my hair, my barato, down the collar of my shirt. A speaker system I didn't know we had started blasting what sounded like triumphant boss battle music. And then they were all shouting, "Welcome back, boss." Marco materialized out of nowhere and barato me in a rib-crushing hug that nearly knocked the wind out of me. You absolute madman. You fought an A rank. With a baseball bat. Can't breathe. Oh, sorry. He released me, grinning so wide his face might split. But seriously, that was the coolest thing I've ever seen. Jamie appeared next, hyping things up with an enthusiastic celebratory pose. Your muscles spoke to me in the dungeon. He bellowed. They said, Jamie, this is what true strength looks like. And I said, yes, muscles of Satori San. I shall follow your example. I stared at him. My muscles said that. Yes, to your muscles. It was a spiritual conversation. Hikari bounced over, her orange ponytail swinging. Satori Senpai, you're okay. We were worried. Well, I was worried because you're super strong, but everyone else was worried. So I was worried about them being worried. My head hurt. Malachi appeared at my elbow, silent as a ghost. He pressed a cold can of something into my hand. When I looked at the label, it was Thunderstrike Energy Drink in blue raspberry. The kid had actually gone out and bought my sponsor's terrible product. I popped the tab. It still tasted like melted plastic mixed with regret, but somehow that made me smile. Thanks. He nodded once, then melted back into the shadows. Raphael stood by the kitchen doorway, arms crossed. For once, he wasn't glaring at me like I'd personally insulted his ancestors. Instead, he looked almost worried? No, not worried. Pissed off. But pissed off in a way someone gets when they're relieved. You look terrible. Thanks, Raphael. Really feeling the love. I'm serious. He pushed off the doorframe, stalked closer. His amber eyes locked onto mine. You went down. We saw the combat recorder footage. Carmen showed us. That thing. His jaw worked. It should have taken you out. Yeah, well, it didn't. Because you're too stubborn to go down. Centuriato, her wine-red hair pulled back in a severe ponytail, her crimson eyes scanning me like a medical report. You survived. Good. That's it. Good. What would you prefer? Tears. Declarations of eternal gratitude? She arched an elegant eyebrow. You did exactly what any competent leader would do. You protected your assets and secured victory. Congratulations. Here are your statistics. She turned the tablet around. The screen showed the updated guild rankings. My eyes widened. Onyx Hounds, first place. By a lot we leapfrogged the rest of the guilds entirely. The board decided that successfully clearing a Ms-ranked gate while saving 8 Sentinel lives demonstrated exceptional tactical awareness and battlefield adaptability. Isabel read from the official statement. We received full points for completion, a bonus for the rescue operation, and... She paused. A formal commendation from President Vance herself. Akari walked over, her chains rattling softly with each step. She had changed into comfortable silk pajamas. Her emerald eyes glinted with amusement. She pointed toward the regenerator brace on my Barado. "This is impressive engineering," she said with a grin. "By the way, the whole wounded warrior returning from battle thing? Very marketable." Natalia materialized at my other side like a vengeful spirit. "Akari, Natalia, he needs rest." I wasn't stopping him from resting. Akara's smile turned sharp and calculating. I was just taking in the scene. The temperature in the room dropped about 10 degrees. Before the two could escalate into actual combat, Emmy pushed through the crowd. She de-changed into an oversized sweater that hung past her thighs, her blue hair pulled into a messy bun with those antenna strands sticking up. And she looked like she was about to cry. "Satori," she whispered. Her eyes, those warm brown eyes that always looked at me like I de-hung the moon, were red-rimmed and exhausted. She'd been crying. Recently. My chest tightened. "Hey, em okay? You're not." Her voice cracked. "You almost died. For me. For all of us. And I." She blinked rapidly, trying to hold back tears. "I couldn't do anything. I just watched you get hit, and I froze. And if Natalia hadn't stopped..." I reached out with my good arm and pulled her into a gentle hug. She made a tiny sound, somewhere between a sob and a sigh, and buried her face against my chest. "You kept everyone alive," I told her quietly. "That was your job, and you did it perfectly. But you did my job too. We're a team, Emmy. That means I take the hits so you can keep healing. That is how it works." She pulled back slightly, just enough to look up at me. Her face was flushed, her eyes still wet. But something else had crept into her expression. Adoration. Pure, unfiltered worship. The nectar had done its work well. "Thank you," she breathed. Then she rose up on her toes and Barado my cheek, soft and reverent. The room went silent again. Natalia's eye twitched. Skylar, who'd been lurking by the fireplace with her headphones around her neck, straightened up. Her violet eyes narrowed. Su-min, sitting on the stairs in oversized pajamas, watched with wide eyes and a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. I was so screwed. Chapter 317. Even a social predator needs to eat dinner. Sometimes Emmy pulled away, oblivious to the brewing storm. I made soup. Well, Isabel made soup, but I helped. "It's in the kitchen if you're hungry." "That sounds great, actually." She beamed, grabbed my hand, started pulling me toward the kitchen. Natalia grabbed my other hand. "He needs rest. He needs nutrients," Emmy countered, her usual sweetness edged with something harder. Braxton said proper nutrition accelerates healing. Braxton also said minimal physical activity. Walking to the kitchen is minimal. Walking to the kitchen while you drag him like a pull toy is not minimal. Oh God. I looked desperately at Isabel. She raised her tablet, hiding a smile. No help there. One had woken up on the couch long enough to observe the situation. He met my gaze, shook his head slowly, then went back to sleep. The universal gesture of "you're on your own, buddy." Skylar pushed off the wall and stalked over. She didn't say anything, just looked at Emmy, then Natalia, then me. "This is going to be entertaining," she drawled. Su-min descended the stairs, moving with that peculiar grace that suggested the fox was closer to the surface than usual. She stopped at the edge of the group, pink hair framing her face, blue eyes luminous in the lamplight. "Is it okay if I..." She trailed off, fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. "If you what?" "If I stay close? For a little while?" Her voice dropped to a whisper. "The fox gets anxious when you're gone." She kept asking where you were. "If you were safe." "The fox, right?" I had 4 girls staring at me like ID personally invented oxygen. A guild full of violent teenagers who fully consider me their leader now, and enough political enemies to fill phone book. Yeah, you can stay close. Sumin's entire face lit up. Natalia's grip on my hand tightened to the point of pain. Emmy started pulling harder toward the kitchen. Skylar laughed, low and dangerous. Welcome back, stray dog. The kitchen table had been set for a feast. Someone, probably Isabel, had organized the leftovers from the celebration into something resembling an actual meal. Soup steamed in a large pot on the stove, rice sat in the cooker, and various side dishes covered every available surface. I collapsed into a chair. My Barato screamed in protest. Emmy immediately started serving me, ladling soup into a bowl with the focus of a surgeon performing heart transplants. Natalia claimed the chair to my right, settling in beside me under the table. Sumin took the chair to my left, sitting close enough that I could smell her shampoo, something floral and sweet. Skylar leaned against the counter, watching us with those sharp violet eyes. The rest of the guild filtered in gradually. Marco and Malachi sat together across from me. Jacob hovered near the doorway, too nervous to fully commit to sitting. The twins occupied the breakfast bar, with Akari still shooting me looks that suggested she was planning something. Raphael stomped in last, grabbed a bowl, and sat at the far end of the table. For a moment, nobody spoke. Then Jamie, because of course it was Jamie, raised his glass of milk to Satori, who reminded us what it means to be a true hunter, to protect the weak, to stand against the darkness. 2. To shut up and eat, one muttered from the couch in the other room. Jamie deflated slightly, but maintained his grin. To eating then, everyone raised their drinks. The clink of glasses and cans echoed through the kitchen. I ate slowly, my appetite smaller than expected, but the warmth of the food and the noise of conversation around me felt good. Grounding. Marco was telling an animated story about how Braxton had made him do 200 burpees when he accidentally called the Professor Brax instead of Professor Miller. Hikari laughed so hard she nearly fell off her stool. Even Malachi's lips quirked upward. This was my pack. The realization hit me harder than the abyssal nerve-s tendril had. Somewhere along the way, between the manipulations and the tactical calculations and the constant scheming, ID actually built something real. These people weren't just assets anymore. They were... No, stop. Don't go there. They were still assets. Valuable ones. The fact that ID grown attached was a complication, not a feature. Natalia reached over under the table and gave my hand a reassuring pat. Ich glänzte her. She wasn't looking at me, just listening to Marco's story with a small smile. You're allowed to care, the gesture seemed to say. It doesn't team make you weak. Liar, but a comforting liar. The conversation gradually shifted to the upcoming week. Braxton had apparently announced that joint training with the Sentinels was suspended indefinitely pending investigation. The anomaly had spooked the Academy brass enough that they were re-evaluating their entire gate clearance protocol. Translation: they screwed up and don't want to admit it, Skylar said, stealing a rice ball from Hikari's plate. So they're going to drown us in bureaucracy until everyone forgets. The VHC is good at that, Jacob added nervously. Making things disappear, reclassifying events, changing official records. I've documented 17 separate instances where Jacob. Isabel's voice cut through his rambling. Summary, please. Oh, right? Basically, they're covering it up. Obviously. I finished my soup, pushed the bowl away. What about Julian? The room went quiet. Marco cleared his throat. He hasn't left the Sentinel dorms. Word is he got chewed out by Professor Petrova for freezing during the fight. Some of his team are saying he tried to use Monica as a shield. He did. Natalia's voice was ice. I saw it. Celeste saw it. Everyone saw it. Raphael grunted. Coward. Coming from him, that actually meant something. The Sentinels are splitting, Isabel said, her tone clinical. Kenjiro requested a transfer to Cobalt Vipers. Monica is considering dropping out entirely. Celeste. She paused. Celeste has been to the hospital 4 times in the past 2 days. She brought flowers every time. My ribs suddenly felt tighter. She wants to thank you, Natalia said softly, for saving her life. I didn't save her life. I saved our healer. Celeste just happened to be in the blast radius. Skylar snorted. Sure, keep telling yourself that. The kitchen door swung open. Carmen stumbled in, still wearing her clothes from the mainland trip, her eye patch askew and her hair a disaster. Is that my boy? She squinted at me. You look terrible. Did someone hit you with a truck? Something like that. Well, you're alive. That's what matters. She patted my head like I was a dog, then grabbed a beer from the fridge. Braxton says you're excused from training until the doctors clear you. So enjoy being useless for a week. Thanks, Carmen. Really feeling the support. Anytime, kiddo. Chapter 318. My patron god thinks my love life is a hit show. She wandered back out, probably to pass out on her bed. The celebration wound down after that. People started drifting off to their rooms, exhaustion finally catching up with adrenaline. Marco clapped me on the shoulder one more time before heading upstairs with Malachi. Jamie announced he was going to do midnight push-ups in honor of my recovery. Jacob scurried away when I made eye contact. Eventually, only 5 of us remained. Me, Natalia, Emmy, Skylar, and Sumin. The tension returned with a vengeance. Emmy stood by the sink, washing dishes with unnecessary focus. Sumin perched on a stool, playing with her hair. Skylar leaned against the refrigerator, examining her nails like they were the most interesting thing in the world. Natalia sat beside me, radiating possessive energy. Someone had to say something. So I started. 4 sets of eyes locked onto me. Abort. Abort, abort, abort. Thanks for waiting up, I finished lamely. Emmy turned, drying her hands on a towel. Of course we waited. We're a team, right? A team. A team where the leader kisses multiple members, Skylar added helpfully. I was going to kill her. Natalia stiffened beside me. Emmy's eyes went wide. What? Nothing, I said quickly. Skylar just... I kissed him on the balcony at Vortex, Skylar interrupted, looking directly at Emmy. 2 days ago. It was enlightening. The room temperature plummeted. Emmy's face cycled through several expressions. Confusion. Hurt. Then something harder. You kissed Skylar? It was complicated. How is kissing someone complicated? Suman made a tiny sound. When I looked at her, she'd gone pale. The fox wants to know if you kissed anyone else. Jesus Christ. Natalia stood up. This conversation is over. Satora needs rest. No. Emmy's voice, usually so sweet and accommodating, carried steel. I want to know. She stepped closer, her brown eyes searching mine. Looking for a lie. Looking for reassurance. The nectar hummed in my veins, responding to her presence. I could still feel the warmth of her earlier bravado on my cheek. This was a nightmare. Centurado. Something vulnerable flickered across her face before her mask reasserted itself. How romantic, she deadpanned. Emmy looked between us, her hands twisting the dish towel. But you kissed her, and you kissed me. And Natalia, I kissed you on the cheek. It still counts. Fair point. Sumin raised her hand like we were in class. The fox says she wants a turn. And oh, Natalia and Emmy said simultaneously. The fox could wait until I figured out how to handle her without causing an international incident. Natalia grabbed my arm, started pulling me toward the door. Yes, going to bed. Now, Dr. S orders. Since when do you care about Dr. S orders? Skylar called after us. Natalia didn't respond, just kept dragging me toward the stairs. Emmy followed. So did Skylar. And Sumin. We formed the world's most awkward procession up to the 2nd floor. When we reached my room, Natalia planted herself in front of the door like a guard. He needs sleep. Alone. I can keep him company, Emmy offered. Make sure he doesn't have nightmares. Or complications. Or no. Skylar examined her nails. I don't care either way. But the fox is going to be insufferable if she doesn't get at least 5 minutes. Sumin's eyes had started glowing faintly blue. This was spiraling. I stepped between them, raised my hands. Everyone stopped. Surprisingly, they did. I appreciate the concern. Really. But I'm exhausted, everything hurts, and I'm one wrong move away from passing out. I looked at each of them in turn. We'll figure this out. Tomorrow, when I can think straight. Emmy looked like she wanted to protest, but Natalia's glare convinced her otherwise. Fine, she said softly, but I'm checking on you in the morning. Early. Sure. Skylar pushed off the wall. Don't die in your sleep, stray dog. That would be anticlimactic. I'll do my best. She left without another word, her footsteps silent on the hardwood. Sumin lingered, her eyes still carrying that faint glow. The fox says you smell different. Stronger, like you died and came back. That's approximately accurate. She says she's glad. Sumin's voice softened back to her normal shy register. I'm glad, too, that you're back. And safe. She fled down the hallway before I could respond, her pink hair disappearing around the corner, which left Natalia. She didn't move from her position, blocking the door. You're not coming in, I told her. Watch me. Natalia, you almost died. I know. I was there. I stepped closer, cupped her face in my hands. I'm here. I'm alive. Because of you. Because I panicked and broke reality. Because you refused to let me die. I bravado her forehead. You saved me, Natalia. Not the other way around. She exhaled shakily, her hands coming up to grip my wrists. I hate that you're right. Get used to it. She bravado me then, hard and desperate, with the same fierce emotion as the hospital. Censuredo, because we both know she's not that bold. Yet, she had a point. Natalia kissed me one more time, soft and lingering, then finally stepped aside. Good night, my king. Good night, my queen. She disappeared into the darkness of the hallway, leaving me alone at last. I opened my door, stepped inside, and immediately collapsed face first onto my bed. Bartholomew's terrarium glowed softly on the desk. The immortal snail was doing its immortal snail thing, munching on lettuce with the confidence of something that would outlive the heat death of the universe. Living the dream, aren't you? I muttered. He didn't respond. Sanayos harelido. I should be passed out immediately. My body certainly wanted to, but my mind kept churning, replaying the day's events. Luca's acceptance. Kimiko's relief. The guild's loyalty. The four girls who all staked different claims on me in different ways. The system chimed softly. Of course it did. I groaned, rolled onto my back despite my protesting ribs, and pulled up the interface. A new message waited. Message from sponsor. Apollo. My stomach dropped. I opened it. That was quite a show, darling. Ratings through the roof. The moment you took that hit for your healer? Pure gold. Aphrodite literally wept. Very moving. But we need to talk about the key. You open a door you shouldn't have. Ask questions that don't have safe answers. The director is watching now. Really watching. And when the director pays attention, well, let us just say the difficulty is about to spike. Keep the key safe. You're going to need it. Also, you've got quite a complicated love situation brewing. Natalia is ready to fight off anyone who looks at you. Skylar's in denial. Emmy's developing concerning obsessive tendencies. And the fox? She's decided you're her partner. Can't wait to see how you handle this. Take care. Apollo Chapter 319. The Hounds of Onyx don't understand the concept of a sick day. Morning arrived with all the subtlety of a brick through a window. Someone was knocking on my door. Aggressively. Go away. I groaned into my pillow. The knocking intensified. Satori. It's been 8 hours. I'm coming in. Emmy's voice. Of course it was Emmy's voice. The door burst open before I could respond, and a blur of sapphire blue hair launched itself onto my bed. I had approximately half a second to brace before Emmy landed beside me, her healing aura already pulsing around her hands. Your vitals look stable, but I brought breakfast and medicine, and also I made you a bento for later, and Emmy. The rice is from this special farm that Isabel told me about, and the eggs are organic, and Emmy. I stayed up all night researching recovery protocols for thoracic trauma, and did you know that? I grabbed her wrist. She stopped talking immediately, her brown eyes going wide. Breathe. She breathed. Good. Now, what time is it? 6:30. I let my head fall back against the pillow. You said you'd check on me in the morning. Not at dawn. 6:30 is morning. Technically correct. The worst kind of correct. Her healing aura washed over me, warm and soothing, and I had to admit it felt incredible. The constant ache in my ribs dulled to a whisper. My shoulders stopped throbbing entirely. That's actually helping, I admitted. Her face lit up like a D handed her a trophy. Really? I've been practicing. I read this article about focused mana circulation, and I thought maybe if I... The door opened again. Natalia stood in the doorway, still in her pajamas, her purple hair a wild mess. Her eyes locked onto Emmy, sitting on my bed, leaning over me with a worried look. Oh, Natalia said quietly. So this is what's happening. It's not what it looks like. Emmy squeaked. It looks like you're alone in my Barato-S room at 6 in the morning hovering over him like that. I'm healing him. Uh-huh. I sat up slowly, Emmy's hands falling away. She actually is healing me. See? Less dying. Very helpful. Natalia, I twitched. This was going to be a problem. Come here, I said, patting the space beside me. Natalia hesitated for exactly 1 second before crossing the room and claiming the spot to my left. She pressed herself against my side possessively, shooting Emmy a look that could have frozen lava. Emmy, bless her oblivious heart, didn't seem to notice. Your regeneration is progressing well. Professor Braxton's medical team said you should be cleared for light activity by tomorrow. Light activity, Natalia repeated. Like what? Walking, stretching, maybe some gentle sparring. Natalia nudged me under the blanket. What about other activities? Emmy tilted her head. Like what? Nothing, I said quickly. She means nothing. Natalia tapped me lightly. I deserve that. A soft knock at the door announced Su-Min's arrival. She peeked around the frame, her pink hair still mussed from sleep, wearing an oversized t-shirt that hung off one shoulder. The fox woke me up. She said Satori was surrounded and needed backup. Backup from what? I asked. Su-Min's eyes darted between Natalia and Emmy. From them. Excuse me? Natalia's voice dropped to sub-zero temperatures. Su-Min flinched. I'm just telling you what she said. I don't control her. This was my life now. A living room comedy where all the main characters wanted to either kiss me or kill each other. Come he sighed. Might as well complete the set. Su-Min scurried inside, positioning herself at the foot of my bed. Her eyes glowed faintly blue for a moment before returning to normal. The fox is satisfied, she reported. For now. Great. Wonderful. I'm so glad the ancient spirit possessing my teammate is satisfied. Emmy raised her hand. I brought enough breakfast for everyone. It's downstairs in the kitchen. Of course you did. It's important that we all eat together as a team. Bonding strengthens unit cohesion, and... You've been reading Braxton's tactical manuals again. Haven't you? She blushed. Maybe. Natalia stood abruptly. Fine. Breakfast. But I'm sitting next to Satori. I was going to sit next to him. Emmy protested. Then you'll have to be fast. They glared at each other. Su-Min raised her hand tentatively. The fox wants to sit next to him too. And oh, they said in unison. Breakfast was chaos. Emmy had prepared enough food for a small army, which was appropriate given that Jamie ate like a small army all by himself. The kitchen table groaned under the weight of rice, grilled fish, miso soup, tamagoyaki, pickled vegetables, and what appeared to be an entire bakery's worth of fresh bread. This is incredible, Marco shouted, mouth full. Emmy, you're amazing. She beamed. I wanted everyone to have a good meal. We all worked so hard in the dungeon. Natalia had claimed the seat to my right. Emmy sat to my left. Su-Min had somehow ended up directly across from me, her eyes never leaving my face. It was like being in the center of a very pretty, very dangerous triangle. Skylar arrived late, looking like she barely slept. She surveyed the seating arrangement, snorted, and dropped into the chair beside Su-Min. Love what you've done with the place, she drawled. Very harem anime. Classic. Shut up, I muttered. The protagonist surrounded by beautiful women who all want his attention? Groundbreaking stuff, really. Never been done before. I will throw this rice at your face. How bold of you. Natalia's grip on her chopsticks tightened dangerously. Isabel swept in, already dressed in full tactical gear, and surveyed the room with her usual unflappable calm. Team meeting in 1 hour. The VHC sent a formal inquiry about the anomaly incident. We need to align our stories. What stories? Marco asked. We went in, stuff went wrong, Satori and Natalia killed it. Easy. The VHC doesn't deal in easy. They deal in paperwork and political leverage. Jacob scurried in, clutching his tablet, eyes wild. Did anyone else see the news? The official report says the gate experienced a spontaneous mana surge that caused temporary instability. No mention of the anomaly. No mention of the casualties. Nothing. Called it, Skylar said around a mouthful of bread. But that's not what happened. We have witnesses. We have footage. How can they just, because they can, I interrupted. The VHC controls the narrative. Always has. They decide what's real and what gets buried. Jacob looked like I slapped him. But the truth is whatever they say it is. Welcome to the big leagues, Jacob. He slumped into a chair, clutching his tablet like a security blanket. Raphael entered, grabbed a plate, and sat at the far end of the table without acknowledging anyone. His amber eyes met mine briefly. Something passed between us. Sincerado, I must ask the most important question. Everyone braced themselves. Satori, what is your type? I choked on my rice. His what? Emmy asked. His type. The truest measure of man's soul. What qualities does he seek in a romantic partner? Natalia is sohadarkend. He has a girlfriend. This is not about relationships. This is about truth. About understanding the core of a person's being. It's about muscles, Raphael muttered. Everything with you is about muscles. The muscles are merely the window through which we observe the soul. I coughed, still recovering from nearly dying via rice inhalation. My type is anyone who can keep up with me. Jamie considered this. An excellent answer. Strength attracts strength. The alpha seeks an equal. That's not what your soul is pure. Satori, like the finest protein powder. Skylar put her head down on the table and started laughing silently. I made a mental note to never have breakfast with these people again. Chapter 320. My group is officially in a Cold War. The team meeting took place in Onyx House's common room, which someone had transformed into a proper briefing area complete with holographic displays and uncomfortable chairs. Braxton stood at the front, looking tired. Dark circles under his eyes suggested he slept even less than I had. All right, listen up. The official VHC position is that the sunken necropolis experienced an unprecedented mana fluctuation that temporarily elevated the threat level. No external tampering suspected. Case closed. That's garbage, Jacob said immediately. Yes, it is. But it's the garbage we're going to pretend to believe because the alternative is becoming persons of interest in a political investigation that will end several careers and possibly some lives. That shut everyone up. The good news, Braxton continued, is that you've all been cleared of any wrongdoing. The bad news is that the Argent Sentinels are requesting a joint debriefing to align testimonies, which means they want to make sure we don't contradict whatever story they're telling. What story are they telling? Isabel asked. That Julian Valerius showed exceptional leadership under pressure, and the combined effort of both teams defeated the anomaly. Silence. Then Raphael started laughing. Julian, he said slowly, showed exceptional leadership. Julian, the guy who tried to use his teammate as a human shield. That Julian, the very same. And we're supposed to agree with this? For the time being, yes. Natalia's hand found mine under the table. Her grip was tight enough to hurt. I understood her anger. Julian had nearly gotten her killed, had nearly gotten all of us killed, and now we were supposed to smile and nod while he took credit for surviving? But I also understood the game being played. Julian's family had connections, power, influence, the kind that could make problems disappear. The Onyx Hounds had nothing but each other. When asked this debriefing, I asked, tomorrow afternoon. Neutral ground. The VHC administrative complex on the mainland. I'll be there. Braxton's eyes narrowed. You're still recovering. I'll be there, I repeated. Julian and I need to have a conversation. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. Braxton studied me for a long moment. Whatever he saw on my face made him sigh. Fine, but if you collapse during the meeting, I'm not carrying you out. Noted. The meeting continued. Statistics. Rankings. Upcoming training schedules. I absorbed maybe half of it, my mind already racing ahead to tomorrow. Julian Valerius thought he could rewrite history. He thought he could turn his cowardice into heroism through the magic of political connections. He was wrong, and I was going to enjoy teaching him that lesson. The rest of the day passed in a blur of recovery and planning. Emmy appeared every 2 hours to check my vitals and force healing energy into my battered body. By evening, my ribs had graduated from agonizing to merely uncomfortable. Natalia stuck to my side like a shadow, her presence a constant reminder of what we nearly lost. Skylar found me on the balcony around sunset, smoking a cigarette that smelled faintly of something synthetic and probably illegal. "Nice view," she said, leaning against the railing beside me. "It's okay. The city looks almost peaceful from up here. Hard to believe there's a conspiracy trying to kill us somewhere down there. Allegedly, right? Allegedly." She took a long drag, exhaled slowly. The smoke curled up into the fading light. "You kissed me for a selfish reason," she said without preamble. "Yes, most guys would lie about that. I'm not most guys." She laughed, short and sharp. "No, you're really not." We stood in silence for a moment. "It was a good kiss, though," she admitted. "Top 3. Maybe top 2. Centurado. Must be exhausting. You have no idea." She pushed off the railing, started walking back inside. Paused at the door. "Tomorrow. The debriefing. Don't do anything stupid. Define stupid. Anything that gets you barato before I figure out what on earth I'm feeling." She disappeared inside before I could respond. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, running scenarios in my head. The VHC meeting. Julian S. likely moves. Potential witnesses. Points of leverage. The key rested on my nightstand, its bronze surface catching the moonlight. The symbols continued their slow dance, rearranging into patterns I almost recognized. What doors do I need to open? What truths were waiting behind them? A soft knock interrupted my thoughts. "Come." Natalia slipped through the door, wearing an oversized t-shirt and a sleepy expression. Her purple hair hung loose around her shoulders. "Couldn't sleep," she said. "Me neither." She crossed the room and sat beside me on the bed. "Tomorrow," she said softly. "Tomorrow. I want to barato him. I know, but we can't. Not yet. Not directly. No." She was quiet for a moment. "I hate this. Playing their game. Pretending that coward deserves anything other than a slow death. We're not pretending. We're waiting." "For what?" I turned to face her, traced a finger along her jaw. "For the right moment. Julian S. family has power, but power can be taken. Influence can be undermined. All it takes is patience. And if I run out of patience, then I'll hold you back until you remember why we're playing the long game." Her eyes softened. "You really think we can beat them? The VHC? The conspirators? Whatever else is coming. I think we don't have a choice." She barato me then, a quiet, tender moment. The nectar responded, flooding us both with warmth. When we broke apart, her eyes were slightly glazed. "I love you," she whispered. "Is that stupid? Probably. Do you love me?" I thought about the question. Really thought about it. In my previous life, love had been a weapon, a tool, something to exploit in others and never allow in myself. But Natalia had watched me die, had torn reality apart to save me, had bound her soul to mine without hesitation. Did I love her? Yes, I said. God help us both, but yes. She smiled, brilliant and genuine. "Good, because you're stuck with me now. I know. Forever. I know." She tucked herself against my side, her head on my chest, her arm draped across my stomach. Sleep came easier with her there. Chapter 321. The room where it happens 1-2, the VHC administrative complex on the mainland, looked exactly like you'd expect from an organization that controlled the fate of nations. Marble floors polished to a mirror shine. Crystal chandeliers that probably cost more than my entire neighborhood. Paintings of heroic hunters in dramatic poses. All of them conveniently dead and unable to complain about the artistic liberties taken with their jawlines. I hated it immediately. "You're limping," Natalia observed as we walked through the main atrium. "I'm not limping. I'm walking with character. You're limping. It's called swagger, Natalia. Look it up. She rolled her eyes but stayed close, her shoulder brushing mine. We agreed she would wait in the main lobby during my little pre-meeting chat. Backup in case things went sideways. Not that I expected them to. Julian Valerius was many things. Arrogant. Entitled. The kind of guy who probably had servants to put on his shoes. But above all else, Julian was predictable. His type always was. When you spend your whole life having problems solved by money and connections, you never develop the instincts to handle real adversity. And what happened in that dungeon? That was the realest adversity Julian would ever face. I found a private antechamber exactly where Braxton said it would be. 3rd floor, east wing, behind a door, so ornate it probably had its own security detail. Inside, the room screamed old money so loud my ears rang. Dark wood paneling, leather furniture that looked older than the rupture. A crystal decanter of something amber and expensive on a side table. Professor Anya Petrova stood by the window, her back to the room, spine so rigid you could use it as a straight edge. Her reflection in the glass showed a face carved from ice, not a single emotion permitted to crack the surface. I didn't wait for an invitation. The leather chair behind the antique desk was probably reserved for important people with important titles. I dropped into it anyway, propping my injured arm on the armrest and letting out a theatrical sigh of relief. Love what you've done with the place, I said. Very evil corporation boardroom. Really captures the whole soul-crushing bureaucracy vibe. Petrova didn't turn around. You're early. Time is money, and I'm not getting paid for this. The door opened again. Julian Valerius entered like a man walking to his own execution. His posture was perfect, his suit immaculate, his golden hair styled to aristocratic perfection. But his eyes told a different story. Red-rimmed, slightly wild. The eyes of someone who hadn't slept in days. Behind him, I caught a glimpse of his family in the hallway. His father looked like someone had sculpted him from marble and disappointment. His mother possessed the kind of beauty that came with a price tag and an expiration date. Neither of them looked at their son as he excused himself. I need to speak with a colleague, Julian said, his voice admirably steady. The door closed. Julian and I stared at each other across the room. I didn't stand up. Didn't offer a handshake. Just leaned back in my chair and smiled. Nice suit, Julian. Hides the shaking well. His jaw tightened. Nakano. Valerius. I see you survived your injuries. Sorry to disappoint. The tension in the room could have cut glass. Petrova finally turned from the window, her icy blue eyes sweeping over both of us with obvious distaste. Can we dispense with the posturing? She said. We have 15 minutes before the official inquiry begins. 15 minutes is plenty of time. I gestured to the chair across from me. Sit down, Julian. Let us talk about the future. He didn't move. I prefer to stand. Suit yourself. Your legs are going to give out in about 5 minutes anyway. Is that a threat? It's an observation. You look like hammered garbage, Julian. No offense. His hands curled into fists at his sides. I watched the muscle in his jaw jump. Beautiful. We both know what happened in that dungeon. I continued, my voice dropping into something more conversational. More personal. You froze. You used Monica as a shield. You watched 2 of your teammates die while you cowered behind a pillar. That's not. I have combat recorder footage, Julian. Multiple angles. Crystal clear audio. The whole thing. The color drained from his face. Petrova stepped forward. That footage is classified VHC property. Is it? My understanding is that squad leaders have access to their own team's recordings. And since the Onyx Hounds breached into the Argent Wing during the incident, technically we were operating as a combined unit. Our footage is our property. Her eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. You're playing a dangerous game. Boy, EM17. I don't play games. I win them. Silence. Julian's breathing had gone shallow. His perfect composure was cracking, hairline fractures spreading across the mask he'd worn his entire life. What do you want? He asked finally. There it was. The magic words. Right now? That chair looks pretty comfortable. You sure you don't want to sit? Nakano. Fine. Straight to business. I respect that. I folded my hands across my stomach, the picture of casual confidence. Here's the situation, Julian. If the real story of what happened gets filed in the official report, the House of Valerius is finished. Your father's reputation, your mother's social standing, your own career, all of it gone, burned to ash by the simple truth that the Golden Prince of Valoria is a coward who sacrificed his teammates to save himself. Julian S. Adam S. Applebobbed. But I continued, letting the word hang in the air. History is written by the victors. And I'm feeling generous today. Petrova's expression didn't change, but I caught the slight shift in her posture. Interest hidden beneath layers of aristocratic disdain. We submit a joint report, I said. The official story becomes, when the anomaly appeared, both teams combined their efforts in a desperate battle. Through cooperation and tactical brilliance, the threat was neutralized. Julian Valerius showed exceptional leadership in coordinating the retreat, while Satoru Nakano led the counterattack. Everyone walks away a hero. And in exchange, Petrova's voice could have frozen lava. I want to transfer. Absolutely not. The words came out fast, a rare crack in her perfect composure. We have already lost 2 students to death. Kinjiro Kobayashi has submitted his transfer request to the Cobalt Vipers. The Argent Sentinels are down to 10 active members. Giving you more is suicide for our program. Then I released the unedited combat logs. Today, to every news outlet in Valoria, the temperature in the room dropped about 15 degrees. Petrova's eyes blazed with cold fury. You wouldn't dare. Try me. Julian stepped between us, hands raised. Wait. Just wait. He turned to me, desperation bleeding through his voice. What transfer are we talking about? 1 person? 2? 2? Who? Monica von Ostholm and Celeste Vance. Chapter 322. The room where happens 2 Julian's face went through several expressions in rapid succession. Shock, confusion, a brief flash of hope, then calculation. Take Monica, he said quickly. Too quickly. She has been a liability since the incident. Traumatized, can barely hold her weapon anymore. But Celeste stays. She has the VHC legacy, the president's sister. She is too valuable to... You want me to take the girl you used as a meat shield? Julian flinched. That is not doing me a favor, Julian. That is doing you one. Monica saw everything. Monica knows exactly what you did. Every time she looks at you, she remembers. Getting rid of her solves your problem, not mine. Then what? No. I leaned forward, elbows on my knees. Monica is non-negotiable. I'm taking her because she deserves better than you. She deserves a guild that won't throw her to the wolves the moment things get hard. Julian's mouth opened and closed. No sound came out. And I'm taking Celeste. Petrova moved like a striking snake, crossing the room in 3 steps to loom over me. Her crystalline aspect flickered at her fingertips, razor-sharp ice forming and dissolving in rapid cycles. Do you have any idea who you're dealing with? She hissed. Celeste Vance is under the direct protection of the VHC president. Her sister will destroy you. She will destroy your guild. She will burn everything you've ever loved to the ground and salt the earth behind her. Probably. Then why? Because I have a team member named Noah Gray who keeps sneaking out at night to clean Celeste's room. Petrova blinked. Julian stared. The words hung in the air, so unexpected that they short-circuited whatever response either of them had prepared. Noah is Celeste's bodyguard. I continued, my voice returning to its casual cadence. Officially assigned by President Vance herself. But Noah's current arrangement requires her to split time between Onyx House and the Sentinel dorms. It's inefficient. It's a security risk. She is exhausted. And when Noah is exhausted, she makes mistakes. And when she makes mistakes, Celeste's safety is compromised. I spread my hands, the picture of reasonableness. If Celeste transfers to Onyx House, Noah can do her job properly. She gets more sleep. My team functions better. Everyone wins. It's purely logistical. The silence that followed was almost beautiful. Julian looked at Petrova. Petrova looked at Julian. Neither seemed to know what to do with an explanation so mundane so practical that it defied their expectations of manipulation and scheming. You want the president's sister, Julian said slowly, because of logistics? What else would it be? I don't know. Maybe adding another achievement to your collection? Another trophy under your belt? I laughed. Julian, you really think too small. If I wanted to impress Celeste Vance, I could do it from across the atoll. Geography isn't the Barado factor here. I shrugged. Besides, have you seen my current situation? I've got more romantic complications than a soap opera. The last thing I need is another woman in my life. It was a blatant lie. Well, mostly a lie. The part about romantic complications was unfortunately accurate. But the beautiful thing about lies is that they don't need to be believed. They just need to be plausible. And my bodyguard needs more sleep was exactly plausible enough to be disarming. Petrova's expression remained glacial, but I caught the slight relaxation in her shoulders. The threat assessment downgrading from immediate danger to merely problematic. This is absurd, she said finally. Even if we agreed, President Vance would never. President Vance personally thanked me for saving her sister's life. She bowed to my mother. She placed my hospital room under her protection. I checked my watch. I think she might be open to the idea of putting Celeste in a guild that actually keeps her safe. The clock on the wall ticked loudly in the silence. Julian's hands were shaking now. The tremors he'd been hiding so well had finally broken through. If we agree, he said carefully, this goes away. The footage, the truth, all of it. The footage gets locked in my personal archives. Never released, never referenced, never used against you. I held his gaze. As long as you keep your end of the deal. And if I don't? I smiled. Then the footage releases automatically. And I have to explain to President Vance exactly how her beloved little sister ended up facing an A-rank anomaly with nothing but a coward for protection. Julian went white. Your choice, I said. Hero or coward. The inquiry starts in 5 minutes. The clock continued its merciless countdown. Petrova looked at Julian. Julian looked at the floor. The weight of his entire future pressed down on his shoulders, visible in the hunch of his spine and the tremor in his jaw. Fine, Petrova said at last. Monica Lee and Celeste Vance. Transferred to the Onyx Hounds, effective immediately. Excellent. But know this, Nakano. She stepped closer, her voice dropping to a dangerous whisper. You are making enemies you cannot handle. The powers you are playing with have crushed men far more impressive than you. Probably. This isn't over. It never is. I stood, ignoring the protest from my ribs, and extended my hand to Julian. He stared at it like I was offering him a live grenade. Shake my hand, Julian. Let us make history together. His palm was damp when it met mine. Clammy. The handshake of a man who knew he'd been beaten but couldn't quite accept it yet. I held the grip a moment longer than necessary. Let him feel the strength in my fingers despite my injuries. Let him understand that the wounded fighter head dismissed, as beneath his notice had just taken a piece out of his empire. Good doing business with you. I released his hand and walked to the door. The door closed behind me. In the hallway, I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. The adrenaline that had kept me sharp during the negotiation crashed all at once, leaving my hands trembling and a sharp ache in my ribs. But I'd done it. Celeste Vance. Monica von Ostholm. 2 new pieces on the board. One traumatized support who'd seen Julian's true face and needed somewhere safe to recover. One ice princess with S-rank potential and a direct line to the most powerful woman in Valoria. The system chimed in my vision. Hidden quest complete. The room where it happens reward. 500 SP bonus objective achieved. Secure transfer without revealing true intentions bonus reward. Trait. Silver tongue. Silver tier. Description. Your words carry weight beyond their meaning. Persuasion attempts receive a 15 success bonus. Lies become harder to detect through conventional means. I dismissed the notification and started walking toward the lobby where Natalia waited. The inquiry would be a formality now. Everyone knew their roles. Julian would play the hero. I would play the modest savior. The VHC would get their clean narrative. And the Onyx Hounds would get 2 new members who had absolutely no idea what they were getting into. Chapter 323. Packing up is hard to do, especially when your bodyguard has a crush on the stray dog. Celeste Vance had never realized how little she owned until she tried to pack it. The room that had been assigned to her in the Argent Sentinel's dormitory was immaculate. The sheets on her bed were crisp white, hospital corners perfect enough to bounce a coin off. The desk held nothing but a datapad and a single pen, aligned parallel to each other. The closet contained her uniforms. Centuredo, a controlled environment. No distractions. No attachments. Nothing that couldn't be packed in 15 minutes and relocated to wherever the VHC needed me next. She had succeeded beyond her sister's wildest dreams. She had become as empty as her room. I can't do this. Monica von Astrom sat on the edge of Celeste's bed, arms wrapped around a pillow, knees drawn up to her chest. Her blonde hair, usually styled to perfection, hung lank and unwashed around her face. Dark circles carved hollows beneath her eyes. She hadn't slept properly since the dungeon. Can't do what? Celeste asked, her voice soft. Any of it. Packing. Moving. Meeting new people. Monica's grip on the pillow tightened. What if they're just like him? What if they look at me and see what he saw? Disposable. Expendable. A shield. The words went unspoken, but they hung in the air between them like poison. Celeste crossed the room and sat beside Monica on the bed. She didn't touch her. Monica flinched at unexpected contact now, a reflex she'd developed in the 3 days since Julian Valerius had shoved her toward death. They're not like him, Celeste said. How do you know? Because Satoru Nakano saved us. Monica looked up, confusion clouding her red-rimmed eyes. He saved you. I was just there. No. Celeste shook her head. When he made the deal with Julian, he could have taken anyone. Kenjiro would have been more useful. Eren is a stronger fighter, but he specifically asked for you. Maybe he just wanted. He said talent shouldn't be wasted on cowards. Monica went still. Noah told me. Celeste allowed a small smile to touch her lips. Nakano said you deserve a guild that won't throw you to the wolves. Those were his exact words. For a long moment, Monica didn't respond. Then her shoulders shook once, twice, and tears spilled down her cheeks in silent streams. I thought I was going to die, she whispered. I saw that thing coming for me. And Julian he just pushed me. Like I was nothing. You're not nothing. Then why did he? Because he is a coward. The voice came from the doorway, sharp and certain. Noah Gray stood with an empty box in her arms, her blonde hair pulled back in its usual severe ponytail, her professional mask firmly in place. But something was different about her today. The tension that usually lived in her shoulders had loosened. Her movements, as she crossed to Celeste's closet and began transferring uniforms into the box, were lighter than Celeste had ever seen them. Almost happy. You knew him better than anyone here. Noah continued, folding clothes with aggressive speed. You know what kind of person he is. What happened in that dungeon was just him, his true self. The mask finally slipped. Monica wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. But he was always so charming, confident, perfect. Noah snorted. That's the problem with people like Julian. They're great at performing strength. But the first time real danger shows up, you find out what they're actually made of. She closed the box and reached for another, moving to Celeste's desk. Are you all right? Celeste asked, watching Noah's almost frantic energy with growing curiosity. You seem different today. Noah's hands paused on the datapad. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, so slight that anyone else would have missed it. I'm fine, Lady Vance. Celeste. What? We're not in the Sentinel dorms anymore. We're going somewhere new. Somewhere. Celeste searched for the right word. Somewhere I want to try being just Celeste. Noah stared at her for a long moment. Something softened in her expression. Something warm and almost vulnerable. Celeste, she repeated, as if testing the word on her tongue. Fine. Better than fine, actually. Why? The blush deepened. Noah suddenly became very interested in arranging the contents of the box. No reason. Noah, it's nothing important. Your face is the color of a tomato. Noah's jaw clenched. She set down the box with more force than necessary and turned to face Celeste directly. He said it was inefficient. Celeste blinked. What? Nakano. When he made the deal, Professor Petrova asked him why he wanted you transferred, and he said, Noah's voice dropped, almost mumbling. He said it was inefficient for me to sneak out every night. He said having us all in the same building would improve camaraderie. The words hung in the air. Monica looked up from her pillow, tear tracks still wet on her cheeks. Wait, he did it for you? No. Noah's blush had spread to her ears now. He did it for tactical reasons. For the team. He did it for you, Celeste said, and she felt her lips curve into the first genuine smile she'd worn in weeks. That boy negotiated with Julian Valerius, blackmailed the heir of one of Valoria's great families, and demanded the president's sister as part of the deal because he wanted you to get more sleep. Noah opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. That's not. It's kind of romantic. Actually, Monica said quietly. It's not romantic. It's practical. Noah made a strangled noise of frustration. Impossible. Reckless and arrogant, and he nearly got himself killed taking a hit for his healer, and he has that stupid smug grin and those stupid sharp eyes, and she stopped abruptly, seeming to realize what she was saying. The silence that followed was deafening. Oh, Celeste said softly. Oh, I see. You don't see anything. You like him. I do not. Your denial is very convincing, Monica offered, a ghost of her old humor flickering across her face. Truly, Oscar-worthy performance. Noah's expression cycled through indignation, embarrassment, and something that might have been panic before settling into resignation. I don't like him, she said firmly. I am professionally intrigued by his tactical capabilities. That's all. Of course. And I respect his willingness to sacrifice himself for his teammates. Naturally. And his hands are very nice. Both Celeste and Monica stared at her. Noah's face went crimson. I'm going to pack the bathroom supplies. She fled the room before either of them could respond. Chapter 324. Argent Sentinels have rules. Onyx Hounds have cookies. The Argent pin felt strange in Celeste's palm. It was heavier than it looked. Silver and Aegis blue, polished to a mirror shine, the stylized eagle catching the light from the window. She had worn it every day since her acceptance into the program. It had been her entire identity, her purpose, her cage. She set it on the desk, next to the datapad where she had typed her final message. To Julian, I hope the fake glory keeps you warm at night. It cost you everything else. Not eloquent, not poetic, but honest. That was more than Julian deserved. Ready? Noah appeared in the doorway, a box balanced on each hip. Monica stood behind her, clutching her own small bag of belongings, still pale, but no longer crying. Celeste looked around the room one last time. The pristine sheets, the empty walls, the sterile perfection of a life she had never chosen. Yes, she said, I think I am. The walk through the Argent dormitory felt longer than it should have. The remaining Sentinels watched them go, some with envy, jealous of anyone who had found an escape from the poisoned atmosphere that had settled over the guild since the dungeon. Some with judgment, convinced that leaving made them traitors or cowards. Most of them with nothing at all, blank faces hiding whatever they truly felt. No one spoke to them. No one wished them well. We were never a team, Celeste realized. We were just a collection of rivals forced into the same uniform. The moment one of us stumbled, the others would step over the body. The main entrance loomed ahead. Freedom was just a few steps away. Going somewhere. Julian Valerius stood in their path. He looked terrible. His golden hair was unwashed, hanging limp around a face that had aged a decade in 3 days. His uniform was wrinkled. His sapphire eyes, usually bright with arrogant confidence, were bravado and wild. But his sneer was the same as always. Some things never changed. Julian, Celeste said evenly. I'd say it's good to see you, but I was raised not to lie. He ignored her completely. His gaze locked on a Monica like a hawk spotting target. Good riddance, he said, and his voice dripped with contempt. You should have been a proper shield. If you'd done your job correctly, maybe my teammates wouldn't be dead. Monica made a small, wounded sound. Her hands tightened on her bag until her knuckles went white. Noah moved instantly. One moment she was beside Celeste, the next she had stepped in front of Monica, her hand resting on the hilt of the combat knife at her hip. "Say that again," Noah said softly. "Please, I've been wanting an excuse." Julian's sneer faltered, but only for a moment. "You think I'm afraid of a glorified babysitter? You're nothing. All of you are nothing. Just dead weight. I'm finally free of." "Julian." Celeste's voice was quiet, calm, the same tone her sister used when addressing subordinates who had disappointed her. He turned to look at her, and she saw it in his eyes. The fear he was trying so desperately to hide. The knowledge that his perfect world was crumbling around him, and there was nothing he could do to stop it. "You really are a small jerk, aren't you?" The words hit him like a physical blow. His face contorted, rage and shame warring for control. "You ungrateful." "Thank you, Julian." Celeste smiled, and it was the coldest expression she had ever worn. "You taught me something very valuable. You showed me exactly what kind of leader I never want to become." She walked past him without another glance. Noah followed, keeping her body between Monica and Julian until they were through the door. Monica hesitated for just a moment. She looked at Julian, at the boy who had been their leader, their golden prince, their symbol of everything the Argent Sentinels were supposed to represent. "I used to admire you," she said quietly. "I thought you were everything a hunter should be." Julian's mouth twisted. "I don't care what you, now I know what you are." Monica's voice was still soft, but something had hardened in her eyes. Something that hadn't been there before. "And I'm going to spend the rest of my life becoming the kind of person who would never, ever be like you." She turned and walked away. Julian Valerius stood alone in the empty hallway of his guild, surrounded by the echoes of his own voice and the silence of everyone who had already left. Onyx House was loud. That was the first thing Celeste noticed as they approached. Music blared from somewhere inside, some kind of pre-rupture rock that she didn't recognize. Voices overlapped in animated conversation. Someone was laughing, the sound bright and unrestrained in a way that had never been permitted in the Argent dormitories. The building itself was modest. Compared to the gleaming spires of the Sentinel complex, it looked almost shabby. The paint was faded in places. The windows needed cleaning. A sign above the door proclaimed Onyx Hounds in letters that had clearly been hand-painted by someone with more enthusiasm than skill. It was imperfect, messy, alive. Celeste's heart gave an unexpected flutter. The door swung open before they could knock, and a girl with sapphire blue hair nearly collided with them. A tray of cookies balanced precariously in her hands. "You made it." Emi Aoyama's face split into a grin so genuine that it hurt to look at. "We were waiting for you." "I baked cookies, but Raphael already ate like half of them, so I had to make more. And then Marco tried to help and almost burned down the kitchen. So now Isabel is supervising," and she paused, seeming to realize she had been talking for 30 seconds without breathing. "Sorry. Emi Aoyama. I'm the healer. I talk a lot when I'm excited." Gomein. Chapter 325. Welcome to the island of misfit toys. We hope you survive the experience. She practically dragged them through the doorway. The interior of Onyx House was chaos in the best possible way. The common room was cluttered with mismatched furniture, tactical gear, textbooks, and what appeared to be someone's laundry draped over a chair. The walls were covered in posters, photographs, and what looked like a hand-drawn chart tracking something called Jamie's protein intake. A massive young man with green hair stood in front of a full-length mirror, flexing his biceps with an expression of profound concentration. "Yes," he muttered to himself. "The gains are real. The gains are real." A pair of twins sat on one of the couches, the tan-skinned girl with emerald eyes texting rapidly on her phone, while her shorter sister did push-ups on the floor, counting each rep with enthusiastic gasps. A boy with messy brown hair lay sprawled across another couch, eyes closed, seemingly asleep despite the noise. "Que fastidio, imumblez. Can someone turn down the music? I was having a good dream." Near the window, a girl with silver-streaked purple hair sat reading a book, completely ignoring the chaos around her. Her violet eyes flickered up briefly, assessed the newcomers, and returned to her page. And in the center of it all, arguing loudly with a muscular young man over some kind of video game, was Satoru Nakano. He looked different than Celeste remembered. The bruises from the dungeon had mostly faded, though she could still see the outline of the regenerator brace under his shirt. His posture was relaxed, comfortable, like a king lounging in his own throne room. That was a cheap shot, and you know it. Rafael Santoro jabbed a finger at the screen. That combo is literally impossible to block. It's only impossible if you're bad, Satori replied, that infuriating smirk playing at his lips. Which, to be fair, you are. I will literally punch you in your broken ribs. Please don't, Emi interjected, appearing at Satori's side with concern. I just finished healing those. Satori looked up. His eyes found Celeste's, and he gave a small nod of acknowledgement. Welcome to Onyx House, he said simply. Try not to break anything. We can't afford to replace it. That was it. No grand speech. No formal welcome. No discussion of expectations or duties or the honor of serving. Just acceptance. Celeste felt something loosen in her chest. Something she hadn't even realized had been wound tight. Monica stepped closer, still clutching her bag like a lifeline. Is it always like this? Usually louder, said the purple-haired girl without looking up from her book. You get used to it. Or you don't, added the boy on the couch. I haven't decided yet. Noah surveyed the chaos with an expression that might have been horror or might have been fascination. This is highly irregular. That is one word for it, Satori agreed. He stood, wincing slightly as his ribs protested, and crossed the room to stand before them. Up close, Celeste could see the shadows under his eyes, the subtle tension in his shoulders that spoke of pain he was hiding. He had nearly died saving them. He was still recovering, and he had spent his leverage on getting them out of a guild that was crushing them. Thank you, she said quietly. I don't know why you did it, but thank you. Satori's expression flickered. Something complicated passed through his eyes, something that might have been guilt or calculation or genuine emotion. She couldn't tell. Don't thank me yet, he said. Onyx House has rules. No fighting in the common room. No eating Jamie's protein powder. And absolutely no telling Braxton if you catch him gambling. He gets cranky. Those are the rules? The important ones. Satori turned to Monica, who shrank back slightly. Monica von Ostholm. Support specialist. Former sentinel. Ah, yes. Her voice was barely a whisper. You froze in the dungeon. Monica's face crumpled. I know. I'm sorry. I am good. She blinked. What? You froze because you were in shock. You just watched your leader use you as a human shield. That's a normal reaction to an abnormal situation. Satori's voice was flat, clinical. The question isn't whether you froze. The question is whether you'll freeze again. I don't know. Wrong answer. Satori leaned closer, and his eyes were sharp as broken glass. Try again. Will you freeze? Monica stared at him. The room had gone quiet, everyone watching this exchange. No, she said, and her voice was stronger than it had been in days. I won tea. I refused to. Satori smiled. It was not a kind smile, but it was genuine. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. He stepped back, gesturing toward the stairs. Emi will show you to your rooms. Get settled. We have training tomorrow. He returned to the couch, picked up his controller, and resumed his argument with Raphael as if nothing had happened. Celeste watched him go, a strange feeling settling in her stomach. He is manipulating us, she realized. Every word, every gesture, every moment of seeming kindness. He is playing a game we don't even understand. But even as she thought it, another part of her whispered something else. Maybe he is, but he is also the first person who looked at Monica and saw someone worth saving. The first person who looked at Noah and saw someone worth inconveniencing himself for. The first person who looked at me and saw someone worth freeing. Emi appeared at her elbow, beaming. Come on, I'll give you the tour. The kitchen is that way, but avoid the third cabinet because that's where Malachi keeps his weird teas and they taste like dirt. The bathroom schedule is on the door, but nobody actually follows it. And if you hear screaming at night, it's probably just Raphael having a nightmare. So don't worry unless it lasts more than 10 minutes. She continued chattering as she led them up the stairs, and Celeste let the noise wash over her like warm water. This, she thought, looking back at the chaos of the common room one last time. This is what freedom looks like. It was messy, imperfect, loud. It was the most beautiful thing she had ever seen. Chapter 326. New member orientation. There are moments in a man's life when he realizes that his brilliant scheming has created problems he did not anticipate. This was one of those moments. I sat in the boss chair, the good leather recliner, the one piece of quality furniture in Onyx House that didn't smell like Jamie's protein shakes or Marco's questionable cooking experiments. I had claimed this throne through a combination of intimidation, bribery, and the simple fact that nobody else wanted to fight me for it while I was still recovering from nearly dying. The problem was not the chair. The problem was the woman refusing to give me any space. Carmen. My voice came out flat. There are other chairs. Carmen Navarro, our esteemed teaching assistant, took a long pull from her beer. She wore her usual half-unbuttoned white blouse, and her black eye patch gave her the look of a very attractive pirate who had given up on professionalism somewhere around her third drink. Her messy black hair tickled my nose every time she moved. "This one is warm," she said without turning around, "and it has a pulse." "Shut up and listen to Braxton." "I'm trying." "You're blocking my view." "Tough luck." She took another drink. "Considerate payment for all the paperwork I had to file because of your reckless stunt." I tried to shift the weight off my injured ribs. She responded by settling more firmly into position, as if she were nesting. This woman was going to kill me faster than any A-rank anomaly. The common room was packed. Every member of Onyx House had gathered for this meeting, which meant every available surface was occupied by bodies, and the ones that weren't occupied were covered in snacks. Marco had brought chips. Emmy had brought more cookies. Jamie had brought a protein shake the size of a small child. And everyone was staring at me, or more accurately, at the woman using me as furniture. Natalia sat on the couch directly across from me. Her purple eyes were fixed on Carmen's back with an intensity that could melt steel. Her fingers gripped the armrest hard enough to leave indentations in the fabric. The white streaks in her hair seemed to glow faintly, which was never a good sign. "Honey, I can explain." "Actually, no, I can't. Please don't murder our TA." Emmy perched on the arm of Natalia's couch, her sapphire hair bouncing as she craned her neck to see past Carmen. Her expression cycled between confusion, concern, and something that looked suspiciously like jealousy. Every few seconds, her healing aura flickered involuntarily. Skylar leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, watching the scene with barely concealed amusement. Her violet eyes met mine, and she mouthed something that looked like "You deserve this." "Thanks for the support, babe." The new additions to our merry band of misfits occupied the remaining furniture like refugees who weren't quite sure if they'd stumbled into sanctuary or a madhouse. Celeste Vance sat ramrod straight in a wooden chair, her periwinkle eyes wide as she tried to process the sight of a faculty member using a student as a seat cushion. Her silver-white hair was perfect. Her posture was perfect. She looked like a princess at a peasant festival, trying very hard not to touch anything. Monica von Astrom sat beside her, still clutching her bag, even though she'd arrived hours ago. Her honey blonde hair was tangled, and her amber eyes darted nervously around the room. Every loud noise made her flinch. Noah Gray stood behind them both, her blonde hair pulled back in its usual severe style. She held a datapad and appeared to be taking notes. Suman had claimed a spot on the floor near my chair, her pink hair fanning out as she leaned against the armrest. One was asleep, on the floor, in the middle of the room. Nobody seemed to find this unusual. Braxton Miller stood at the front of the gathering, looking like a man who had seen too much and been paid too little to care. His synth cigarette hung unlit from his lips, and his tired eyes swept across the assembled chaos with the weary resignation of a man who had stopped expecting professionalism years ago. "All right, Mutz." His voice cut through the chatter. "Settle down. We have new strays." The room quieted. Mostly. Jamie kept flexing in the corner, but at least he did it quietly. Braxton gestured towards Celeste and Monica. "These two are ex-Sentinels. They survived the same hellscape you did. They're part of the pack now. Don't bite them unless they bite first." "Now," Braxton's voice hardened. "Since the transfers are official, the new blood needs to introduce themselves." protocol, and all that bureaucratic nonsense. Monica stood first. Her legs were shaking, but she forced herself upright. She bowed deeply to the room, her honey strawberry hair falling around her face. Thank you for taking me in. Her voice was quiet but steady. I know I'm not. I know I was with the Sentinels. I know what people think of us. Of me. She straightened, and I caught a flash of something harder beneath the fear. But I want to be a shield anymore. I want to be a weapon. Silence. Then Raphael grunted. Good. Shields are boring. He cracked his knuckles. Welcome to the Punch Club. Monica blinked. The Punch Club? We punch things. It's very exclusive. Raphael's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. You got plant powers, right? Make thorns. Thorns are basically nature's punches. That's not how botany works. Everything is punching if you believe hard enough. I made a mental note to never let Raphael teach anyone anything ever. Celeste rose next. Her movements were graceful, controlled, like a dancer who had learned to weaponize every step. She didn't T-bow. Instead, she simply inclined her head, acknowledging the room as an equal rather than a supplicant. I want to thank this guild for the rescue in the sunken necropolis. Her voice was clear, carrying the faint echo of formal training. Without your intervention, Monica and I would have died. Her periwinkle eyes found mine through the curtain of Carmen's hair. I hope to be a worthy asset to this house. Celeste Vance, I said. Carmen shifted, finally giving me a clear line of sight. S-rank potential. Cryokinesis with artistic applications. Am I missing anything? You read my file. I read everyone's file. It's called being prepared. Her lips twitched. Then you know I prefer glacial serenade to cryokinesis. The former is more accurate and more dramatic. I am Seraphina's sister. Drama is hereditary. Oh, I like her. Chapter 327. The only thing worse than a dungeon is a roster sheet. The system pinged in the corner of my vision. A notification about potential bond development. I dismissed it before Natalia and noticed my attention wandering. Carmen finally stepped away from where she had been standing nearby, and I immediately felt a sense of relief. She stretched her arms above her head, completely unbothered by the dozen death glares aimed at her back. Well, that was cozy. She winked at me over her shoulder. Same time tomorrow, kiddo. I would rather fight another A rank. Liar. She sauntered over to lean against the wall beside Braxton, who looked like he wanted to pretend he hadn't witnessed any of that. Natalia appeared at my side before I could take a full breath. Her hand found my arm, her grip possessive. Her purple eyes were still fixed on Carmen. Satori. Her voice was honeyed poison. Is there something you'd like to tell me about our teaching assistant? She has boundary issues? She was sitting too close to you. She does that. To everyone. Ask Juan. Juan's voice drifted up from the floor. It's true. She leaned on me during last week's movie night. Que fastidio. See? I gestured at the sleeping strategist. I'm not special. Natalia's grip tightened. You are absolutely special. And you are absolutely mine. The temperature in the room dropped several degrees. I wasn't sure if that was Celeste's aspect reacting to the tension or just Natalia's sheer killing intent. Braxton cleared his throat loudly. If you're all done with the soap opera, we have actual business. He pulled up a holographic display from his battered datapad. A map of Sector 7 appeared, dotted with pulsing red markers. The VHC has declared open gate season. The room went quiet. Even one cracked one eye open. Low-level gates are popping up all over the sector, Braxton continued. E-rank through C-rank, mostly. The Commission has lifted Academy restrictions for the 5 guilds. Marco pumped his fist. Hell yeah, real missions. Don't celebrate yet. Braxton's expression soured. This ISNT charity. The VHC wants to test us. Push us. See which guilds can handle real pressure. What is the catch? Isabel asked. Her wine-red hair caught the light as she turned, her crimson eyes sharp. Multiple catches. Braxton ticked them off on his fingers. First, money. Students keep 40% of loot value. The rest goes to the academy. Juan sat up. 40% of his attention was now officially engaged. Second, points. Every clear adds to our guild score. We're currently ranked first. Braxton pointed to a leaderboard floating beside the map. Everyone wants to knock us down. The Phantoms have been running extra training sessions. The Vipers are apparently strategizing, whatever that means for those snake-faced nerds. Third, gates have stability limits. His voice hardened. You can't send a mob. Maximum team size is 6. 6. The number hit me like a punch to the gut. I did the math automatically. Years of survival instinct made mental arithmetic second nature. The girls. Natalia, Emmy, Skylar, Sumin, Noah, Akari, Hikari, Isabel. 8. The newcomers. Celeste, Monica. 2. The boys. Juan, Rafael, Jaime, Marco, Malachi, Jacob, Me. 7. 17 active combatants. Plus Carmen, so that would be 18. Maximum team size, 6. That meant at least 3 teams. And every single person in this room expected to be on my team. I looked around, really looked, and saw the minefield I had built for myself. Natalia was still standing very close beside me. Her purple eyes burned with the absolute certainty that she would be by my side. Always. No exceptions. The covenant bond between us hummed in the back of my mind, a constant reminder that we were connected in ways that went beyond the physical. Emmy sat forward on the couch, her sapphire eyes wide and hopeful. She was my healer. She had kept everyone alive in that cathedral. In her mind, there was no universe where she wouldn't be on my team. Skylar pushed off the wall, her violet eyes finding mine. Her expression said what her words wouldn't. You promised me excitement. Don't you dare leave me behind. Noah stood behind her, and I caught her looking at me before quickly glancing away. Her professional mask slipped for just a moment, revealing something softer underneath. Sumin's eyes flickered blue, and then there were the newcomers. Celeste watched me with analytical interest, like I was a puzzle she intended to solve. She wanted to see how I commanded, how I made decisions, whether I was worth following. Monica clutched her bag, waiting, hoping someone would give her a chance to prove she was more than a shield. I can't fit them all. The realization crashed over me like cold water. If I take Natalia, Emmy gets jealous. If I take Emmy, Natalia does something terrible. If I take Celeste, they both do something terrible. If I leave Skylar behind, she gets bored and does something reckless. If I don't bring the fox, Sumin has a meltdown and causes a huge mess. And no one needs to guard Celeste, but she keeps looking at me like I'm the most interesting thing in the room, which is going to cause problems. So many problems. Braxton's voice cut through my spiral. Have the rosters on my desk by morning. Don't screw it up. He grabbed Carmen by the collar before she could resettle on my lap and dragged her toward the door. She waved lazily over her shoulder. Good luck, kiddo. You're going to need it. The door closed behind them, and every single person in the room turned to look at me. The silence was deafening. Even Juan was fully awake now, propped up on one elbow with his green eyes fixed on my face. They were waiting, all of them, for me to pick my team. It's like gym class, I thought wildly. Except everyone has superpowers, and at least 4 of them are very interested in me. Maybe 5, possibly 6, if you count the fox as a separate entity. I gripped the armrest of the boss chair and pushed myself to my feet. My ribs screamed in protest. I ignored them. All right. My voice came out steady, confident, like I had any idea what I was doing. We have 3 teams to build. Alpha, Beta, Gamma. I pulled up my data pad, the screen glowing in the dim light of the common room. Let us figure out who makes the cut. Chapter 328. My squad is 1 part healer, 1 part spy, and 1 part human shield. I grabbed a marker from the side table and pulled up the holographic whiteboard. The display flickered to life, casting blue light across the faces of everyone assembled. 17 names. 6 slots per team. 3 teams. Math that would give a kindergartner nightmares. I could feel Natalia's eyes boring into the back of my skull. Emmy's hopeful gaze. Skylar's amused smirk. Sumin's quiet intensity. Celeste's analytical stare. Noah pretending not to watch me while absolutely watching me. The smart play would be to stack my team with all of them. Surround myself with beautiful women who wanted to protect me. Live the dream. The smart play would also get us all killed. A team of nothing but damage dealers and healers? No frontline tank. 6 different egos fighting for my attention while monsters tried to eat our faces? That was TA Combat Unit. That was a reality TV show waiting to implode. I turned to face the room. We're not picking friends. The words landed like stones in a pond. Ripples spread across every face. We're picking functions. I tapped the whiteboard. Every person in this room has a role, a specialty, a reason they exist on a battlefield. If I stick you with your best friend instead of someone who covers your weakness, and you die because of it, that S on me. I'll let that sink in. And I hate paperwork. Juan snorted from the floor. Marco grinned. The tension in the room shifted from romantic to professional. Good. 3 teams. 3 philosophies. I drew 3 columns on the board. Team Alpha focuses on control and adaptability. We handle the weird stuff. The black gates. The unknowns. The missions where the briefing says expected resistance. Unclear. I labeled the first column with a crown symbol because I was nothing if not theatrical. Team Beta is balance. Frontline, support, utility. The textbook, raid composition. You get sent to standard gates with predictable monster populations. Clear, extract, profit. Second column got a shield icon. Team Gamma is overwhelming force. When something needs to die and subtlety ISNT an option, we send in the nuclear warheads. Third column got a mushroom cloud. Jamie's eyes lit up at that last one. I turned back to the room. Questions? Yeah. Raphael crosses arms. Who decides the teams? I do. And if we don't like the assignment, then you can file a formal complaint with the department if I don't care. I smile without warmth. We're done negotiating, Santoro. The VHC wants us gone. The other guilds want our ranking. Julian Valerius is probably performing some dark ritual to whatever petty god handles revenge. We don't have time for democracy. Raphael held my gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded. Fine. But if you put me on a team with that idiot, he jerked his thumb at Marco. I'm charging you for therapy. Noted. I turned to the whiteboard and wrote the first name under Team Alpha. Satoru Nakano Natalia's lips curved into a satisfied smile. Of course. There was never any doubt about where she would be. I wrote her name second. Natalia Kuzmina naturally, she murmured. The system pulsed in the corner of my vision. Bond resonance detected. Tactical synergy bonus applied. I ignored it. Next. I looked at the room. I need information. Real-time tactical awareness. Someone who can see the battlefield and tell me what S coming before kills us. My eyes found Jacob, who immediately tried to make himself smaller. In no way. You don't mean Jacob Williams. I'm not. I can't. I'm literally the weakest person here. You have bullet time. I wrote his name on the board. Your brain processes combat data faster than anyone in this guild. You can track projectiles, predict enemy movement, identify weak points. I don't need you to fight. I need you to think. Jacob's mouth opened and closed like a fish. Also, you're annoyingly observant. Those conspiracy blogs don't write themselves. A nervous laugh escaped him. You read my blog? The Blackgate Files? Quality content. Decent sources. The piece on the Bermuda incident had some interesting theories. I tapped the marker against my palm. You're on my team. Non negociable. Jacob looked like he might faint. But beneath the terror, something else flickered in his eyes. Pride. Why, yes, sir. I moved on before he could overthink it. Healer. My gaze swept the room. Emmy sat forward on the couch, her eyes bright with hope. There was really only one choice here. Emi Aoima, she squealed. Actually squealed. The sound was so pure it made my teeth hurt. I won T let you down. She bounced in her seat. I've been practicing focused mana circulation, and my sustained healing output has increased by 23%, and I've been studying combat triage protocols, and... Emmy. Yes? Breathe. She nodded rapidly. Her cheeks flushed. Natalia's grip on my arm tightened just slightly. I pretended not to notice. Next slot. I scanned the remaining candidates. I need someone who operates in shadows. Someone who can create openings, misdirect attention, Handle problems that need a subtle touch. Skylar pushed off from the wall. Try to keep up, boss. Skylar remained. She twirled a knife between her fingers, the blade catching the light. Her violet eyes held mine with that familiar challenge. I expect excitement. You get monsters. Close enough. For down. One slot left. The room held its breath. Every remaining member had their own expectations. Celeste probably assumed she was next. Noah would want to stay with Celeste. Isabel had the leadership capability. Raphael had the firepower. But I wasn't looking at any of them. My eyes found Monica. She sat hunched on the couch, clutching her bag like a lifeline. Her honey blonde hair hung in tangled curtains around her face. The amber eyes that met mine were hollow. Julian had broken something inside her. Monica von Ostholm. The room went silent. Monica's head snapped up. What? You heard me. But I. She looked around, searching for someone to explain the mistake. I froze. In the dungeon. I didn't. You had a panic attack while your team leader used you as a human shield against an A-rank monster. I walked toward her, my voice flat. That is not weakness. That is trauma. She flinched like I slapped her. You have S-rank potential. I stopped in front of her, looking down. Your botanical manipulation can create cover, restrict movement, generate obstacles. In the right situation, you're an entire battlefield unto yourself. But right now you have D-rank confidence. I didn't soften my words. She needed truth, not comfort. You're volatile, unstable, a liability in any squad that doesn't know how to handle you. Monica's eyes welled with tears, which is why I'm keeping you close. She blinked, until you remember how to fight back. I extended my hand. Welcome to Team Alpha. Chapter 329. Congratulations on your promotion to middle management. Monica stared at my hand like it might explode. The tears spilled over, running down her cheeks. She reached out with trembling fingers and took it. Her grip was weak, but it was there. Natalia watched from behind me. I could feel her gaze on my back, analyzing, assessing. She saw what I was doing, collecting another stray, adding another piece to my collection. She didn't protest. Smart girl. I wrote Monica's name on the board and stepped back to survey Team Alpha. 6 members. Control focus. High adaptability. 1 telekinetic powerhouse with S-rank potential and 0 chill. 1 healer who could keep us alive through anything short of the worst possible fate. 1 information specialist with future sight processing. 1 shadow operative who thrived in chaos. 1 botanical controller who needed to be rebuilt from the ground up. And me, the scumbag king with a baseball bat and too many problems. It would do. Team Beta. I moved to the second column. This squad needs someone who can lead without hand-holding. Someone with tactical awareness and the combat capability to back it up. I looked at Isabel. She met my gaze with those crimson eyes, her expression unreadable beneath that mask of noble detachment. The abdicated queen of the misfit court, slumming it with the rejects. You're the only other person here I trust to run a raid without getting distracted by shiny objects. Her lips quirked, just barely. Quite the compliment. It's the truth. Isabel Okoye. She rose from her chair with the grace of a monarch accepting a crown she never wanted. Her wine-red hair caught the light as she moved to stand beside me, surveying the remaining candidates. Recommendations? I was getting there. I turned to the twins. Akari lounged on the couch in her silk pajamas, 1 leg crossed over the other, her tan skin and emerald eyes practically glowing under the room's light. Hikari sat beside her, still in her athletic wear, her shorter hair pulled back messily. Hikari, you're on Team Beta. The smiling berserker pumped her fist. Yes, time to smash things. Please don't say it like that. Smash things. She launched off the couch and struck a pose. The spirit of battle flows through me. My muscles sing with anticipation. Your sister is staying here. Hikari paused mid-pose. What? But we're a team. The Unbreakable Sisters. The Twin Terrors. You're also each other's biggest weakness. I cross my arms. If Hikari's in danger, you lose your head. If you're in danger, she loses focus. Separate, You're both effective combatants. Together, you're a liability waiting to happen. Hikari's smile dimmed, just slightly. Akari stretched languidly on the couch. Yes, not wrong, sis. We do get a little intense. But think of it as a challenge. Akari winked at her twin. Whoever kills more monsters this week gets the good shower time. Hikari's competitive fire rekindled immediately. You're on. Crisis averted. I added her name to Team Beta's roster, then turned to the next pick. Marco. The red-haired delinquent stopped mid-bite of his protein bar. Yeah? You're with Isabel. Sweet. He grinned at Raphael. Sucks to be you, buddy. Raphael's I twitched. Marco had raw power and enthusiasm. He fought with reckless abandon that bordered on suicidal. But paired with Isabel's tactical mind and Hikari's overwhelming force, he DB channeled into something useful. Probably. Malachi, the shadow walker, materialized from the corner of the room. INT even noticed a move there. You synergize with Isabel's wind manipulation. Silent movement, coordinated strikes. I wrote his name down. You're her ghost. Malachi nodded once. His violet eyes held no emotion, but something in his posture relaxed slightly. Malachi, more 3 slots filled. 3 to go. Akari. I pointed at the Gyru princess. Chain control. You lock them down. Isabel cuts them apart. Synergy. Akari examined her nails with practiced disinterest. I suppose I can make it work. Akari Miyamoto, and finally, my gaze landed on Sumin. She sat on the floor near my chair, her pink hair spread around her like a halo. Her blue eyes flickered with something that wasn't entirely human. The fox, an S-rank potential beast spirit sharing a body with a girl who barely understood her own power. Unstable, dangerous, beautiful in the way a nuclear reactor was beautiful. Sumin, you're on Team Beta. Her eyes widened. But the fox wants... I know what the fox wants. I crouched down to her level. But I can't always be there to supervise. If something happens and the fox wakes up when I'm not around, Isabel is the only person here with the firepower to suppress it. Sumin's lower lip trembled, or pointed at the enemy. The fox's presence flickered behind her eyes. Blue fire danced in those depths for a moment before settling. The fox accepts this arrangement. Her voice carried an undertone that wasn't quite human. For now, good. Pan Sum and I stood and surveyed Team Beta's roster. Isabel, Hikari, Marco, Malachi, Akari, Sumin, a front line that could bulldoze through anything. Shadow support, chain control, and a wild card with enough raw power to level a city block if things went sideways. Balanced, powerful, professional, the kind of team that would make the Sentinels jealous. That leaves Team Gamma. I turned to the final column. One was still lying on the floor, but his eyes were open now. Watching, calculating behind that mask of apathy. He knew what was coming. Juan Navarro. I resign. Denied. He groaned dramatically. Can I at least get a demotion? Private third class? Latrine duty? You're leading Team Gamma. The room went quiet. Juan sat up slowly, his green eyes narrowing. You're joking. Do I look like I'm joking? You look like someone who wants to see me suffer. Also, yes, I wrote his name at the top of the third column, but that's not why you're in charge. Juan ran a hand through his messy brown hair. Enlighten me. You are the smartest person in this room. Debatable. You hate effort. Absolutely true. Which means you'll find the fastest, most laziness-preserving method to end every fight. I tapped the mushroom cloud icon. Team Gamma is pure firepower. No finesse required. Point the warheads at the bad guys and let physics handle the rest. Juan's expression shifted from annoyance to grudging understanding. You're giving me the easy job. I'm giving you the job that requires the least work and produces the highest casualties. I grinned. Enemy casualties, ideally. He sighed. Fine. Who are my walking natural disasters? Jamie. The green-haired muscle wizard stopped flexing in the mirror and turned around. His eyes literally sparkled. A team? Led by my spiritual brother in iron? This is the moment my soul has been preparing for. Juan put his head in his hands. No. Yes. Jaime de Valle Rapael. The explosion specialist cracked his knuckles. About time. Rafael Vargas together. You three have enough firepower to level a small building. I looked at Juan. Your job is making sure you level the right building. Wonderful. Two muscle-brained idiots who communicate primarily through violence. Juan's voice was flat as a board. This is my personal hell. It gets better. I turned to Celeste. The Ice Princess sat ramrod straight in her chair, her periwinkle eyes tracking my every move. Her silver-white hair caught the light like moonbeams. The back-to-patch on her cheek only made her look more elegant somehow. Celeste Vance. Team Gamma. Something flickered in her expression. Disappointment, maybe quickly suppressed. I see. Her voice was perfectly controlled. May I ask the reasoning? Your artillery. I didn't sugarcoat it. Your glacial serenade can flash freeze an entire battlefield. That's not a finesse weapon. That's a bomb with a timer. She processed this. And you believe I would be more effective without your direct supervision? I believe one needs firepower that doesn't require micromanaging. I held her gaze. You're a professional. You don't need hand-holding. You don't need someone to point you at the target. You see the battlefield and you respond. Celeste was quiet for a moment. Then she inclined her head. I accept. Celeste Vance Noah. The blonde bodyguard snapped to attention. Her blue eyes were sharp behind that professional mask. You stay with Celeste. Where she goes, you go. Of course. She glanced at Celeste, then back to me. Something complicated moved behind her expression. And if the team leader gives orders that conflict with my primary duty, then you use your judgment. I shrugged. You're not just a bodyguard. You're a combatant. Act like it. Noah Gray Team Gamma was complete. One stared at his roster with the expression of a man watching his vacation plans get canceled. A muscle wizard who communicated through flexing and inspirational speeches. An explosion specialist with anger issues and a tragic backstory. An ice princess with enough power to freeze a city block. A scary bodyguard who definitely had a crush on someone in this room. And one lazy genius who wanted nothing more than to go back to sleep. This is a nightmare, Juan muttered. I stepped back from the whiteboard. You have the highest damage output and the lowest maintenance requirements. Clear gates fast, collect loot, go home. And if something goes wrong, then Celeste freezes it and Noah hits it really hard until it stops moving. Juan looked at his team. Jamie gave him a thumbs up, his grin nearly blinding. Rafael cracked his neck, ready for violence. Celeste sat with perfect posture, her expression serene. Noah stood behind her, hand resting casually on her concealed weapon. I'm going to die, Juan said flatly. Not if you're as smart as I think you are. The room fell silent as everyone processed the final rosters. Team Alpha, control and adaptability. High risk, high reward. Team Beta, balance and professional execution. The reliable workhorse. Team Gamma, overwhelming force. The nuclear option. 3 teams. 17 combatants. 1 goal. Chapter 3:30. My team's biggest weakness is also our secret weapon. My bedroom wasn't designed for 6 people. It definitely wasn't designed for 6 people with complicated relationship dynamics, fragile egos, and at least 2 who were actively plotting ways to get the others out. Natalia had claimed her territory on my bed. She sat with her back against the headboard, legs crossed at the ankles, radiating the energy of a queen surveying her court from a throne. Her purple eyes tracked every movement in the room with the intensity of a predator cataloging potential threats. Emmy perched on the rug near my feet, her notebook open and pen ready. She'd drawn little hearts in the margins. I pretended not to notice. Jacob stood by the holographic projector I borrowed from the common room, his fingers twitching against the controls. Sweat beaded on his forehead, despite the room's temperature being perfectly normal. The guy looked like he was about to present his thesis to a panel of executioners instead of reviewing gate data with his teammates. Skylar occupied the darkest corner of the room, arms crossed, violet eyes half-lidded, watching me the way a cat watches a mouse it's already decided to eat later. And Monica was at my desk, completely ignoring the entire strategic planning session to commune with Bartholomew, the immortal snail. "You're a very slow conqueror, aren't you?" she whispered to him, her honey blonde hair falling forward to curtain her face. "Yes, you are. Such a patient little emperor. One day you'll rule this terrarium with an iron shell." It was the first time she looked relaxed since arriving at Onyx House. Hell, it was the first time she looked anything other than terrified or ashamed since I met her. The botanical princess who been used as a human shield by her golden Prince Charming was currently baby-talking to a gastropod who consumed lettuce with the enthusiasm of a death row inmate enjoying his last meal. The lettuce, I noted, was premium organic, definitely stolen from the kitchen. Raphael was going to have questions about that. I clapped my hands together. "All right, Monica, say goodbye to the gastropod. We have work to do." She startled, nearly knocking Bartholomew's terrarium off the desk. Her amber eyes went wide with guilt before she collected herself with a small cough. "Of course. I apologize." She gave Bartholomew one last pat on his shell. "We'll continue our discussion later. Your slowness." Natalia's eyebrow twitched. "Jacob," I pointed at the projector. "Show us what you've got." The nervous information broker stumbled forward, nearly tripping over Emmy's outstretched legs. "All right." So I filtered through the available gates for open season and eliminated anything that didn't fit our team composition. The hologram flickered to life, displaying a map of Sector 7 dotted with glowing markers. Most of them were crossed out with red X's that looked like someone had stabbed them repeatedly with a digital pen. I removed the horde gates because we don't have the sustained DPS for attrition fights. I removed anything below D rank because the risk-reward ratio is garbage. And I removed anything that has already been claimed by the other guilds. Smart. I leaned forward. What's left? 3 markers remained. Option I. Jacob pulled up the first file. The Iron Anthill. C rank standard. High monster density, mostly insectoid constructs. The boss is a queen terminator that spawns minions continuously until you destroy her core. I shook my head before he finished. Too many mobs. That's a stamina grind. Perfect for 1's nuke squad, bad for us. We're scalpel, not hammer. Jacob nodded rapidly, making notes on his datapad. Oh, option B then. The Mistwalker's Marsh. Also C rank. Swamp environment with naturally occurring fog that reduces visibility to approximately 3 meters. Visibility is 0. Skylar spoke from her corner, her voice dry as sand. I can scout ahead, but relying on one person for sight lines on our first run together is asking for someone to get stabbed in the back. What she said. I pointed at Skylar. Next. Jacob's nervous energy shifted to something closer to excitement. He'd clearly been saving the best for last. The Clockwork Arboretum. The hologram changed to display a location that looked like someone had smashed a botanical garden into a steampunk factory. Massive trees with copper leaves. Vines wrapped around rusted gears the size of houses. Flowers made of brass petals that probably shot lasers or something equally ridiculous. C-rank standard. The interior is an overgrown ruin where plant life has fused with ancient machinery. Primary threats include vine constructs and mechanical golems powered by sap. Natalia leaned forward. Shupport. The gate's unique mechanic. Jacob pulled up additional data. The machines can't function without the plants. The plants can't grow without the machines. They exist in symbiosis. Destroying one weakens the other. I felt myself grin. This was perfect. Threats require both botanical knowledge and mechanical understanding to dismantle effectively, Jacob continued. The boss is a botanical engine at the center of the dungeon. A massive tree with clockwork internals that controls the entire ecosystem. Show me the suggested team composition. The hologram displayed a recommended loadout. Plant manipulator. Precision range damage. Stealth scout. Healer. 2 utility slots. We had every single role covered. I looked at Monica. She had frozen when the words plant manipulator appeared on screen. Her fingers gripped the fabric of her skirt with white-knuckled intensity. This dungeon is basically made of your element. I held her gaze. You're going to be key. Can you handle it? The room went silent. Emmy stopped writing. Natalia's sharp attention fixed on Monica with something between assessment and challenge. Skylar watched without expression. Jacob looked like he wanted to disappear into the floor. Monica's amber eyes flickered to Bartholomew's terrarium. Then to me. Something shifted in her expression. The ghost of the girl Julian had began to harden into something with edges. A 1T freeze. 3 words. Quiet but firm. I nodded. Good. Then I'll go ahead and let Braxton know tomorrow. Get some sleep. Dismissed. Chapter 331. Everyone want to fix. Jacob practically sprinted for the door, clutching his datapad like a lifeline. I'll have additional intel compiled by morning. Environmental analysis. Historical clear rates. Optimal pathing algorithms. He vanished into the hallway before anyone could respond. Monica rose from the desk with deliberate movements. She paused at Bartholomew's terrarium, giving the snail one last gentle touch on his shell before turning to leave. Thank you for the opportunity. She bowed to me. Formal. Brupe. The noble upbringing showing through. I want to disappoint you. I know you want tea. She left. Emmy bounced to her feet, shoving her notebook into her bag with the enthusiasm of someone who'd been holding back energy for the entire meeting. She launched herself at me, wrapping her arms around my torso in a hug that made my healing ribs protest. Good night, Captain. I'll have my med kit ready by morning. And I made protein bars for everyone. Well, I try to make protein bars. They're kind of crunchy, but in a good way. Probably. Emmy. Yes. Breathing is nice. Oh. She released me, blushing furiously. Sorry. I forgot about the ribs. Are you okay? Should I check? I could do a quick diagnostic scan. It'll only take a second. Me fine. Go sleep. She hesitated, her sapphire eyes searching my face for any sign that I was lying. Finding nothing, she finally relented with a small nod. Okay, but if you need anything, I'm just down the hall. You can knock anytime, or text, or use the emergency buzzer. I installed an emergency buzzer in your room yesterday. It's under the desk. Don't tell Natalia. She fled before I could ask why Natalia couldn't know about the emergency buzzer. 3 down, 2 to go. Natalia hadn't moved from the bed. She sat there like a purple-haired empress holding court, her eyes fixed on me with a sharp, unyielding stare. Dismissed, Captain? Her voice carried a cool, mocking edge. Is that how we're doing this now? For tonight? Yes. I could stay. The words hung in the air between us. An offer. A challenge. A promise wrapped in silk and barbed wire. I shook my head slightly. Not tonight, Nat. I need to meditate on the build. A lie. I just needed space to think without her presence scrambling my concentration. She knew it was a lie. I knew she knew, but she accepted it anyway, rising from the bed with the confidence of someone who had already made up her mind. She crossed the distance between us in 3 steps and took hold of my arm, pulling me down her level. The moment between us was intense, her eyes locked onto mine with a steady, unwavering gaze. She bravado me with surprising intensity, and the nectar hummed between us. I felt her tremble slightly against me before pulling back. Don't stay up too late. She brushed her thumb across my chin, wiping away a trace of moisture. You need your rest, Captain. She walked out. The door closed behind her. One more. Skylar pushed off the wall, unfolding from the shadows like smoke given form. Her violet eyes caught the dim light of my room, reflecting it back with an alien luminescence. Try not to dream about me, stray dog. She walked to the door. Her fingers touched the handle. She stepped into the hallway. The door closed. Silence. I released a breath I didn't know I'd been holding. Finally, peace. Quiet. A chance to process the absolute circus that my life had become without 17 different people demanding pieces of my attention. I crossed my desk, avoiding Bartholomew's terrarium. My water bottle sat where I'd left it that morning. I reached for it. Click. The lock on my bedroom door engaged. I froze. I hadn't locked it. The mechanism required physical manipulation from the inside. Nobody else had access. I turned around. Skylar leaned against my locked door, arms crossed, one eyebrow raised in silent challenge. The Skylar that had walked out into the hallway? Gone. Smoke and mirrors. A perfect illusion maintained long enough to fool everyone, including Natalia's paranoid surveillance. That was a neat trick. I kept my voice level despite my pulse jumping. Cinchuredo. The connection I accidentally sparked when I bravado her on that balcony. It had been days since then. Days of watching her from a distance. Days of feeling the moment fade while wondering what could have been. You said we had unfinished business. She stopped a few steps from me, close enough that I could notice her. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. When it was revealed, Skylar's eyes went wide. The smirk vanished from her face so fast you'd think I wiped it away. Holy Sattore, that's not what I expected. Her eyes followed the line of the blade, her breath catching for a moment. That's a serious weapon. I tested the edge with my thumb. You said you liked risk. I offered it to her, watching her eyes dart between my face and what I was holding. For a moment, I thought she might back down the bravado. I'd ever seen Skylar remain retreat from anything. Then she took a cautious taste and considered it. The effect was immediate. Her pupils dilated until almost no violet remained. A powerful shiver ran through her. The energy surged within her, and just like that, the power dynamic shifted. She lunged forward. She approached me with a fierce intensity one hadn't expected from someone so sharp-edged and cynical. That's it, I said, steadying myself. She gave it her all, even when it was difficult. I admired her determination. Cinchuredo, 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 the cool detachment, the sarcastic shield, all of it stripped away. What remained was raw, naked need. The nectar had rewritten her priorities in a single, overwhelming wave. She wasn't T. Skylar the observer anymore, watching life from a safe distance with a smirk and a cutting comment. She was Skylar the addict. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. She tried to steady her breathing. I placed a hand gently on her back. Well done. She made a small, unintelligible sound as she caught her breath. I felt her struggling to form words, to reclaim some piece of her usual sharp-tongued persona. How? She finally managed, Cinchuredo too exhausted to maintain even that small movement. I think that was enough for me, she mumbled. I think we've had quite the adventure, I replied, stroking her hair. We lay there in silence for a while, both resting after the long day we'd endured. The system chimed softly in the back of my mind. Cinchuredo, and me? What am I now? It was a fair question. What was she? Not my girlfriend, not in the traditional sense. Not like Natalia, who held a position that couldn't be challenged or replaced. But she was no longer someone I'd simply won over, either. You have an important place in my life, I said simply. It's different from hers, but you're deeply valued. She was quiet for so long I thought she might have fallen asleep. Then, so softly I almost missed it. I can live with that. She shifted slightly, finding a more comfortable position against me. Just so we're clear, I'm still going to be tough on you in public. Can't have people thinking I've gone soft. I smiled in the darkness. There she was, the real Skylar, coming back online beneath the nectar haze. I wouldn't have it any other way, bubblegum. She bravado my arm, hard enough to leave a mark. Call me that again, and it'll stab you in your sleep. No, you won't. No, she agreed, settling back against me. I want. My ensemble was growing piece by piece. The system chimed again, more insistent this time. I sighed and finally opened the notification. Bond rank with Skylar remained increased to 5, dependent perfect. Chapter 333. Bubblegum for breakfast, I woke up to the best alarm clock in the world. A warm feeling surrounded me. Warm and insistent, pulling me from the haze of bravado, all the subtlety of a freight train. My eyes snapped open, brain struggling to catch up with what I already knew. Something was off in the room. I sat up quickly and looked around. Skylar's indigo hair was a disaster zone, tangled and wild from last night's sleep. Her mascara had migrated halfway down her cheeks, giving her raccoon eyes that somehow made her look more beautiful. She smiled softly at me, her expression warm and content, radiating a quiet joy that bordered on pure bravado. Sincerado, she didn't even notice I was awake. I gently brushed her tangled hair back. She leaned into the touch comfortably, never slowing down. Note to self, bravado is not something to underestimate. It's powerful, a very effective, very dangerous tool. I watched her work. Sincerado, it was terrifying. It was also intense. She recoiled when the bitter substance hit the back of her throat, tears springing to her already reddened eyes. She didn't stop, couldn't stop. The addiction had its hooks in deep. Every nerve in her bravado was bravado for more of the powerful substance that the tainted batch now carried. Sincerado. Sincerado, she looked exhausted but content, a quiet peace settling over her. I gently brushed my thumb across her cheek, wiping away a small tear from the corner of her eye. Good girl. You're getting better at that. The haze cleared slightly. Something flickered in those violet depths. A spark of her old self, fighting through the chemical fog. She wiped her bravado with the back of her hand and gave me a sharp gesture. Screw you. Don't get used to it. There she was. My little punk princess. Sincerado, 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 letting out a breath she'd been holding since she woke up. You're with me now, bubblegum, I said softly. Don't forget it. She didn't respond immediately. When she did, her voice was barely a whisper. I know. We stayed like that for a while, the morning light creeping through the blinds. Sincerado, Sincerado, and financial ruin. I let out a long breath and stared at the ceiling. Okay, game face on. Time to stop being a simp and start being a strategist. I sat up, ignoring the protest from my still-healing ribs, and pulled up my system interface. The familiar blue window materialized in front of me, and I navigated straight to the important part. Schema points, 1,195. Wow, that was a lot of zeros. Well, not zeros exactly, but it was still a fortune by my standards. The question was, what to spend it on? 1,000 possibilities flashed through my mind: upgrades, new abilities, maybe even something for Natalia. Nell, I called out to the empty room, my voice cutting through the silence. You awake? Or do cosmic entities need beauty sleep too? A familiar presence tickled the back of my mind, like cold fingers tracing my cerebral cortex. When she spoke, her voice carried that trademark mix of boredom and amusement that I'd come to associate with cosmic customer service, the sound of a god who has seen it all, but still finds your particular brand of desperation entertaining. I don't sleep, darling. I merely observe. And what I observed last night was quite the show. Apollo sent his compliments. He particularly enjoyed the part where you outshined her. I'm sure he did, the bravado sun god. I scrolled through my ability list, frowning at the numbers. Listen, I need to talk upgrades. How much to turn my pathetic lighter into an actual weapon? Ah, shopping time. My favorite. Though I should warn you, prices have adjusted since your little level up. Adjusted how? Inflation is a pain, sweetie. The system scales with your power. What costs pocket change at level 1 now costs a kidney and your firstborn. I didn't like the sound of that. Give me the breakdown. Nell materialized a new window, displaying my current combat abilities alongside their upgrade paths. Ember, Silver tier. Upgrade to Inferno Stream, Gold tier. Effect, Sustained high heat projection. Temperature increased to 1,500 C. Duration extended to 15 seconds per cast. Cost, 400 SP Shatter, Gold tier. Upgrade to Spatial Cleave, Platinum tier. Effect, range increased to 50 meters. Now, ignores magical defenses below Platinum rank. Can be charged for additional damage. Cost, 400 SP new ability slot gotcha pull, 5 pull ticket, standard rates. Guaranteed silver or above. Cost, 500 SP, I stared at the numbers. 800 points just to upgrade my 2 main offensive skills. That would leave me with less than 400, barely enough for a few pulls and maybe some gift for my party members. That S highway robbery, I complained. 400 for each? I could buy a car with that kind of money. You could also die in a dungeon because your fire only reaches broiler temperatures. Perspective, darling. She had a point. Blast her. I ran the math in my head. The Clockwork Arboretum was a C-rank gate, which meant enemies would be around my current power level. I could probably clear it with my existing loadout, but why settle for probably when I could guarantee it? Sever was my kill shot. The invisible blade that had saved my ass more times than I could count. Upgrading it to ignore magical defenses would turn it from a sharp knife into an unstoppable guillotine. Against bosses with protective barriers, that kind of penetration was priceless. Ember, on the other hand, well, it was useful, but it wasn't my primary damage dealer. Not yet anyway. The Dragon Witch S-Ring already gave it a 75 boost. Going from silver to gold would be nice, but not essential. All right, I decided. Let us upgrade Sever first. That's my bread and butter. A wise choice. Shall I process the transaction? Do it. 400 SP deducted, Sever upgraded to Spatial Cleave. A rush of information flooded my brain. Not painful exactly, but intense. I could feel the new ability settling into my neural pathways, becoming as natural as breathing. The old Sever had been like swinging a sword. This new version felt like wielding a scythe made of compressed space itself. Schema points. 795, still a decent chunk of change. I had the gotcha tab with the hunger of a gambling addict who just gotten paid. Hey, Apollo, I called out to the ceiling. I've got 795 points burning a hole in my pocket. Got anything special on the menu today? The response came immediately. The sun god's voice booming through my consciousness with all the subtlety of a stadium announcer. Well. If at ISN team, my favorite little scumbag. Impeccable timing, as always. I just happened to have a new banner going live today. A massive golden window exploded into existence in front of me, so bright I had to squint. Apollo's avatar appeared in the corner, a chibi version of himself, giving me double thumbs up with a smug grin. Special event banner, the Flora Fauna Festival. For a limited time, all draws have increased rates for nature, beast, and plant-type abilities, items, and familiars. Perfect for an upcoming dungeon where things grow and gears turn. Rate up includes botanical manipulation abilities, beast companion familiars, nature resistance traits, 5 pull cost, 500 SP. I stared at the banner, then at my SP count, then back at the banner. You absolute bastard, I said, but I was grinning. You knew about the Clockwork Arboretum. I know about everything. Now are you going to pull or not? The audience is getting impatient. 795 spółka. That was enough for a 5 pull with some change left over. Or I could save some for emergencies, gifts for my crew, direct stat investment. But where was the fun in that? Screw it, I said. Let's go big or go home. That's the spirit. Let the divine slots spin. The golden wheel materialized, covered in symbols I only half recognized. I watched it spin, heart pounding despite myself. This was it. The moment of truth. Either I was about to become a botanical demigod perfect for the upcoming dungeon, or I was about to pull 5 consecutive bronze-tier disappointments and regret every life choice that led me here. Knowing my luck, probably both somehow, the wheel began to slow. Chapter 335. The only thing scarier than a bad pull is my stepsister, as we need to talk voice the wheel spun. Golden light danced across my retinas as the symbols blurred together into an incomprehensible mess. I leaned forward like some degenerate at a pachinko parlor, heart hammering against my still tender ribs. Pull 1, 5, the wheel slowed. The golden glow dimmed to a disappointing bronze. Common item acquired. Bag of infinite fertilizer, a burlap sack that never empties. Makes plants grow 10 faster. Warning. Smells like concentrated cow pasture. You gotta be kidding me. Ooh. A bag of magical droppings. How aromatic. Nell's voice dripped with barely concealed amusement. I bravado the bridge of my nose. 500 SP. ID spent 500 SP on this banner, and my first pull was literal junk. Next, pull 2, 5, the wheel spun again. Bronze glow. Common skill acquired. Sincerado, somewhere up there, Apollo was probably rolling on his divine floor laughing at my misery. Next pull. Come on, give me something good. Pull 3-5 bronze. Again, common item acquired. Beast Tamer S. Chew toy, an indestructible rubber bone that squeaks when compressed. Beloved by canines and canine-adjacent beings everywhere. I picked up the item from where it materialized on my bed. It was bright red, shaped like a bone, and when I squeezed it experimentally, it let out a squeak loud enough to wake the dead. Is this for me or for Sumin? I muttered. Given the fox's possessive nature, I'd say it's for whoever you want to survive their next encounter with her transformed state. That was actually a fair point. I tossed the toy onto my desk next to Bartholomew's terrarium. The immortal snail regarded it with supreme indifference. 2 more pulls, I said through gritted teeth. 2 more chances. Pull 4-5, the wheel spun. I watched it slow. The bronze glow returned like an old friend I desperately wanted to punch. Common passive ability acquired. Green thumb. Your thumbs are now permanently green. This grants you a 15 efficiency bonus when planting. I looked down at my hands. Sure enough, both thumbs had turned a vivid emerald green, like I dipped them in paint that refused to wash off. Nil. Yes, darling. My thumbs are green. I can see that. They're actually green. Like a frog. Or radioactive broccoli. The system does have a sense of humor. A terrible one, but a sense nonetheless. I wanted to scream. 4 pulls. 4 absolute wastes of my hard-earned schema points. I had 1 chance left, 1 final spin of the cosmic slot machine. Last pull, I set my voice flat. If this is another piece of garbage, I swear I'm going to find Apollo's physical form and ban his lyre for good. He'll be lucky to play music ever again. An ambitious threat. I approve. Pull 5-5, the wheel began to spin. Something felt different this time. The air in my room grew heavy, charged with potential energy. The golden light from the wheel intensified, shifting through shades I couldn't name. Bronze became silver. Silver became gold. Gold became something brighter, something that made my eyes water. The symbols on the wheel rearranged themselves. New patterns emerged, ancient and powerful. The wheel stopped. Gold ability acquired. A description window materialized in front of me, filled with text that made my heart skip a beat. I read it once, then twice, then a 3rd time, just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating from the stress of watching my SP go down the drain. A grin spread across my face. The kind of grin that would make small children cry and grown men cross to the other side of the street. Well, what did you get? Nell asked, her curiosity evident for once. I closed the window with a flick of my wrist before she could read it. Wouldn't you like to know? Did you just hide your ability from me? I did. That is not fair. I'm your system companion. I'm supposed to know everything about your build. And I'm the protagonist. I swung my legs off the bed, ignoring the twinge in my ribs. Which means I get to have secrets. Even from nosy cosmic entities who watch my every move. Nel spattered something incomprensibile. I savored the moment. It wasn't often I managed to throw her off balance. Schema points. 295, 4 pieces of trash, and 1 gold. Not the best haul, but that final pull? Worth every point. Worth the fertilizer, the squirrel language, the squeaky toy, and my permanently green thumbs. The clockwork arboretum wouldn't know what hit it. I grabbed a fresh shirt from my closet and headed for the door. Time to face the music. The hallway outside my room was suspiciously quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that precedes an ambush or a particularly awkward conversation. I made it exactly 3 steps before Carmen materialized from literally nowhere, her one good eye gleaming with mischief. Behind her stood Natalia, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Morning, kid. Carmen sniffed the air loudly, her nose wrinkling. Well, someone's been busy. Smells like teen spirit and clove cigarettes in there. I kept walking. Good morning to you too, Carmen. Don't good morning me. She fell in a step beside me, her disheveled appearance suggesting she'd only recently rolled out of bed herself. I'm the TA. Sincerado, she said. Not a question, a statement. I didn't flinch. Didn't look away. Didn't try and make excuses. Yes, Chapter 336. Team Alpha S first field trip. The word hung in the air between us. Carmen let out a low whistle and took a strategic step backward, probably preparing to dodge the inevitable explosion. But the explosion didn't come. Natalia held my gaze for a long, dangerous second. I could see the wheels turning behind her eyes, could feel the cold fury radiating off her like winter frost. The white streaks in her purple hair seemed to glow faintly, a warning sign that her power was responding to her emotions. Then she nodded. Fine. I blinked. Fine. You heard me. She stepped closer, close enough that I could smell her shampoo, feel the chill her power generated. But tonight we're finishing this. I expect you to be ready by then. Her hand pressed against my barato. Cinchuredo in my day, we just repressed everything until we developed an ulcer. Much healthier. Your day was like 6 years ago. And in those 6 years, I've developed 3 ulcers. She patted my shoulder with exaggerated sympathy. Good luck surviving tonight, kiddo. You're gonna need it. Braxton's office looked like a bomb had gone off in a betting parlor, and nobody had bothered to clean up the debris. Stacks of racing forms covered every horizontal surface. Cold coffee cups formed a small cityscape on his desk. Scattered weapon parts lay across the room, lay scattered across the floor like landmines waiting to claim an unwary ankle. The man himself sat behind his desk, scent cigarette dangling from his lips, looking like he hadn't slept in a week and couldn't remember why that was supposed to be a problem. You look like hell, he said as I walked in. Thanks. So do you. Fair. He gestured at the chair across from him. A pile of old case files occupied the seat. Shove those on the floor. Everyone else does. I did, dropping into the chair with a wince that I couldn't quite suppress. Braxton's tired eyes caught it immediately. Ribs still bothering you? A little. Liar. Senzohado Williams, Aoyama, Amana, Fun Astholm. He looked up at me. You sure about this, kid? You and Kuzmina took a beating in the necropolis. Healing magic fixes the flesh, but it doesn't fix the fatigue. I'm good, Braz. I leaned back in my chair, projecting confidence I mostly felt. Better than good. I leveled up. He snorted. Everyone says that after their first real fight. Then they walk into a D-rank gate with too much swagger and get their head bitten off by something that looks like a giant cockroach. I've been bitten by worse. Have you now? His eyes narrowed, studying me with that lazy intensity 1D come to recognize as his tell. The man saw more than he let on. Way more. Something that's different about you, Nakano. Can't put my finger on it. I shrugged. Near-death experiences do wonders for the complexion. He didn't believe me, but he also didn't push it. Instead, he pulled a pen from somewhere in the chaos of his desk and scribbled his signature on the approval line. Fine. Mission S greenlit. But remember, open season means other guilds are out there. If you run into the Sentinels, play nice, or at least don't get caught playing dirty. He tossed the datapad back to me. Gata opens at 1400. Bus leaves from the main terminal at 12:30. Don't be late. And for God's sake, eat something. You look like you've been living off spite and energy drinks. Those are my 2 primary food groups. Braxton almost smiled. Almost. Get out of my office, Nakano. Some of us have important work to do. Like what? Picking tomorrow's winners? Like picking tomorrow's winners. He waved me toward the door. Now scram. The bus stop near the main terminal served as our meeting point. When I arrived at 1200, most of Team Alpha had already gathered. Monica stood slightly apart from the others, clutching a potted plant to her chest like a shield. She de-changed into the standard Onyx combat gear, but she looked like she was wearing a costume rather than a uniform. Nervous energy radiated off her in waves. The plant she held was a small fern, and I had a sneaking suspicion she found a use for the bag of infinite fertilizer already. Jacob paced back and forth, datapad in hand, muttering statistics under his breath. Optimal pathing suggests left fork at the first junction, but if we account for random spawn variants, the probability of encounter shifts by 12.7. Emmy sat on a bench, humming to herself while she organized a truly impressive medical kit. When she saw me approach, Her entire face lit up like ID just made her day. Satori, I made the protein bars. They're crunchy, but nutritious. Thanks, Semi. I took one of the offered bars. It was approximately the density of a brick. I'll save this for the dungeon. And then there was Skylar. She leaned against a lamppost, a clove cigarette burning between her fingers, looking everywhere except at me. When I walked past her, Cinchuredo and Natalia materialized at my side the moment I stopped moving. She didn't say anything. She didn't have to. Her presence alone announced her claim to everyone with eyes. Everyone here? I asked, doing a head count. Present and accounted for. Emmy chirped. Statistically speaking, we're all within the designated arrival parameters, Jacob added. Monica just nodded, her knuckles white around the pot. Skylar blew out a stream of smoke and gave me a thumbs up without looking. The bus rumbled into view, a modified transport vehicle designed to ferry hunter teams to gate sites. It was painted black with the Onyx Hounds logo on the side, a three-headed dog with shattered collars. The doors hissed open. I stepped on board first, turning to face my team. All right, people. I cracked my neck, feeling the anticipation coil in my gut. Let us go do some gardening. Chapter 337. Cinchuredo. Emmy took the seat directly in front of us, turning around every 30 seconds to offer snacks or check my vitals or ask if the temperature was okay. Jacob had commandeered an entire row for his equipment, 3 data pads running simultaneously while he muttered about spawn patterns and environmental variables. Monica sat alone, near the middle, her fern balanced on her lap, staring out the window at nothing. Skylar had positioned herself at the front, as far from me as physically possible, though I caught her eyes in the rearview mirror more than once. First real mission, Emmy said, practically vibrating with excitement. Can you believe it? I mean, the Necropolis was technically a mission, but that was supposed to be training, and then everything went wrong, and there was that horrible monster, and you almost died, and I couldn't do anything except heal. And breathe, I said. She sucked in air like she'd forgotten how. Right? Breathing. I practiced that. Natalia's hand reached under the seat and Barato my knee firmly. You need to eat more, she murmured, low enough that only I could hear. You've lost weight since the hospital. I've been busy. Busy doing what? Her purple eyes narrowed. Besides exhausting yourself with extracurricular activities? I had the good sense not to answer that question. The transport lurched as we hit the highway, acceleration pressing us back into our seats. Through the tinted windows, I watched New Vein City blur past. Glass towers reflecting sunlight. Maglev trains threading between buildings like silver serpents. Holographic billboards advertising everything from energy drinks to S-rank hunter merchandise. 25 years since the rupture. 25 years of monsters and magic and humanity clawing its way back from the brink. The old world existed only in history books and grainy photographs. This was reality now. Gates and hunters and the constant, grinding threat of annihilation. And somehow, in the middle of all that chaos, ID managed to acquire a system, a loyal group of Barato, and enough enemies to fill a phone book. Life was weird that way. Approaching the gate site, the driver announced over the intercom. ETA 5 minutes. All personnel prepare for deployment. Jacob stuffed his data pads into his bag with frantic energy. Emmy began triple-checking her medical supplies. Monica gripped her fern firmly. Skylar crushed her cigarette against the bus floor and stood, rolling her shoulders. Natalia leaned close and whispered near my ear. Don't do anything stupid in there. Define stupid. Anything that makes me have to save you again. I turned my head, meeting her gaze. Her purple eyes burned with intensity that had nothing to do with combat readiness. No promises. She stepped close and pressed her Barato to mine, then pulled back just as quickly. When she turned away, Emmy was staring at us with an expression caught somewhere between confusion and disbelief. Skylar had suddenly become very interested in the ceiling. The bus slowed. Stopped. The doors hissed open, letting in the smell of ozone and something else. Something that made the hair on my arms stand up. Gate energy. We filed out into a cleared staging area. VHC personnel had established a perimeter around the gate itself, yellow tape and armed guards keeping the gathering crowd of civilians at bay. The gate floated about 10 feet off the ground, a vertical tear in reality that looked like someone had taken a knife to the fabric of existence and peeled back the skin. The clockwork arboretum. Through the shimmering surface, I caught glimpses of what waited inside. Massive trees with leaves that gleamed like copper. Vines wrapped around rusted gears the size of houses. Brass flowers that pulsed with inner light. Beautiful. Deadly. A VHC official approached us, tablet in hand. She had the tired eyes of someone who'd been processing hunter teams all day. Team Onyx Alpha? That's us. She scanned our ID chips one by one, barely looking at our faces. Gate has been stable for 6 hours. Estimated difficulty is standard C rank, with a 7 variance for mechanical-botanical hybrid spawns. Clear time for similar gates averages between 4 and 8 hours, depending on team composition. She finally looked up, frowning at Monica S. Fern. "You're bringing a plant into a botanical dungeon?" Monica hugged it tighter. She helped me focus. The official stared for a long moment, then shrugged. "Whatever works. Sign here, here, and here. Initial here. Date at the bottom." I scrawled my signature across the liability waivers. Standard stuff. The VHC wasn't responsible if we died horribly. Our estates would receive any posthumous earnings. Our remains would be retrieved, if feasible. "You have 8 hours before metaphysical pressure reaches critical threshold," the official continued. "If you're not out by then, we send in the extraction team. Extraction team fees come out of your guild's operating budget." Understood. She handed me a small device. Emergency beacon. Activate it only if you're facing a gate break scenario. Good luck in there. I clipped the beacon to my belt and turned to face my team. They stood in a rough semicircle, watching me with varying degrees of nervousness, anticipation, and in Skylar's case, carefully maintained indifference. 6 people. 6 different personalities. 6 different sets of baggage. My responsibility. "All right," I said. "You all know the plan." Jacob runs tactical from the rear, calling out threats and optimal pathing. Emmy stays in the middle, ready to deploy healing as needed. Skylar scouts ahead, maintaining visual contact at all times. Monica. I looked at her. Really looked at her. Monica controls the terrain. The plants in there belong to you. Make them understand that. She swallowed hard. Nodded once. Natalia and I take point. I roll my shoulders, feeling the familiar weight of my reinforced baseball bat against my back. Centurado and really bad feelings. The transition felt like drowning in light. Reality stretched, compressed, inverted. Colors that shouldn't exist flickered at the edges of my vision. For one endless moment, I existed everywhere and nowhere, a consciousness suspended between dimensions. Then the world snapped back into focus. The clockwork arboretum sprawled before us in all its impossible glory. We stood on a platform of interlocking brass gears, each tooth the size of a dining table. The gears rotated slowly, grinding against each other with a sound like distant thunder. Above us, trees the height of skyscrapers reached toward a sky that wasn't quite a sky, their branches heavy with copper leaves that chimed softly in a wind that smelled of rust and roses. Vines thick as my torso wound through everything, connecting trees to machines, machines to trees, creating a web of biological and mechanical integration that should have been impossible. Flowers bloomed from cracks in ancient metal, their petals brass, their stamens dripping with luminescent sap. "Beautiful," Emmy breathed. "Deadly," Natalia corrected. "Be both," Jacob managed, his datapads already recording everything. "The ecosystem is... I've never seen anything like this. The symbiosis is perfect. The plants provide organic fuel for the machines. The machines provide structural support for the plants. It's trouble," Skylar finished. She already faded to partial transparency, her illusions wrapping around her like a cloak. Movement at 2 o'clock. 50 meters. Looks like a patrol. I followed her gaze. Through the forest of copper trees, something moved. It was roughly humanoid in shape, 7 feet tall, made of twisted vines wrapped around a skeletal frame of rusted iron. Gears whirred in its chest cavity, visible through gaps in the vegetation. Its head was a brass flower, petals folded closed like a sleeping eye. A Vinek construct. And it wasn't he alone. 3 more emerged from behind the trees, moving with the stuttering grace of clockwork toys. Their flower heads rotated slowly, scanning the area. "Hold," I whispered. Everyone froze. The constructs continued their patrol, passing within 20 feet of our position. I could hear the grinding of their internal mechanisms, the soft rustle of their vine bodies. One of them paused, flower head turning in our direction. My hand found my bat. Natalia's power gathered, cold air crystallizing around her fingertips. Monica whimpered softly. The construct's flower head opened slightly, revealing a single eye of amber sap that seemed to look directly at us. My muscles tensed. If it raised an alarm, the flower head closed. The construct resumed its patrol, disappearing into the mechanical forest with its companions. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. "Close," Skylar murmured. "Too close." I checked our surroundings, confirming we were clear. Jacob pathing. He consulted his datapad with trembling hands. Left at the first junction. The boss chamber should be roughly 2 kilometers northeast, at the heart of the Arboretum. But there are at least 3 major spawn zones between here and there. Can we go around? And not without adding significant time to our route. The perimeter is heavily patrolled. Our best bet is straight through. I considered our options. Speed versus caution. Risk versus reward. Straight through, I decided. But we do it smart. Skylar, you're on point. Find us a path that minimizes contact. Monica, she looked up, amber eyes wide. Start reaching out. The plants in here aren't our enemies yet. They're slaves to the botanical engine. See if you can. I don't know. Talk to them. Talk to them? You're a plant manipulator. Manipulate. I gestured at the massive vine coiling around a nearby gear tower. Make friends, or at least convince them we're not worth reporting. Monica stared at me like I asked her to solve quantum physics while juggling chainsaws. Then something shifted in her expression, a spark of determination that hadn't been there before. She reached out with one hand, her fingers brushing against the vine. Nothing happened for a long moment. Then the vine relaxed. Its tension eased. A soft glow traveled along its length, pulsing like a heartbeat. Monica's eyes widened. They're scared. The engine controls them, but they don't want to be controlled. They remember what they were before. Just plants, growing toward the sun. No gears, no roost, no servitude. Can you help them? She swallowed. I can try. The vine curled gently around her wrist, almost affectionately. Other vines nearby began to move, turning toward her like flowers seeking light. We have an asset, I said. Let us use it. Move out. We advanced through the clockwork arboretum in careful formation. Skylar drifted ahead, her form flickering between visibility and shadow. Monica walked at the center of our group, one hand always touching some piece of vegetation, whispering reassurances that seemed to calm the biological half of our surroundings. Jacob called out directions and threat warnings. Emmy stayed close to me, healing aura ready to deploy at a moment's notice. Natalia walked at my side, ice crystals floating around her like a personal snowstorm. We passed through groves of brass-leaf trees and over bridges of interlocking gears. Twice, we encountered vine constructs on patrol. Both times, Monica managed to convince the local vegetation to shield us from detection. Vines and flowers closing ranks to form living walls that the construct's amber eyes couldn't see through. She's getting stronger, Natalia observed quietly. Every plant she touches, she understands the network better. I nodded. Julian was an idiot. Julian was a coward. There's a difference. He was both. And now she's ours. The word hung between us. Ours. Not mine. Not hers. Ours. Natalia's hand found mine, squeezing once before letting go. We continued deeper into the arboretum. The mechanical sounds grew louder as we approached the core. The gentle grinding of gears became a constant thunder. The air grew thick with the smell of machine oil and growing things. The trees grew larger, their copper leaves forming a canopy that blocked out whatever passed for sky in this place. Boss chamber ahead, Jacob reported, voice barely above a whisper. 200 meters. But there's a problem. There's always a problem. The entrance is guarded. Achevili garded. I'm counting at least 20 vine constructs and... He swallowed. Something bigger. Much bigger. Skylar materialized beside me. Her usual smirk absent. He.S. not exaggerating. There's a thing near the entrance. It's like, imagine if someone built a gorilla out of gears and covered it in angry roses. Then made it 15 feet tall. Then gave it arms that end in circular saws. A mechanical golem, Jacob said. They're supposed to be rare spawns. 1% encounter rate according to the database. Lucky us. I studied the path ahead, mind racing through possibilities. 20 constructs. 1 golem. A choke point entrance to the boss chamber. We could try to fight through. Natalia and I could probably handle the constructs. The golem was a problem, but not an insurmountable one. However, we'd burn through energy and resources before even reaching the main boss. Or, I looked at Monica, at the plants responding to her presence, at the network of vegetation that threaded through this entire dungeon like a nervous system. Monica! She turned. Fern still clutched her chest. How far does your influence extend now? She closed her eyes, reached out. The glow traveled along nearby vines, spreading outward like ripples in a pond. Far, she breathed. Really far. I can feel everything. The whole arboretum. It's all connected. The plants, the machines, the engine at the center. Like one giant organism. Can you control it? Her eyes snapped open. What? The vegetation. The vines. The flowers. They're afraid of the engine, right? They want to be free. I stepped closer, holding her gaze. Can you give them something to fight for? Understanding dawned across her face. And with it, something I hadn't seen since she'd arrived at Onyx House. Hope. I could try, she said. Chapter 339. Welcome to the Botanical Uprising. Monica closed her eyes. The change started small. A tremble in the nearest vine. A soft glow traveling along the copper-leafed branches overhead. The flowers around us turned their brass petals toward her like subjects acknowledging a queen. Then it spread. The glow raced outward through the network of vegetation, jumping from vine to vine, tree to tree, flower to flower. I watched it travel into the distance, a wave of soft luminescence washing through the mechanical forest. The constant grinding of gears stuttered. The vine constructs on patrol froze mid-step, their flower heads opening and closing in confusion. Monica's hands trembled. Sweat beaded on her forehead. Her fern dropped from nerveless fingers. I can feel them, she gasped. All of them. So many. They're listening. Tell them what to do. I don't know how to. Yes, you do. I held her shoulders and guided her to meet my eyes. Julian told you that you were weak, that you were only good for being a shield. He was wrong. He was a coward who couldn't recognize strength because he never had any. But you do, Monica. You got an entire ecosystem begging for someone to lead them. So lead. Her amber eyes wavered. I could see the war happening behind them. The old Monica, the one Julian had broken, screaming that she wasn't good enough. And the new Monica, the one I was building, reaching for something she'd been told she could never have. Power. Tell them to fight, I said. Tell them to be free. Monica's jaw set. She reached out with both hands this time, not just touching the vegetation, but grabbing it. Her fingers sank into the vine's surface like it was water. The glow intensified, spreading from her palms up her arms, racing along her body until she was wreathed in soft green light. And then she screamed, not a scream of pain, a scream of command, a battle cry that echoed through the arboretum and resonated with something deep in the organic half of this impossible place. The clockwork arboretum went to war with itself. Vines that had been passive suddenly wrapped around the mechanical structures that enslaved them, tearing gears from their housings. Trees twisted their copper branches into weapons, sweeping constructs from the platforms. Flowers opened their brass petals and released clouds of pollen that corroded metal on contact. The 20 vine constructs guarding the boss chamber didn't stand a chance. The vegetation they were made of turned against them. Their own vine-covered forms tore themselves apart, their gear cores ripped from their frames by the very plants that had once been their flesh. They collapsed one by one, sparking heaps of rust and greenery. The mechanical golem lasted longer. Its circular saw arms carved through the attacking vines, sending sprays of sap and copper flying. It roared with a sound like grinding metal and charged toward us, 15 feet of angry machinery covered in roses that were now trying to choke it. Netua Vilenskapeli. She was already moving. Ice erupted from her outstretched hands, coating the golem's legs in frost that spread upward with impossible speed. The roses strangling its torso froze solid. Its movements slowed, joints grinding against the cold that was stealing its mechanical heat. I stepped forward. My bat felt different in my hands now. Heavier, more certain. The upgraded spatial cleave hummed in my consciousness, eager to be tested. The golem's saw arm descended. I sidestepped, letting the blade pass close enough to feel the displaced air. My counter was instinctive, muscle memory I hadn't possessed 2 months ago. The bat swung in a tight arc, and I released the ability. Centurado. It crashed to the platform in a shower of gears and frozen roses, twitching like a dying spider. The golem staggered, off balance, its remaining saw arm swinging wildly. Natalia hit it with another blast of ice, freezing its legs to the platform. Monica's vines wrapped around its torso, squeezing. I didn't give it time to recover. 3 more spatial cleaves. 3 more wounds in reality. The golem's remaining arm. Its knee joint. Its neck. Its head toppled from its shoulders and fell through a gap in the platform, disappearing into the depths below. The Barado stood for one eternal moment, frozen in place by ice and vegetation. Then it crumbled, collapsing into a pile of scrap metal and dying roses. Silence. The vegetation around us slowly calmed, the glow fading from Monica's body. She swayed on her feet, and Emmy rushed forward to catch her before she fell. That was... Jacob stared at the carnage with wide eyes, his data pads forgotten. That was incredible. The power expenditure alone, the network manipulation. I've never seen anything like it. Monica. I crouched beside where Emmy was helping her. You good? She looked up at me with exhausted eyes. But behind the exhaustion, something burned. Something that hadn't been there before. I told them to fight, she whispered, and they listened. Yeah, I smiled. They did. Skylar materialized from wherever she'd been hiding during the battle. Not that I don't appreciate the botany lesson, but we've got a boss to kill. And all that noise probably woke it up. She was right. From beyond the entrance to the boss chamber, I could hear something stirring. Something massive. The grinding of gears scaled up to industrial proportions. The rustle of leaves multiplied by 1,000. Can you do that again? I asked Monica. The network control thing. She shook her head weakly. Not yet. I need time to recover. That took everything I had. Then you stay back with Jacob. Emmy, keep her on her feet. Nat, Skylar, you're with me. Natalia was already at my side, ice crystals dancing around her fingertips. Her purple eyes held that cold fire I'd come to love, the look of a predator about to do what predators do best. Skylar faded to partial transparency, her violet gaze sharp and focused. Any unfinished business between us had been set aside. We had a job to do. The 3 of us approached the entrance to the boss chamber. The door was massive, 30 feet tall, made of interlocking gears that had rusted into immobility over centuries. Vines and flowers covered every surface, pulsing with the same glow that Monica had spread through the arboretum. It's scared, Monica called from behind us. The engine. It felt what I did. It knows its control is slipping. Good, I said. Let's give it something else to be scared of. I raised my bat and slammed a spatial cleave into the door. Chapter 340. Internal hostile takeover reality screamed. The gears cracked. The rust shattered. The door split down the middle and fell inward with a crash that shook the entire platform. Beyond lay the heart of the Clockwork Arboretum. The chamber was cathedral vast, its walls formed of living trees wrapped around towering machinery. Gears the size of houses rotated slowly overhead, connected by vines thick enough to walk on. Brass flowers bloomed from every surface, their petals reflecting light from sap that dripped like liquid gold from the ceiling. And at the center of it all stood the botanical engine. It was a tree the size of a building. Its trunk made of twisted wood and corroded metal fused together into something that shouldn't have been alive, but clearly was. Gears spun within its bark, visible through gaps in the biological material. Its branches reached out in every direction, connecting to every vine, every flower, every piece of vegetation in the arboretum. It was beautiful. It was horrifying. It was watching us. A section of its trunk split open, revealing a face made of wood and brass. Eyes of amber sap fixed on us with an intelligence that was older than humanity. Intruders. The voice came from everywhere, vibrating through the chamber, resonating in the metal and the wood and the very air. You have disrupted my garden, corrupted my children. You will become fertilizer for the next growth cycle. Cool speech, I said. We're still going to kill you. The engine's face twisted into something that might have been a smile on a human. On this thing, it looked like a wound. Confidence. I enjoy confidence. It makes the screaming more satisfying. Branches descended from above, each one tipped with thorns the length of my forearm. Vines erupted from the ground, reaching for us with grasping tendrils. The gears in the ceiling began to spin faster, machinery waking from centuries of dormancy. Natalia responded first. A wave of frost exploded outward, freezing the nearest vine solid. She followed it with a barrage of ice spikes that punched through the descending branches, shattering them into frozen splinters. Skylar vanished entirely, her form dissolving into the shadows. I caught glimpses of her moving through the chaos, her illusions creating copies that drew the engine's attention away from her real location. I charged forward. The engine's thorned branches stabbed at me, but my body moved before my mind could catch up. Protection from arrows screamed warnings directly into my nervous system, guiding my dodges with precognitive certainty. A thorn passed an inch from my face. Another grazed my shoulder, drawing blood, but missing anything vital. I closed the distance. The engine's trunk loomed before me, massive and ancient and pulsing with malevolent life. I could see the gears spinning inside it, the mechanical heart that kept this unholy fusion alive. Spatial cleave. The attack bit deep, carving a wound in the engine's trunk that oozed golden sap. The tree machine screamed, a sound of grinding metal and snapping would that hurt to hear. Impudent worm. A branch caught me across the chest, sending me flying backward. I hit the ground hard, ribs protesting the impact. The regenerator brace under my shirt sparked and whined. Natalia was there before I could recover, ice shields forming around us both. The engine's attacks hammered against the frozen barriers, cracking them. But she kept reinforcing, kept rebuilding, her power flowing with a fluidity that spoke of desperate determination. You okay? She asked without looking at me. Been better. I pushed myself to my feet, ignoring the pain. We need to hit the core. The mechanical heart in its chest. Kind of busy not dying right now. I studied the battle, mind racing. The engine was too large to fight conventionally. Its regeneration was too fast. Every wound we inflicted began healing almost immediately, wood and metal knitting back together. But Monica had shown us something. The vegetation in this place wanted to be free. The biological half of the engine wasn't loyal to ITIT, was enslaved. Skylar, I shouted. She materialized beside me, breathing hard. What? Can you project an illusion into the engine? Into its mind? Her eyes widened. I've never tried anything like that. Try. She hesitated for only a moment. Then she closed her eyes and exhaled a stream of ethereal smoke that drifted toward the engine's trunk, seeping into the cracks and wounds we already created. The engine froze. Its attack stopped. Its branches hung motionless. The gears in its body ground to a halt. What are you doing? The voice came weaker now, confused. What is this? I see. Show what it could be, I said to Skylar. Show the biological half, what it was before the machinery. Show it sunlight. Zen, growing toward the sky without gears or rust or servitude. Skylar's face contorted with effort. Sweat dripped down her temples. But the smoke continued to flow, and the engine continued to stand frozen, lost in whatever vision she was projecting. The glow returned. Not from Monica this time, but from the engine itself. From the biological half of its being, the trees and vines and flowers that had been enslaved for centuries. The glow spread through its trunk, down its branches, into every piece of vegetation in the chamber. And the engine began to tear itself apart. Wood separated from metal. Gears fell from bark like shed skin. Vines ripped themselves free from their mechanical prisons, pulling rust and iron with them. The engine's scream was terrible, a sound of dying machinery and liberated plants, of something ancient and corrupt finally meeting its end. Its trunk cracked down the middle. Its mechanical heart was exposed, a mass of spinning gears and pumping sap that powered the entire arboretum. I didn't hesitate. I sprinted forward, bat raised, channeling everything I had into one final spatial cleave. The attack hit the mechanical heart dead center. Reality split. The heart exploded. Golden sap erupted in a fountain that coated everything in a 50-foot radius. The botanical engine collapsed. Its trunk fell in two pieces, crushing the machinery beneath it. Its branches went limp. Its amber eyes dimmed and died. The grinding of gears throughout the chamber slowed. Stopped. The vegetation hung motionless for one breathless moment. They began to grow. Free from the engine's control, the plants did what plants do. They reached for whatever light they could find. They spread their leaves. They bloomed. The clockwork arboretum was transforming from a prison into a garden. I stood in the middle of it all, covered in golden sap, breathing hard, ribs screaming, and smiled. Target eliminated, I said. Chapter 341. Post-dungeon clarity golden hour painted everything in shades of amber and rust. The city's glass towers caught the dying light and threw it back in fragments. My ribs ached. My shoulders burned. The regenerator brace under my shirt had given up the ghost about an hour ago, and now served primarily as an uncomfortable reminder that I pushed my body past its warranty. I leaned back against the seat and surveyed my team. Monica had curled herself into a ball in the third row, her fern clutched against her chest like a child holding a teddy bear. Her eyes were closed, but her breathing was too shallow for sleep. Every few seconds, her fingers would twitch against the pot, reaching for a network that no longer existed. She touched something vast in that dungeon, something older than the machinery that had enslaved it. And now she was trying to figure out how to fit back inside her own skin. Jacob sat 2 rows ahead, forehead pressed against the window. His data pads lay dark on the seat beside him for the first time since I met him. The city lights blurred past his reflection, and he watched them without seeing. That 1,000-yard stare was familiar. I'd worn it myself plenty of times in my past life. The look of someone whose brain had processed too much input and was now running on fumes while it defragmented. Emmy occupied the seat directly across the aisle from me, her medical kit spread across her lap. She was reorganizing it. Again, the antiseptic goes in the left pocket, she muttered to herself. No, wait, right pocket, because then the gauze is closer to the scissors and I can grab them both at once if someone is bleeding out and I need to. She trailed off, started over. The antiseptic went back to the left pocket. And then there was Skylar. She had claimed the back corner of the bus like a cat, staking out the highest perch in the room. Hood up, arms crossed. The memory of our last encounter lingered between us. The nectar hummed between us, a connection she couldn't break no matter how hard she tried to pretend it didn't exist. Every time the bus hit a bump and our eyes almost met, she'd find something fascinating about the ceiling tiles to study. We do need to talk about that eventually, but not tonight. Tonight, Everyone needed sleep and food, and the comfortable illusion that we were normal teenagers who just finished a rough school project. My phone buzzed. I ignored it. "You're staring." Natalia's voice came from my right, low enough that no one else could hear over the bus's engine. She hadn't been sitting this close when we had first boarded back at the Onyx Hounds compound. Somehow, over the course of the 40-minute drive back toward civilization, she had moved closer across the worn vinyl bench seat until her barato rested against mine, standing close in a casual but deliberate way. It was obvious to anyone who knew what to look for, which, thankfully, was only me, and possibly Skylar, but she was pretending not to exist right now. "I'm observing," I corrected without looking at her. My gaze continued its circuit of the bus interior, tracking the various states of post-combat processing among our little band of survivors. "There's a difference, is there?" The skepticism in Natalia's tone was palpable. "Looking around is casual. I am assessing our tactical situation." I paused. "Also, staring is what creeps do on subway trains. I have standards." Natalia made a soft sound that might have been amusement or might have been exasperation. Probably both. Her purple eyes tracked my gaze across the bus's interior, cataloging the same details I'd been mentally filing away. Monica's still trembling hands as they stroked that ridiculous fern. Jacob's vacant, thousand-yard stare as he processed trauma through the lens of pattern recognition. Emmy's compulsive reorganization of her medical supplies, the third time she'd done it in the last 20 minutes. Skylar's studied avoidance of looking anywhere in my direction. A whole bus full of damage in various stages of processing. "They held together," Natalia said after a moment, her voice carrying a note of something that might have been approval. "Barely. Barely counts." Her shoulders shifted against mine, a small adjustment that somehow pressed us even closer together. Most teams don't make it through their first real run without someone breaking. We lost exactly 0 people to panic. I couldn't argue with that assessment. The statistics on first-time hunter teams were grim. Personality conflicts that turned lethal under pressure, panic responses that got people killed, someone freezing up at exactly the wrong moment, and creating a domino effect of failure. We had our share of close calls today, more than our share, if I was being honest, but when the critical moments came, everyone had pulled their weight. Monica especially. That thought kept circling back, demanding my attention. The girl who'd been used as a human shield by her own team leader just hours ago had stood in the heart of an ancient mechanical prison and commanded an entire hostile ecosystem to bend itself to her will. She'd turned a death barato into a garden, and she'd done it with the kind of raw power that made my system-enhanced instincts sit up and take notice. Julian Valerius had called her weak. Julian Valerius was a complete idiot. "She's going to be a problem," I murmured, keeping my voice pitched for Natalia's ears only. Natalia's eyebrow arched in that particular way that meant she was already 3 steps ahead of me and waiting to see if I'd catch up. "Monica? Not that kind of problem. A good problem." I watched the botanical princess whisper something to her fern, her lips moving in what looked like a genuine conversation with a plant. She touched something big in there today, something fundamental. And whatever it was, it's not going to stop growing just because we left the gate. I need to figure out how to channel that development before it channels her into doing something catastrophically naive. And Jacob? Information overload. His brain is still processing everything he saw. He'll be fine after a good night's sleep and approximately 17 energy drinks. Emmy? Coping mechanism. Let her reorganize. She'll calm down once her hands get tired. Natalia's voice dropped even lower. "Skylar?" I didn't answer immediately. Across the bus, Skylar's jaw tightened almost imperceptibly. She pulled her hood lower, hiding her face in shadow. "Complicated," I said finally. Natalia's barato brushed against mine. Not painfully, just present. A reminder of exactly who I belong to. U201C, I can imagine. U201D Chapter 342. Status Report. 295 SP. 1 angry goth girl. And a very suspicious message. The bus lurched as it turned off the main highway onto the access road, that led to the Atoll ferry terminal. Evening traffic clogged the streets, delivery drones crisscrossing overhead like metal locusts carrying packages to the wealthy districts. Somewhere in the distance, a gate alarm wailed, but it wasn't our concern. Other teams, other problems. I pulled up my status screen, more out of habit than necessity. The SP counter sat at 295. Not bad for a day's work. The dungeon clear had generated a decent chunk of passive income, plus whatever bonus I'd get when the official mission report processed. Not enough for another mythical pull, but enough to save toward the next opportunity. The system notification about Skylar S. Bond rank still pulsed in the corner of my vision. Level 5, dependent. I dismissed it with a thought. One problem at a time. The ferry ride stretched out before us, all dark water and distant lights bleeding together like watercolors in the rain. The low hum of the engines created a white noise that swallowed conversation, leaving us suspended in a cocoon of exhausted silence. No one spoke. There was nothing left to say. Monica had fallen into an actual sleep somewhere around the halfway point, her precious fern tilting dangerously to one side before Emmy reached over with gentle hands and steadied the pot. Jacob remained frozen in place, staring at absolutely nothing with the 1,000-yard stare of a man who'd seen something his brain was still trying to process. Skylar, meanwhile, had apparently discovered the secret to enlightenment in the pattern of water stains on the ferry's ceiling tiles, because she hadn't moved her gaze in 20 minutes. Natalia stayed pressed against my side, warm and solid and impossibly, tangibly real in a way that made my chest tighten. I let myself rest my head against her shoulder. Just for a moment. "You're tired," she observed quietly, her voice barely audible over the engine's drone. "I'm always tired. More than usual." It wasn't a question. She could read me too well now, knew all the micro-expressions I couldn't quite hide when I was running on fumes. "Barato, a building-sized tree monster today," I pointed out, keeping my voice equally low. "Watch it try to take out my entire team. Nearly got strangled by vines. I think I'm allowed to be a little worn out." Her fingers found mine under the edge of her jacket, hidden from view of anyone who might glance our way. The touch was brief, electric grounding. She squeezed once, hard enough that I felt in my bones, then let go just as quickly. "Rest," she said, and there was something in her voice that made it less of a suggestion and more of a command. "I'll wake you when we dock." I wanted to argue. A king doesn't rest while his subjects might need him. Doesn't show weakness. Doesn't let his guard slip for even a moment. A proper manipulator stays alert, stays aware, never lets his consciousness drift when there are pieces still moving on the board. There were still things to plan, angles to work, the ever-present question of how to manage the growing complexity of my court without everything collapsing into chaos. But God, I was so very tired. My eyes were already drifting shut before I'd even made the conscious decision to let them. When I opened them again, we were pulling up to Onyx House. The dormitory looked even worse than I remembered in the evening light. Peeling paint, crooked shutters. Someone had left a training dummy on the lawn. Its straw-stuffed head caved in from what looked like a significant number of punches. The grass needed mowing. The windows needed cleaning. The whole place screamed underfunded disaster zone. In the distance, the Argent Sentinel dormitory gleamed like a promise. All clean lines and polished surfaces, its lights already twinkling in the gathering dusk like a particularly smug constellation. I hated that building. Carmen was waiting on the front steps, because of course she was. She sprawled across the top step like a particularly lazy cat, one hand wrapped around a bottle of something amber that definitely wasn't tea, the other holding a scent cigarette that sent curls of blue smoke into the evening air. Her eye patch caught the light as she turned to watch the bus pull up. Well, she drawled as we stumbled off the transport one by one. "The puppies didn't die. I say I'm proud, but that would require me to have invested emotionally in any of you." She took a long drag from her cigarette. "There's pizza inside. It's cold." Hikari already ate 3 slices. A pause. 4. 5. She's working on her 6th. "Might want to hurry if you want any." A collective groan rose from the team. But beneath the exhaustion, beneath the 1,000-yard stares and the trembling hands, I heard relief. We made a home. Monica shuffled past Carmen without a word, her fern clutched protectively against her chest. Jacob followed. Cinchuredo, then she pulled her hood lower and vanished inside. Natalia lingered, watching her. "Tonight," she said quietly. "You promised." "I remember." "Good." She leaned in, gave a brief, firm bravado that felt somewhere between affection and warning, then followed the others inside. I was the last one off the bus. The driver gave me a tired nod before pulling away, leaving me alone in the fading light. The engine noise faded. The world went quiet. I turned and looked back at the empty seats, at the scattered protein bar wrappers Emmy had handed out during the ride, at the medkit she'd forgotten on the seat in her rush to check on the pizza situation. First mission complete. No casualties. No permanent trauma, or at least no new permanent trauma. By any reasonable metric, we won. So why did it feel like we just painted targets on our backs? I grabbed the medkit and tucked it under my arm. Emmy would panic if she woke up tomorrow and couldn't find it. Probably start reorganizing something else. Maybe the entire kitchen. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out. Unknown number. 3 words glowing on the screen. The gardener watches. I stared at the message. Read it twice. 3 times. Then I deleted it. Chapter 343. Debriefing the mission, the common room of Onyx House looked like a tornado had a baby with a gym locker, and then that baby threw a house party. Every available surface was covered with something that shouldn't be there. Training weights on the coffee table. Textbooks stacked in precarious towers that defied basic physics. Someone's laundry draped over a lamp. Empty Thunderstrike cans formed a pyramid on the windowsill, a monument to poor hydration choices. The air smelled like sweat, cheap pizza, and teenage desperation. Home sweet home. Hikari had claimed an entire section of the couch as her personal feeding station. She was on what looked like her 6th slice of cold pepperoni, talking with her mouth full in a way that would have given etiquette teachers nightmares. "See, the thing about pizza," she said between bites, cheese stretching in a string from her burrito to the slice, "is that the ratio matters. Too much cheese, and you lose the structural integrity. Too little, and what's even the point?" Jamie sat across from her, in his usual relaxed look, somehow managing to flex his pecs while simultaneously devouring a slice in 2 bites. The man was a menace to dinner tables everywhere. "You speak wisdom, small warrior." His voice boomed loud enough to rattle the windows. "But you forget the most important ingredient. Honor. Pizza consumed without honor is merely bread with toppings. That is literally what pizza is." "Wrong." Jamie struck a pose that belonged on a protein powder advertisement. "Pizza is the fuel of champions. It must be earned through righteous battle. Only then does the cheese truly melt upon the tongue." Hikari considered this. Shrugged. "Grab another slice." In the corner, Raphael had headphones on and was aggressively ignoring everyone while sharpening a knife. The knife made slow, deliberate scrapes against the whetstone. Scrape, scrape, scrape. One remained unconscious on the other couch. Or unconscious. A slice of pizza rested on his chest, like an offering to a particularly lazy deity. The pizza had been there long enough to have formed a small grease stain on his shirt. No one had moved it. No one dared. The eternal question of whether Juan Navarro was actually sleeping or just pretending so he didn't have to participate in life remained unanswered. "Come on, man." Marco had Malachi cornered by the bookshelf, trying desperately to grab his hand for what looked like an arm wrestling match. "Just one round. That's all I'm asking." Malachi's response was to dissolve into shadow the moment Marco's fingers got within an inch of contact. "Bro." Malachi reformed 3 feet to the left, expression unchanged. His violet eyes held the enthusiasm of a man watching paint dry. "Bro, that's cheating." Malachi shrugged. Shadows pooled at his feet like they were waiting for their next command. Marco lunged again. Malachi vanished, reappeared behind the couch where Juan lay dead to the world. "I will get you eventually." Another shrug. The ghost of what might have been a smile flickered across Malachi's face before disappearing as quickly as it had come. Akari had her phone out, filming the entire disaster. And here we see the noble onyx hound in its natural habitat. She purred into the camera, panning across the carnage. Surrounded by carbs. Notice the alpha male attempting to assert dominance through arm wrestling. Observe the beta male using literal shadow magic to avoid physical contact. Truly, this is nature at its finest. She zoomed in on the pizza stain on Juan's shirt. Endangered species sighting. The rare sleeping slacker. That was the scene we walked into. Team Alpha filed through the front door like the world's South most exhausted parade. Monica clutching her fern. Jacob looking like his soul had temporarily vacated his body. Emmy somehow still bouncing despite the fact that she should have collapsed from energy expenditure hours ago. Skylar moved past like a shadow, wanting nothing to do with anyone. Natalia stayed close to my side because apparently that was her new habit. The room went quiet for a moment. Then Isabel's voice drifted down from the second-floor landing, where she stood with a book in one hand and a cup of tea in the other. Her expression suggested she was observing particularly interesting bacteria under a microscope. The conquering hero's return. I trust the shrubbery has been thoroughly vanquished? Before I could respond with something appropriately cutting, Emmy exploded. We did so good. She practically vibrated out of her skin. Monica was amazing, and she talked to all the plants, and they listened to her. And then Skylar did this thing with the smoke where she put visions in the boss monster's head, and Jacob found the perfect route through the whole dungeon like he saw everything coming, and Satoru was all like boom with the bat, and the boss just fell apart, and there was golden sap everywhere, and she was talking so fast that her words blurred together into one continuous stream of consciousness. I wasn't sure she was breathing. I wasn't sure she needed to. Hikari, bless her simple soul, offered Emmy a slice of cheese pizza. Emmy accepted it without pausing her monologue, shoving half of it into her mouth while continuing to talk. And then the whole ecosystem just went crazy, and MMPH the vines were everywhere, and Monica was glowing, and Jesus, Raphael muttered from his corner, not looking up from his knife. Someone put a muzzle on the healer. Emmy didn't notice, or didn't care. The pizza disappeared. The monologue continued. I left her to it. Carmen dropped into a chair backwards, resting her arms over the backrest as she leaned forward. The bottle balanced on her knee. Her single visible eye swept across the room with the weariness of someone who had seen too much and been paid too little to care. All right, puppies. Gather round. Official debrief time. Nobody moved. Carmen sighed, took a long drink from her bottle. That wasn't a request. Chapter 344. My socially anxious nerd just successfully flirted people shuffled into vague proximity. Juan remained motionless on the couch, pizza still resting on his chest like a loyal companion. Carmen didn't bother trying to wake him. She knew better. Clockwork Arboretum. C rank. Clear time. For hours, 12 minutes. She read from the tablet without enthusiasm. 0 casualties. Minimal property damage. Her eye slid to Monica. And yes, collapsing an entire ecosystem counts as minimal when no one dies. Monica sank lower in her seat, hugging Ferdinand the Fern like a security blanket. Carmen continued. Boss kill was clean. Teamwork was present. Barely, but present. She looked at me, and something in her gaze sharpened. Your call to let the plant girl off the leash was either brilliant or suicidal. Jury S still out. It worked. This time. She took another drink, longer this time. Don't let it go to your head, Captain. The Arboretum was a test drive. Training wheels. A warm-up before the real match. I waited. Open season runs for another 6 weeks. Other guilds are already making moves. The Phantoms cleared 2 gates yesterday. Cobalt Vipers are sniffing around a B rank that opened near the industrial district. Carmen S., I found mine. You want to stay on top? You're going to have to work for it. The room absorbed this information. Somewhere, Hikari reached for another slice of pizza. Jamie nodded solemnly, like she just delivered profound philosophical wisdom. The real races are coming, Carmen finished. And not everyone's going across the finish line. She stood, chair scraping against the floor. The debrief was apparently over. She wandered back toward the kitchen, bottle dangling from her fingers, leaving us to digest the warning along with our carbs. I found myself watching Monica. She retreated to the corner near the window, away from the chaos of the main room. Ferdinand the Fern sat in her lap, and her hands were wrapped around the pot, like she was trying to absorb warmth from the soil. In the lamplight, I could see her fingers trembling. She was trying to hide it. Whilst he doing a great job, I understood the feeling. Touching that much power for the first time was like sticking your finger in an electrical socket and discovering you liked the way it felt. Intoxicating. Terrifying. The kind of experience that rewired something fundamental in your brain. Monica had controlled an entire dungeon's worth of hostile vegetation. Made them listen. Made them fight for her. That kind of thing left marks on a person. The fern leaned toward her slightly, its small fronds reaching in her direction like they wanted to offer comfort. Did plants do that? Could plants do that? Or was I projecting human emotions onto a houseplant because I spent too much time inside a botanical nightmare? Jacob approached her. I watched from across the room, keeping my observations subtle. The information broker was holding 2 cups of tea. His hands were shaking almost as badly as Monica's. His datapad was nowhere to be seen, which for Jacob was the equivalent of a normal person leaving the house without his keys. His voice cracked. He cleared his throat. Started again. I thought you might. The caffeine helps with the shaking. Theoretically, I read a study. Several studies, actually, and the peer review on one was solid, but the methodology on another was questionable because the sample size was only like 43 participants, which really isn't enough to establish statistical significance. But, thank you, Jacob. Monica's voice was soft, genuine. She reached out and took the cup from his hands. Their fingers brushed. Jacob turned a color I'd previously only seen in ripe tomatoes. His mouth opened. Closed. Open again. No sound came out. Then he retreated so fast he nearly tripped over one's sleeping form, barely catching himself on the arm of the couch before he could face-plant into the carpet. Interesting development. Potential leverage. Also, objectively adorable, but I was to go to admit that out loud. Across the room, Natalia had cornered Isabel near the bookshelf. The two of them were deep in conversation, heads bent together, speaking in low voices that didn't carry. From their expressions, they might have been generals planning a military campaign. Maps, troop movements, strategic positioning. Knowing Natalia, they probably were. Emmy had somehow convinced Akari to learn a dance. The two of them stood in the middle of the chaos, Emmy demonstrating moves with enthusiasm, while Hikari attempted to copy them with the grace of a newborn giraffe learning to walk. It was terrible. It was beautiful. It was the kind of disaster you couldn't look away from. No, like this. Emmy demonstrated a hip movement. Hikari tried. Perfect. You're doing great. She was not doing great. She was doing the opposite of great. But she was smiling, wide and genuine, and Emmy was beaming like she just discovered a new best friend. Skylar had claimed her usual corner, but something was different tonight. Her hood was down. Her violet hair spilled across her shoulders, catching the lamplight. She was watching the dance, and her expression was not hostile, not closed off. Something that might have been amusement tugged at the corner of her lips. A tiny crack in the armor, barely visible unless you knew where to look. I knew where to look. I let my gaze sweep across the room one more time. Took in the chaos. The laughter. The arguments. The pizza theft happening in real time as Jamie swiped the last slice from under Raphael's nose, and Raphael responded by threatening him with a knife he definitely shouldn't have. This was what I was building. Not just a team. Not just a collection of useful abilities and strategic assets. A family, dysfunctional as can be, held together by spite and carbohydrates and the shared trauma of nearly dying in dungeons together. But mine and families protected each other. My phone sat heavy in my pocket. The deleted message burned in my memory, 3 words that shouldn't have existed on a screen at all. The gardener watches. I didn't know who had sent it. Didn't he know what it meant? Didn't he know if it was a threat, a warning, or something worse? But I knew it was T random. The Clockwork Arboretum. The Botanical Engine. Monica's awakening. Someone had been paying attention. The lights flickered, just for a moment. A brief stutter that plunged the room into darkness for half a heartbeat before the power stabilized. Everyone froze. Emmy stopped mid-dance move. Hikari's arm hung in the air at an awkward angle. Natalia's head snapped up, purple eyes scanning for threats. Even Juan seemed to twitch. The first sign of life had shown in an hour. Then Raphael snorted. Bad wiring. He went back to sharpening his knife. The threat assessment apparently complete. This whole building's a fire hazard. The tension broke. People laughed. Emmy resumed, teaching Hikari to dance. Jamie launched into another monologue about honor and pizza. Marco made another doomed attempt to grab Malachi's hand for arm wrestling. Life resumed, but I noticed the way Natalia's eyes lingered on the ceiling. The way Skylar's hood went back up. The way Isabel's fingers tightened around her teacup. I wasn't the only one who felt it. Something was coming. Chapter 345. How to handle a rank 10 Sunra's jealousy. I shut the door to my room and took maybe 3 steps before I felt it. Cold. Not the mild chill of an air conditioner. Not the bite of winter wind. This was the kind of cold that made your bones ache, the kind that turned breath into fog and made you wonder if you'd wandered into someone's cryogenic freezer by mistake. My room had become a total meat locker. Purple light pulsed across the walls in slow, rhythmic waves, like a heartbeat, like something alive and furious was breathing in the darkness. Centuredo, her purple hair spilled across her shoulders, and those white streaks from the necropolis glowed faintly in the weird light. Her eyes were half-lidded, burning with a fierce, untamed fury. The cryolich ring on her finger pulsed in sync with her heartbeat. Ice crystals were forming on the windows. Well, this was fine. Totally fine. Nothing about this situation made sense, and I had a feeling the evening ahead would be difficult. You remind me of her, Natalia said. Her voice was quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that came right before someone snapped and started throwing cars through buildings. I opened my Barato to respond. Invisible hands shoved me hard against the door, making the frame rattle. My shoulders hit the wood. My head snapped back. Bright spots flashed across my vision. Centuredo, I could feel her intense need radiating through the bond, mixing with the rage and jealousy into something that made my heart rate spike. Nat, listen, a chair beside me suddenly splintered apart. The broken pieces clattered to the floor. The door behind me burst open with a loud crack of splintering wood. Centuredo, it already responds to me, she whispered. Even after everything, it knows who it belongs to. Her bare feet left the floor, and she drifted toward me through the cold air like some kind of beautiful, haunting apparition. The shirt billowed around her like wings. Her hair moved in an invisible wind that didn't exist outside her personal gravity well. When she stopped in front of me, she looked up at me. Her breath felt warm despite the freezing temperature she turned the room into. I can sense Skylar's presence on you, she said. She was here. You touched her. You gave her the nectar. I couldn't deny it. Wouldn't have even if I could. Yeah, and Emmy. Natalia's voice dropped lower. Darker. You let Emmy sit close to you. Let her reach for you. Let her smile at you like you're her entire world. She's a healer. She was, I don't care. Centuredo, a drop of water slipped from the rim of her glass and trailed down her chin, catching the light as it fell. She glanced up at me for a moment, holding my gaze. Wow, I whispered. She smiled softly in response, and the moment sent a quiet thrill through me that I won't soon forget. Centuredo, Natalia, I said firmly. You keep this up, I'm gonna... She just smiled and kept going. All right, enough. I let her have her fun for now, but I put a stop to it before things went too far. I shifted my stance. Chapter 346. The invisible bonds holding my wrists shattered like glass. Natalia's eyes went wide. Her concentration broke for just a second, shock flashing across her expression. That second was all I needed. I seized her by the hair. Censurado, 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 censurado. I felt the gentle vibrations as she hummed softly nearby, her presence calm and powerful. She floated effortlessly in the air, her entire form suspended without touching the ground, held aloft by her remarkable power. I held on, guided by the rhythm of the moment. It was beautiful, awe-inspiring, and absolutely unforgettable. Censurado, one arm under her knees, one behind her back, and I carried her to the bed like she weighed nothing at all. Because with my current stats, she basically didn't. I gently set her down on the mattress, and she let out a tired sigh. Her cheeks were flushed from exhaustion. Censurado, 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 censurado. She looked up at me with an expression of such complete trust that something in my bravado twisted. You did so well, I told her. She actually smiled, small and genuine and touching. Then she rested on the bed, completely exhausted. I lay down beside her, pulled her close despite the rough night we'd both had. Her hair was a mess. Her makeup was smeared beyond recognition. Her neck was already marked up. She looked exhausted. She looked perfect. I hate you, she mumbled against my bravado. I know. You're terrible. Also true. You were with Skylar. I didn't answer that one. Seemed safer. Her hand found mine. Held on gently. See her again? She whispered. Tomorrow. Or tonight. Whenever you can. Just see her again. Greedy. For you? Always. Chapter 347. Status report from the other side. The rankings board glowed in the dim office of Professor Anya Petrova, casting silver light across her pristine desk. The number 1 slot burned like an accusation. Onyx Hounds, 847 points below it, in what should have been their rightful place, set the Argent Sentinels at 612. Anya's crystalline aspect flickered at her fingertips, tiny shards of ice forming and dissolving in rhythm with her barely controlled fury. She had built the Sentinels from nothing, forged them into the perfect embodiment of everything a hunter should be. Clean, professional, marketable. And now they sat in second place behind a pack of mutts led by a boy who fought with a baseball bat. Julian Valerius stood at attention before her desk, his posture impeccable despite the shadows carved beneath his eyes. 3 weeks since the Necropolis incident. 3 weeks since his world had crumbled around him. The Golden Prince looked more like tarnished bronze these days. You wanted to see me, Professor? Anya didn't turn from the rankings board. Do you know what I see when I look at this, Mr. Valerius? Our current standing, I see failure. The word cracked through the air like breaking ice. I see a guild that has dominated these rankings for 7 consecutive years, now bleeding members to lesser houses. I see Kinjiro Kobayashi wearing Cobalt Viper colors. I see Monica Von Astrom and Celeste Vance eating dinner with the hounds like they belong there. Julian's jaw tightened. The transfers were unavoidable circumstances. Were they? Anya finally turned, her piercing blue eyes fixing on him with surgical intensity. Or were they the natural consequence of a leader who forgot what it means to lead? He flinched, actually flinched, like she struck him across the face. Good. Payne was a teacher, perhaps the only one Julian had ever needed. The VHC inquiry cleared us both, he said, though his voice carried less conviction than usual. The official record shows. I don't care what the official record shows. I care about results. Anya gestured at the board. First place, Mr. Valerius. For the first time in the program's history, the Onyx Hounds sit at the top of the rankings. Do you understand what that means? It means we need to work harder. It means everything I've built is being undermined by a single student. Her voice dropped to something dangerous. Satoru Nakano, a boy who entered this academy as a 0. A boy who should have been expelled in his first week. A boy who somehow convinced the president of the VHC to personally commend his tactical awareness. She let the words hang in the frozen air. He took Celeste Vance from us, the president's sister, an S-rank potential who was supposed to be the crown jewel of our recruitment class. Anya's fingers drummed against her desk, leaving tiny frost patterns on the wood. Julian's hands curled into fists at his sides. She could see the knuckles whitening. What do you want me to do about it? I need you to remember what you are. Anya stepped closer, her presence filling the space between them with cold authority. You are Julian Valerius, heir to one of Valoria's great families. You possess a quantum disruption aspect that can neutralize any opponent's greatest strength. You were born to lead. I know what I am. Do you? Because the boy I see before me looks like someone who has forgotten. She reached out, adjusting the collar of his uniform with the detachment of a sculptor examining flawed marble. The Nakano boy is dangerous because he makes people believe in him. He turns weakness into strength, failure into opportunity. That is his gift. Her eyes met his. Your gift is making people understand their place, reminding them that there is an order to this world, a hierarchy, and at the top of that hierarchy are families like yours. Like mine. She released his collar. The hounds may have won this battle, but wars are not decided by single engagements. Julian straightened, something hardening in his expression. The lost boy retreating behind the mask of the prince. What do you need from me? I need you to stop sulking and start scheming. The Inter-Guild tournament begins in 6 weeks. Every point matters. Every victory counts. Anya returned to her desk, settling into her chair with regal grace. Nakano has built something with those people. I want you to break it, and if breaking it proves difficult, I'll seen smil krostanya schlips. Then we don't break the team. We break the man. She waved her hand in dismissal. Julian bowed slightly and retreated toward the door. He paused with his hand on the handle. For what it's worth, Professor, I haven't forgotten what he did to me, what he took from me. His voice carried an edge that hadn't been there before. Satoru Nakano will pay for every humiliation. I'll make certain of it. The door closed behind him. Anya studied the rankings board for a long moment, watching the numbers pulse in the darkness. Then she opened her tablet and began composing a message. Some problems required surgical solutions, and she knew exactly which blades to sharpen. Across the atoll, in the gleaming tower that housed the Scarlet Phantoms, Professor Saru Takamura threw his head back and laughed. The sound rattled the training equipment mounted on his office walls. Weapons from a dozen different fighting styles hung in neat rows, each one representing a technique he had mastered and discarded over his career. The man himself looked more like a retired cage fighter than a professor, all corded muscle and battle scars barely hidden beneath his open-collar dress shirt. First place. He slapped his knee, grinning at the students seated across from him. The hounds are in first place. Oh, Anya must be absolutely losing her mind right now. Reina Cabana did not share his amusement. She sat with her legs crossed, crimson hair cascading over her shoulders. Her amber eyes, usually warm with practiced charm, had gone cold as she studied the rankings displayed on Takamura's wall screen. This ISN funny, sensei. It's hilarious. 7 years. 7 years those silver spoon idiots have sat at the top, looking down at everyone else like they own the place. Takamura wiped a tear from his eye. And now they're eating the hound's dust. I might frame this ranking, put it right above my bed. You're missing the point. Enlighten me, then. What point am I missing? Reina uncrossed her legs and leaned forward, her posture shifting from casual to intent in a heartbeat. Celeste Vance, Isabel Okoye. Both of them are now in Onyx House. Takamura's grin faded slightly. So those two, along with myself, were considered the 3 most promising female freshmen in the entire program. The Big Three, the gossip blogs called us. 3 girls from influential families with S-rank potential, destined to shape the next generation of hunters. She let that sink in. Celeste transferred from the Sentinels under circumstances no one will explain. Isabel rejected every elite guild that recruited her and chose the hounds willingly. And now both of them are taking orders from a boy who didn't even have an aspect 6 months ago. Chapter 348. A tale of two professors. Takamura's expression sobered. He leaned back his chair, thick arms crossing over his chest. You think Nakano is collecting them? I think Nakano is building something. Reina's fingers drummed against her thigh, a nervous habit she usually suppressed. He got the president's sister. He got a girl whose family helped her walk away from the most exclusive recruitment class in a decade. He got Monica von Astrom, who apparently can command vegetation now. He got a telekinetic powerhouse, an illusionist, a girl hosting an S-rank B spirit. She trailed off, frustration bleeding through her composure. I've watched the footage from their dungeon clear. His team moved like they'd been fighting together for years, not weeks. They anticipated each other's actions. They covered each other's weaknesses. It was beautiful, Takamura finished quietly. I watched it too. That kind of coordination doesn't happen by accident. No, it doesn't. Reina met his eyes. So what do we do about it? We do what phantoms do. The professor's grin returned, sharper now, hungrier. We watch. We learn. And when the time comes, we hit hard enough to make sure they don't get back up. He pulled up a file on his tablet, tossing the holographic display between them. Satoru Nakano's Academy ID photo. Stare back at them. Average height. Sharp features. Red hair that looked too deliberately styled to be natural. And eyes that held something dangerous behind their casual indifference. This kid came from nothing, Takamura said. Zero background. Zero connections. Zero aspect until some freak manifestation. And now he's commanding a guild that has Anya Petrova contemplating something terrible and the president of the VHC sending personal commendations. Which means what, exactly? Which means he's either the luckiest devil on the planet, or he's something we haven't seen before. Takamura shut off the display. Either way, the Phantoms don't back down from challenge. If Nakano wants to play King of the Hill, he cracked his knuckles. We'll just have to remind him why they call us the Scarlet Phantoms. Reina nodded slowly, her expression settling into something calculating. She had built her reputation on charm, on beauty, on the kind of social manipulation that made enemies into allies and rivals into admirers. But beneath all that polish lay something harder, something that didn't like being outmaneuvered. The tournament, she said, that's our opportunity. 6 weeks to prepare. 6 weeks to find their weaknesses. Takamura grinned. Think you can handle it? I can handle anything. She stood, smoothing her uniform. But I want answers first. How did Nakano convince Celeste to transfer? Why did Isabel choose the Hounds over everyone else? Was he offering them that we can't? Maybe he's just prettier than us. Reina shot him a look that could have melted steel. Find out, Takamura said, his amusement fading. The Phantoms have ears everywhere. Someone knows something. Someone always knows something. And when I find out, then we decide whether to recruit him or destroy him. The professor's eyes glittered with something that might have been respect. A boy who can turn the Onyx Hounds into first-place contenders someone you dismiss. He's either an asset or a threat. He can't be both? No. Takamura shook his head. Men like Nakano don't do half measures. Whatever game he's playing to win. And that means eventually he's going to be in someone else's way. Reina paused at the door. What if he's already in ours? The question hung in the air. Takamura's smile held no warmth. Then we make sure he regrets it. Professor Hanimori was drunk. Not falling down drunk. Not slurring her words drunk. Just pleasantly buzzed. The kind of warm haze that made the world's edges softer and its problems more distant. She sprawled across the couch in her office, an empty bottle of expensive sake on the floor beside her and a half-full one balanced on her stomach. Her verdant striker sat across from her, a nervous young woman named Yuki Tanaka, who had clearly expected a professional meeting and received something considerably less formal. You want my opinion on the Hounds? Haney waved her hand vaguely in the air. My opinion is that they're idiots. Lovable idiots. Chaotic idiots. But idiots nonetheless. Yuki clutched her tablet like a shield. But Professor, they're in first place. First place doesn't team mean smart. First place means lucky. First place means they stumbled into a situation where their particular brand of insanity happened to work. Haney took a long drink from the bottle. Also, first place means that Anya is going to spend the next 6 weeks trying to destroy them, which is frankly hilarious to watch. Shouldn't Tiwi do something? Prepare some kind of strategy? Haney considered this with the intense concentration of someone who had consumed far too much rice wine. Strategy, she repeated. You want a strategy for dealing with the Onyx Hounds? Yes? Okay. That's my strategy. Haney held up one finger. Don't die. Yuki blinked. That's it. Don't die. Don't let your teammates die. Don't do anything monumentally stupid that gets people killed. Haney drained the rest of her bottle. Beyond that, everything else is just details. But the rankings will sort themselves out. They always do. Some teams rise, some teams fall, and in the end, the only thing that matters is whether you're still breathing when the dust settles. Haney's eyes, usually warm and unfocused, sharpened momentarily. You want to beat the Hounds? Beat yourself first. Become the best version of whatever you're supposed to be. That's the only strategy that works in the long run. Yuki stared at her professor, clearly unsure whether she was receiving profound wisdom or drunken rambling. Probably both, knowing Haney. Now, Haney stretched, her rumpled uniform shifting as she moved. Go away. I have important drinking to do. But important. Drinking. Haney pointed at the door. Out. The student fled. Alone in her office, Haney let her mask slip slightly. Her eyes found the window, gazing out at the distant lights of Onyx House. Braxton was over there, probably losing at cards to Carmen, probably pretending he didn't care about his students while secretly worrying about every single one of them. Silly fool. Her tablet buzzed. A message from Carmen. Drinks later? Braz is being insufferable about the rankings. Haney smiled despite herself. Tell him I said congratulations, and that he still owes me 20 credits from last week's poker game. She set down the tablet and reached for another bottle. First place. The Onyx Hounds are in first place. She should probably feel threatened. Should probably be scheming and plotting like Anya and Satoru and whoever else was sharpening their knives. The Verdant Strikers had a reputation to maintain, after all. Standards to uphold. Points to accumulate. But honestly, Haney was just happy someone was finally giving those Silver Spoon Sentinels a run for their money. She raised her bottle in a silent toast to the absent Braxton. Good luck, you idiot, she murmured. You're going to need it. Outside her window, the sun continued its slow descent toward the horizon, painting the sky in shades of amber and crimson. 6 weeks until the tournament. 6 weeks for alliances to form and strategies to crystallize. 6 weeks for a boy named Satoru Nakano to prove whether he was a flash in the pan or something far more dangerous. Chapter 349. My close friend invited me over, and I am not okay. Emi Aoyama woke up feeling like absolute garbage. Her pillow was damp. Her eyes felt puffy. Her stomach twisted with a knot that no amount of cute affirmation from her daily positivity app could unravel. Today you are enough, chirped her phone screen. Emi swiped the notification away. She and T slept well. Her dreams kept replaying the same scenes on loop. Satori's face when he looked at Natalia, that little half-smile nobody else got to see. Skylar coming out of his room yesterday morning, her violet hair tousled, that smug little curl to her lips. The way he touched Monica's shoulder after the dungeon. Gentle, reassuring. Stop it, Emi muttered, pressing her palms against her eyes. Stop being jealous. You're better than this. He said to wait. He said he'd be ready. I just have to trust him. She grabbed her phone, checking for messages. Nothing. It's fine. He's busy. He has a lot on his plate. It's fine. It was fine. Emi flopped back onto her mattress, staring at the ceiling where she stuck little glow-in-the-dark stars in a pattern matching the Valkyrie constellation. That had been during her first week at NVA, when everything felt possible. When she thought being a healer meant she'd stand proudly at the center of a team, indispensable. Essential. Needed. Before she realized healers were just background characters in someone else's story. Before she realized she was in love with the main character. Before she realized she wasn't the only one. This is stupid, she told the stars. I'm being stupid. The stars, wisely, kept their opinions to themselves. The Onyx House common room was chaos as usual. Jamie flexed in front of the window, using the glass as a mirror while counting reps loud enough for the entire building to hear. The twins bickered over the last strawberry yogurt. One slept on the couch, a textbook open on his face. Normal morning. Everything was fine. Emmy poured herself a bowl of cereal, careful to keep her smile in place. She was the sunshine girl, the one who kept everyone's spirits up. That was her role. So she smiled. She laughed when Raphael nearly tripped over one's outstretched leg. She complimented Akari's new hair tie. She asked Juan if he slept well. He grunted. This is fine, she whispered into her cereal. Fine. Everything is. The air changed. Satori and Natalia entered the kitchen together, not touching but close, synchronized, like they existed in their own little bubble that nobody else could penetrate. Natalia's eyes scanned the room, territory marking. Satori went straight for the coffee. At her usual corner table, Skylar sat nursing a black coffee. Her violet eyes tracked Satori with an intensity that made Emmy's stomach knot. It wasn't attraction exactly, more like fascination. Good morning, people who aren't terrible, Satori announced to the room. Does that include me? Jamie asked hopefully. No. Harsh, brother. But fair. Monica sat at a small table with Jacob, their heads bent over a datapad. She was actually smiling, which was weird. Since joining Onyx House, Monica had mostly worn the haunted look of someone expecting a monster attack at any moment. Now, she was pointing at something on the screen, actually animated. Jacob was blushing so hard Emmy thought his head might explode. Young love, Isabel commented, appearing beside Emmy like a ghost. Adorable. ISNT it? What? They're not, please. He brings her tea. She listens to his conspiracy theories. They're practically engaged by Onyx standards. Emmy swallowed. That is not, they barely know each other. Isabel's perfect eyebrow arched. Time is relative when it comes to feelings, Emmy. Some people can know each other for years and feel nothing. Others need only a moment. Was Isabel trying to give her advice? Thanks, I guess. You're welcome. Also, you're pouring orange juice into your cereal. Emmy looked down. Oh, gross. As she scrambled to fix her breakfast disaster, she felt it. Eyes on her. She looked up. Satori was watching her, his expression unreadable. Then he nodded toward the door. Her heart stopped. They found a quiet spot in the hallway, just around the corner from the common room. The morning bustle of Onyx House continued behind them, a comforting backdrop of normalcy against the thundering of Emmy's heart. You've been avoiding me, Satori said without preamble. What? No. Emmy's hands fluttered like panicked birds. I haven't just been busy there as so much to do after the mission, Emmy. She stopped. Satori sighed, leaning against the wall. I can see it. The way you look at me when you think I'm not paying attention. The way your smile gets tight when Natalia's around. The way you watch Skylar like she's going to steal something from you. I'm not. Her voice was so small. You are. And it's okay. Something inside Emmy cracked. A dam breaking. Words spilling out. How is it okay? I don't understand what we are. You kissed me, you said those things, and then nothing, and I see them with you. And I know I'm not supposed to be jealous, but I am, and I hate myself for it. She was crying now. Couldn't he stop it? Satori stepped forward, pulled her into his arms. His shirt smelled like coffee and that weird sandalwood cologne he started using. It was comforting and heartbreaking at the same time. You're not nothing, Emmy, he said quietly. You're not an afterthought. You're not a placeholder until someone better comes along. Then what am I? She mumbled against his chest. Satori's hand came up, tilting her chin so she had to meet his eyes. You're the light. She blinked, confused. Natalia is the ice, the control, the discipline. Skylar is the shadow, the chaos, the edge. But you. His thumb brushed a tear from her cheek. You're the thing that makes the rest of it bearable. The warmth that reminds me I'm still human. That sounds like a lot of pressure. Satoru smiled. It is. Can you handle it? Emmy took a deep breath, steadied herself. I don't know, but I want to try. Something shifted in Satoru's expression then. Something intense and certain. Then let's begin. Centuredo. She nodded. Couldn't he speak? Good. He released her, stepping back. Now, go practice your smile. The others are watching. Chapter 350. Why would I run? Emmy spent the rest of the day in a fog. She went through the motions of her training. She helped Marco with his homework. She took Bartholomew outside for some sun time, which mostly involved watching a snail sit on a rock for 45 minutes, while Sumin explained in detail why the fox thought Bartholomew was a wise old soul trapped in a gastropod's body. Just normal Onyx House stuff. Totally fine. Except every time she turned around, she caught someone watching her. Natalia, her purple eyes narrowed to slits. Skylar, expression unreadable behind a cloud of clove-scented smoke. Even Sumin, tilting her head like the fox, was telling her something. By dinner, Emmy felt like she might vibrate out of her skin. She pushed food around her plate, too nervous to eat. You okay? Monica asked, sitting across from her. Huh? Oh, yeah, totally fine. Just, tired from training. Monica studied her. You're a terrible liar. What? I'm not lying. Your eye twitches when you lie. Like that. Just now. It is not. Twitch. Monica actually smiled. It transformed her face completely. Relax. I'm not going to interrogate you. We all have our secrets. Do we? Emmy whispered. Monica glanced across the room, where Satoru sat with Natalia and Isabel, discussing something over a map. Some more than others. There was something knowing in her tone that made Emmy's stomach knot again. Can I ask you something? Emmy ventured. Sure. Do you ever feel replaceable? Monica's expression softened. Every day since I got my aspect. There's always someone stronger, someone more valuable, someone more lovable? Emmy supplied. Monica nodded. Yeah, that too. So how do you deal with it? Badly, mostly. Monica grimaced. I let a boy treat me like I was disposable because I thought that was all I deserved. Don't do that. I want to good. Monica stood, picking up her tray. Oh, and Emmy? Yeah, if he does that to you, they'll make sure he really regrets it. Emmy blinked. That's weirdly specific and kind of sweet. I know. I'm working on my threats. Akari says I need to be more assertive. She walked away, leaving Emmy with a strange mix of comfort and new anxiety. Centuredo. What if this was a mistake? What if he was just being nice? What if he opened the door and Natalia was there? Or Skylar? Or the door swung open. Satoru stood there, wearing jeans and a black t-shirt, his red hair slightly damp like he'd just showered. He looked normal, not the strategic mastermind, not the dungeon-clearing hero, just a boy. Her heart did that stupid flipping thing again. You gonna stand out there all night? He asked, his mouth curving into that half-smile that made her stomach flip. I was building dramatic tension, Emmy managed. He laughed. Well, consider me tensed. Come. His room was neater than she expected. The bed was made. Books lined up on shelves. A single dirty shirt draped over the back of his chair. Bartholomew's terrarium sat by the window, the immortal snail doing whatever immortal snails did at night. Nice dress, Satoru said, closing the door behind her. Thanks. I've had it forever. Well, not forever, obviously, but like since last summer, which feels like forever ago, especially with everything that has happened. And she clamped her mouth shut. I'm rambling. You're nervous. Yeah. Satoru sat on the edge of his bed, patting the space beside him. Come here. Emmy hesitated, then crossed the room to sit beside him. She folded her hands in her lap, painfully aware of how close they were. How alone. So, she began. So, he echoed. They sat in silence for a moment. Then, at the same time, I don't know what I'm doing. I need to tell you something. They both stopped. Emmy laughed nervously. You first, she offered. Satoru nodded. Took a breath. I need you to understand something, Emmy. About me. About this. He gestured vaguely between them. Her heart sank. This was it. The rejection. The letdown. The you're great, but I'm not a good person, he said. Oh, that wasn't tea what she expected. What do you mean? I mean, you seem to struggle for words. The things I've done, the things I will do, they're not nice. You saved us in the dungeon, she pointed out. You took a hit meant for me. That doesn't make me good. That makes me tactical. You helped Monica find her strength. Because I needed her power. You welcomed Celeste and her bodyguard, even though you didn't have to. Political advantage. Emmy frowned. Are you trying to talk me out of liking you? Because it's not working. That startled a laugh out of him. No, I'm trying to be honest with you. Why? Because you deserve that. Because you're... He trailed off. The light? She supplied, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Yes. His hand found hers. And I don't want to extinguish you. Emmy looked at their joined hands, at his fingers wrapped around hers. Cinchuredo fingers threading into her hair, drawing her closer. Last chance to run, he murmured. Emmy leaned forward. I don't want to run, she whispered. I want to stay. When he bravado her, it was tender and certain, a quiet promise rather than a passing moment. She felt a sudden rush of emotion, her heart racing as she stepped closer and rested her hands on his shoulders. Satoru pulled back just enough to look at her, his expression intense and unwavering. Are you sure? He asked. Cinchuredo shed taken the leap and made her decision, committing fully to the path ahead. Now came the exciting part. I'm sure, she said again with quiet resolve, as if trying to convince herself as much as me. Something protective welled up inside me. Unlike Natalia's cold fire or Skylar's sharp edges, Cinchuredo, 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 so Emmy. She crossed her arms shyly, and I gently took her hands, interlacing our fingers. I just want to look at you, I whispered. It feels embarrassing, she murmured. It's beautiful. She let me guide her hands to rest beside her as we talked softly. Her shoulders rose and fell with each breath, her nerves evident in every word. Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo. She shifted on the bed, letting out a small sigh of relief. I placed my hands gently on her sides, steadying her as I continued the massage. Oh, wow, she murmured, her hands resting softly nearby. Not gripping, just holding on like I was her anchor in a storm. That feels... I worked carefully and steadily, easing the tension away. Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo. Focus on me, I murmured softly. I'm right here with you. I held her close as she adjusted to the moment. Breathe, I said gently, brushing my bravado against her forehead and cheeks, the corners of her eyes where tears had gathered. It gets better, I promise. I focused on the healing, easing her discomfort as I worked. I watched her face carefully, waiting for the tension to ease from her expression. When she finally relaxed, I continued with renewed care. I held her hands in mine, intertwining our fingers gently. Just look at me, I told her softly, holding her gaze. Only me. It was a tender moment, very different from the intensity one had shared with Natalia or Skylar before. Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo, Cinchuredo. Her eyes wide and vulnerable, completely open to me. In that moment, I saw everything: her insecurities, her fears, and her deep need to be accepted. I reassured her. I choose you, I whispered. I see you, Emmy. She exhaled shakily, relieved by my words. Cinchuredo, but they weren't tears of pain or regret. They were tears of relief, of belonging. I collapsed beside her, pulling her against my chest. She curled into me immediately, seeking closeness like a flower turning toward the sun. That was... She couldn't finish the sentence. I know. I pressed a kiss to the top of her head, running my fingers through her blue hair. Is it always like that? She asked softly. No. I tilted her chin up so she could see the truth in my eyes. That was just the start. Chapter 352. My healer has an infinite stamina glitch, and we decided to stress test it all night. I lay beside Emmy, watching her chest rise and fall with each breath. Her blue hair spread across my pillow like spilled paint, and her face looked so peaceful I almost felt bad about corrupting her. Almost. A soft green light began to pulse beneath her skin. At first, I thought it was just the moonlight playing tricks, but then I recognized it her healing aura activating on its own. The warm energy flowed from her fingertips where they rested against my chest, seeping into my muscles and spreading throughout my body. Well, that's interesting, I murmured. The soreness vanished from my limbs. The slight burn in my abs disappeared. I felt a renewed burst of energy, as if I were fully recovered and ready to keep going. Emmy's eyes fluttered open, drawn by my voice. She looked up at me with a surprised expression and said, "That recovery was fast." She whispered, a blush painting her cheeks. I laughed, genuinely amused. "I think it's you actually. Your healing aura kicked in while you were resting." Her brow furrowed in confusion before understanding dawned. "Oh, I didn't even realize." She hesitated, looking equal parts embarrassed and intrigued. "So I fixed you? Fix me? You make it sound like I was broken." "No, I just meant." I held her gently to stop her. "I know what you meant. And yes, it seems your healing works on everything." She looked at me thoughtfully. "Does that mean my abilities can help you more?" "If you want to." I kept my voice calm. Cinchuredo leaning against the headboard, I invited her to sit with me. She settled close beside me, facing me so we could talk comfortably. This way, I could see every expression on her face, every flutter of her eyelashes. "Like this?" she asked, uncertain. "Just like this," I confirmed. Cinchuredo, she began moving gently, finding her natural rhythm as she relaxed. Her arms rested around my neck, keeping us close as we swayed together. I could feel her heartbeat against mine, rapid and bravado like the wings of a hummingbird. "Satori, Cinchuredo, 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 Cinchuredo." Like before, she said softly, "I want to see your face again." I leaned in closer to her, holding her gently. This moment felt deeper than before, and I paused to make sure she was comfortable. "Are you sure? This might be intense." She nodded, her eyes trusting and eager. Cinchuredo, you feel incredible," I told her, and there was no calculation in it, just raw truth. "So genuine, so radiant, like your presence knows exactly what it needs." Her eyes had gone dreamy, the warm brown nearly lost in the soft glow of the moment. Cinchuredo, 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 her hand moving to try and keep it all in. "No," she whined softly. "Stay in." I kissed her pouty lips gently. "I'm not going anywhere, Emmy." Her smile was sleepy but satisfied. "Promise?" "I promise." Chapter 353. Morning after yoga, as performed by a drunk penguin, Emmy Aoyama woke up to sunlight stabbing her directly in the eyeballs. Her first thought was that someone had replaced her pillow with a warm rock. Her second thought was that rocks didn't breathe. Her third thought arrived approximately half a second later, and it hit her like a freight train made entirely of embarrassment and joy. That's not a pillow. That's Satoris Barato. I'm resting against Satori. In Satoris' room, after the long evening they shared. Her eyes snapped open so fast she nearly gave herself whiplash. The memories came flooding back in a rush of warmth and laughter. His steady presence beside her, his reassuring voice close to her ear, the way he had looked at her like she was the only thing in the world that mattered. The overwhelming feeling of being truly seen and valued, a bond so deep that she felt completely connected to him. This is real. This actually happened. Emmy's heart launched itself into her throat. She lay frozen for a solid 10 seconds, terrified that any movement would shatter the dream she somehow stumbled into. But the warm weight of Satori's arm across her waist refused to disappear. The steady rhythm of his breathing remained constant. Cinchuredo. The glow faded like morning mist under the sun, leaving behind perfectly ordinary skin covered in perfectly extraordinary marks. Bruises. So many bruises. Her neck looked like she'd lost a fight with a very determined octopus. Oh God, how am I supposed to hide these? My healing aura works on injuries, not a gentle moment. She tried to sit up slowly, carefully, desperate not to wake Satori. The plan was simple. Extract herself from his arms. Find her clothes. Process the fact that she had shared something deeply personal with the most dangerous, most attractive, most complicated boy in the entire academy. Simple. Easy. The sheets tangled around her ankle. Her elbow caught on the pillow. And when she tried to correct her balance, she overcompensated so badly that she rolled right off the edge of the bed with all the grace of a drunk penguin. Oof. She hit the floor with a thud loud enough to wake the dead. Or at least, loud enough to wake Satori. Emi. His voice was rough with sleep, amused rather than concerned. Did you just fall out of my bed? She lay on the floor, staring at the ceiling, her face burning hot enough to cook breakfast. No, you're on the floor. Im Stretzing. In just your nightshirt. Morning yoga. A pause. Then Satura's face appeared over the edge of the bed, his dark hair disheveled and his eyes still half-lidded. He looked down at her with a tired, easy smile. Interesting technique, he said. Maybe give me a moment to sit up. Why? The view is excellent from up here. She grabbed the nearest piece of fabric, which turned out to be a shirt from yesterday, and clutched it to her chest like a shield. Because I'm having a crisis. A good crisis or a bad crisis? I don't know yet. Give me a minute. Satori's smile widened. He reached down and hauled her back onto the bed with embarrassing ease, depositing her beside him like she weighed nothing at all. Take your time, he said, tucking a strand of blue hair behind her ear. I'll be here when you figure it out. The tender gesture broke something loose in her chest. All the panic, all the anxiety, all the worried voices in her head telling her this was too good to be true, they melted away under the warmth of his touch. She surged forward and embraced him. It was sudden and uncoordinated, and she didn't take care. She embraced him like her life depended on it, pouring every ounce of joy and relief and, yes, love into the closeness of the moment. When she finally pulled back, they were both breathing hard. Good crisis, she whispered. Definitely a good crisis. Glad we cleared that up. Her stomach chose that moment to growl loud enough to echo off the walls. Satori raised an eyebrow. Hungry? I may have skipped dinner. I skipped mine too. He stretched, his shoulders flexing as he moved. I could eat. Emi's eyes lit up. This was it. This was her chance to be the perfect girlfriend. To show him that she wasn't just affectionate, she was also good in the kitchen. She would make him the most amazing breakfast head ever tasted, and he would fall even more in love with her, and everything would be wonderful forever. Let me make you breakfast, she announced, already scrambling out of bed and pulling his shirt over her head. It hung loosely around her, swimming on her smaller frame, and she caught Satori watching her intently. You don't have to. I wanna. Stay here, relax. Let me take care of you for once. Before he could protest further, she was out the door and heading for the kitchen. The Onyx House kitchen was blessedly empty at this hour. Most of the residents were either still asleep or at morning training, which meant Emi had the space entirely to herself. She surveyed the available ingredients with the confidence of a general preparing for battle. Eggs, bread, butter, some vegetables in the crisper. This would be easy. Shidi made breakfast 1,000 times. Okay, maybe not 1,000 times. Maybe more like 12, and 8 of those were disasters. But this time is different. This time I'm motivated by love. She cracked the first egg into the pan. Too hard. Shell fragments scattered everywhere. No problem. Shidi just fished them out with her fingers, which she immediately burned on the hot pan. Ow, ow. Her healing aura flared automatically, soothing the burn, right? She was a healer. Burns were nothing. She could do this. Second egg, gentler this time. The egg made it into the pan in one piece. Victory, except she'd forgotten to add oil first, and now the egg was welding itself to the metal surface with the tenacity of industrial adhesive. She tried to flip it. The spatula bounced off. She tried again, putting her whole arm into it. The egg remained immobile. Come on, you stupid egg, just flip. The egg finally released from the pan. It shot straight up, hit the ceiling, and came back down as a scrambled mess of yolk and white that splattered across her borrowed shirt. Emmy stared down at herself. Egg dripped from her chest on her bare feet. Okay, that was just a warm-up egg. The next one will be better. Chapter 354, 3 women, 1 shirtless guy, and a burnt egg. The next one was not better. Somehow, through methods that defied the laws of thermodynamics, she managed to produce an egg that was simultaneously burnt black on the outside and completely raw in the center. She had even known that was possible. It should not have been possible, and yet here it was, sitting in her pan like a monument to her culinary incompetence. How? She whispered, staring at the abomination. How did I do this? 3rd attempt. 3rd egg. She was going to get this right if it killed her. She added oil this time. Set the heat to medium instead of high. Crack the egg with careful hands. Perfect. The egg sizzled happily in the pan. The white began to set. The yolk remained gloriously intact. This was it. This was the one. Emmy reached for the spatula, eyes fixed on her masterpiece, and her elbow knocked over the bottle of cooking oil. The oil hit the burner. The pan erupted in flames. She grabbed the pan handle without thinking, yanking it off the heat. This did not, unfortunately, put out the fire. It just meant she was now holding a flaming pan in her bare hands while smoke billowed toward the ceiling. Fire! 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 The door to Satori's room banged open. He emerged wearing only a pair of sweatpants, his hair even more disheveled than before, his expression caught somewhere between concern and amusement. He took in the scene. Emmy in his egg-stained shirt, the charred remains of multiple breakfast attempts, the flames still licking at the edges of the pan. Emmy. His voice was remarkably calm. What are you doing? Making you breakfast with love. The love is on fire. I know. Satori walked over, calmly took the pan from her hands, and dropped it in the sink. He turned on the faucet. The flames hissed and died in a cloud of steam. The smoke alarm chose that moment to start screaming. I'm so sorry, Emmy wailed, her eyes filling with tears. I just want to do something nice for you. And I ruined it, and now the kitchen is destroyed, and you probably think I'm an idiot, and... Satori silenced her with a kiss. It was brief but firm, enough to derail her spiral of self-recrimination. When he pulled back, his eyes were bright with suppressed laughter. Emmy, what? It's fine, but I've survived dungeons, assassins, and Natalia's jealousy. I could survive burnt eggs. She sniffled. Really? Really? The kitchen door swung open again. Natalia stood in the doorway, still dressed in her sleepwear, an elegant nightgown that probably cost more than Emmy's entire wardrobe. Her purple eyes swept the room, cataloging every detail. The smoke, the charred pan, Emmy in Satyr's shirt with egg in her hair. Satori stood beside Emmy, resting his hand on her barato. The silence lasted approximately 3 seconds. It felt like 3 centuries. I see the initiation went well. Natalia's voice carried no discernible emotion. Emmy's brain short-circuited. Her mouth opened and closed several times before sound emerged. I can explain. Explanation unnecessary. Natalia walked past them to the coffee maker with the calm ease of someone who knew exactly where Emmy would be when she was ready. She retrieved a mug from the cabinet, poured herself a cup, added exactly 1 sugar cube. Emmy stood frozen, waiting for the outburst, for the shouting, for the ice spikes to the face. Instead, Natalia turned back to face her, took a long sip of coffee, and said, "Welcome to the court, healer." To the court? You didn't think you were the only one, did you? Emmy's gaze darted to Satori. He offered no help, just watched the interaction with the expression of a man enjoying a show. I mean, I knew about. She gestured vaguely between Natalia and Satori. About you too. And I suspected maybe Skylar. Good. Then we don't need to have that conversation. Natalia set her coffee cup down with a soft clink. Her purple eyes locked onto Emmy's with an intensity that made her uneasy. The hierarchy is simple. I am first. Always. As long as you understand that, we won't have problems. Emmy took a steadying breath. Understood. Good. Something shifted in Natalia's expression. It wasn't quite a smile, but it was close. Maybe a smile as second cousin. I'm glad it was my best friend. And then she was gone, disappearing back down the hallway with her coffee in hand, leaving behind only the faint scent of expensive perfume and barely contained power. Emmy released a breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. Did she just give me permission? She gave you a warning, Satori corrected. The permission was already mine to give. Oh, Emmy processed this. Her brain took a sharp left turn. That's actually kind of interesting, Satori snorted. Don't tell her that. Her ego doesn't need the boost. They cleaned up the kitchen together. Satori handled the dishes while Emmy wiped down the counters, both of them moving around each other with an ease that felt almost domestic. Normal, like they'd been doing this forever instead of just one morning. So what happens now? Emmy asked, rinsing egg residue from a spatula. Now, breakfast that isn't a fire hazard. Then training. Then figuring out who's trying to kill me this week. The usual then. The usual. Emmy laughed. The sound bubbled up from somewhere deep in her chest. Pure and bright and utterly uncontained. She was standing in a kitchen shed nearly destroyed, wearing a shirt stained with her failed breakfast attempts, her hair a disaster zone, and her face still bearing the tired look of someone who had stayed up far too late. And somehow, impossibly, she'd never been happier. A figure appeared in the doorway. Skylar leaned against the frame, her indigo hair tousled from sleep, her violet eyes moving slowly from Emmy to Satori and back again. Her expression gave nothing away. Welcome to the club, Sunshine. A knife materialized in her hand, twirling between her fingers with casual expertise. Dolly, it only stings for the first. She paused, seeming to reconsider. Actually, it always stings. Her bravado curved into something that might have been a grin, but you get used to it. She vanished before Emmy could formulate a response. She's terrifying, Emmy whispered. She grows on you. Like a fungus? Satori's laugh echoed through the kitchen. Exactly like a fungus. Emmy looked around at the semi-clean kitchen, at the boy she loved, at the strange new life she somehow stumbled into. Two of the most dangerous women in the academy had just acknowledged her place in Satori's life. She destroyed breakfast. She was covered in egg. And somewhere in the dormitory, Skylar was probably planning elaborate ways to test her worthiness. It was going to be a weird day. But as Satori pulled her close and pressed a kiss to her forehead, Emmy decided she wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 355. The new normal 1-2-1 week since the Clockwork Arboretum. 7 days of bruises, broken equipment, and Braxton's disappointed sighs. The Onyx Hound's training grounds looked like a war zone, because it was. Raphael's fist connected with Marco's jaw. Marco's palm caught Raphael's chest. The resulting shockwave sent both of them tumbling backward, carving trenches in the dirt as they skidded to a stop. That all you got, firework? Marco grinned through a split lip. I'm just warming up, meathead. Raphael's hands crackled with barely contained energy. They charged at each other again. Carmen watched from her spot on a crumbling stone wall, a bottle in one hand and her synth cigarette in the other. Her single eye tracked the brawl with the lazy interest of someone who'd seen this exact fight approximately 47 times before. $10 on the idiot, she announced to no one in particular. Braxton materialized beside her. He hadn't been there a second ago. He simply was, as if he'd always been leaning against that wall, his own unlit cigarette dangling from his lips. Which idiot? Carmen took a long drag. Exhaled. Yes. As if to prove her point, Raphael and Marco decided to collide again. This time the shockwave shattered what remained of a training dummy. Splinters rained down like confetti. Should we stop them? Carmen asked without any intention of moving. Nah, let them tire themselves out. Braxton pulled out a racing form from his pocket and began studying it. Besides, the property damage comes out of their allowance. A distant explosion punctuated his statement. Neither of them flinched. On the opposite end of the training grounds, Isabel Okoye stood before a holographic tactical display, her posture regal despite the dilapidated surroundings. The three-dimensional map pulsed with detailed information terrain elevation markers shifting in real time, enemy positions highlighted in ominous red, and suggested movement patterns flowing like ghostly rivers across the battlefield. It was, by any objective measure, a masterwork of strategic planning worthy of the most prestigious military academies. Juan Navarro slouched across from her in a battered folding chair that creaked ominously with each of his shallow breaths. His eyes were open, technically, but the vacant glaze and occasional micro-twitches betrayed his true state of consciousness. So if the enemy flanks from the western ridge, Isabel gestured at the relevant section, we need to reposition our ranged units here and here to compensate for the elevation disadvantage. The key is timing the maneuver precisely with Jacob S. surveillance data. Without proper coordination, we'll be ZZZ. Flanking west, got it. Juan mumbled, a thin line of drool beginning its treacherous descent from the corner of his mouth. Even as his body maintained the perfect illusion of attentiveness, a skill he spent years perfecting in countless classrooms. Isabel S.I. twitched. She'd seen many things in her 18 years. Royalty bowing to commoners. S-rank hunters weeping like children. The entire political landscape of the hunter world shifting beneath her feet. But she had never, in all her days, witnessed someone sleep with their eyes wide open. It was genuinely impressive and incredibly infuriating. Are you even listening to me? Juan's response was a soft snore. You're the most infuriating person I've ever met. Thanks. The words came automatically, suggesting some small portion of Juan's brain remained functional even in sleep mode. I practice. Isabel closed the holographic display with more force than necessary. The action did nothing to wake her unconscious team leader. She briefly considered stabbing him with her spear, then dismissed the idea as beneath her station. Instead, she pulled out her datapad and began composing a detailed tactical document. If one refused to absorb information verbally, she would simply email it to him, repeatedly, at 3 a.m. Petty? Perhaps. Satisfying? Absolutely. The body is a temple. Jamie DeValle's voice boomed across the training grounds like thunder from a very enthusiastic storm god. He was doing one-armed push-ups, his massive frame rising and falling with mechanical regularity. Sweat glistened on his green hair. His muscles rippled with each movement. But also a weapon. A small crowd of training dummies served as his audience. They offered no feedback. This did not deter him. And weapons must be sharpened. He switched arms without missing a beat. Through discipline and protein. The great Sakura Hoshino herself said in her third album. Malachi drifted past, his pale form barely disturbing the air. The shadow walker moved like smoke, silent and insubstantial. Please stop talking. The words were barely above a whisper. Malachi rarely spoke louder than that. I cannot, brother. Jamie bellowed with renewed vigor. For my voice is also a muscle that must be trained. Vocal cords are the foundation of a true warrioress. Malachi dissolved in a shadow and reappeared approximately 50 meters away. Even that distance barely muffled Jamie's ongoing monologue about the spiritual significance of protein shakes. Some battles, Malachi had learned, simply weren't worth fighting. In the shade of an ancient oak tree, Pan Sumin sat in perfect stillness. Her sakura pink hair fell around her shoulders like a curtain. Her gradient blue eyes were closed. Her breathing came slow and evened, the picture of meditative peace. Inside her head, it was considerably less peaceful. Be calm, Sumin thought at herself. At the thing inside her. Be still. The fox stirred. Its presence coiled around the edges of her consciousness like smoke, hungry and patient. Be hungry, it whispered back. Be free. Not yet. We could take them all. The loud one first. He will be the first to fall. That's Jamie. He's my teammate. He is loud. Yes, but we don't turn on teammates. The fox considered this. Its presence receded slightly, though Sumin could still feel it watching through her eyes. Waiting. Soon, she promised. When we find the right enemy. Soon. Acceptable. A flicker of blue flame danced behind Sumin's closed eyelids. Just for a moment. Then it was gone. Progress, she supposed. Last week the fox would have demanded blood immediately. Now it was willing to negotiate. Baby steps. Chapter 356. The new normal 2-2. The old greenhouse sat at the edge of campus, forgotten by most and claimed by Monica von Astrom approximately 4 days after the Arboretum. The glass panels were cracked in places, letting in shafts of golden afternoon light that painted patterns on the floor. Vines had claimed the walls, growing in strange spirals that seemed almost deliberate. The air smelled of earth and growing things and something faintly sweet like honey mixed with ozone. Monica stood at a workbench, her honey-blonde hair tied back in a messy ponytail. Ferdinand the fern sat beside her in his pot, leaves rustling occasionally as if offering commentary. Samples from the Clockwork Arboretum spread across the table in careful rows. Copper leaves, brass flowers, sections of vine that still pulsed faintly with luminescent sap. Jacob Williams stood 3 feet away, holding a datapad and trying very hard not to stare at Monica's profile. He was failing. He cleared his throat, pushed his glasses up his nose. Tried again. These are the samples from the Arboretum? The ones you talked to? Monica picked up a copper leaf. It shimmered in her palm, and the metal seemed to warm at her touch. The veins of the leaf pulsed with a soft glow. They remember me. Her voice held quiet wonder. ISNT, that's strange. Plants don't have memories. At least, they're not supposed to. But these do. She could feel them, even now. Faint echoes of consciousness at the edge of her perception. Gratitude. Longing. The barest whisper of mother-friend liberator every time she touched them. Jacob's brain kicked into analytical overdrive. It was easier than confronting the way his heart hammered against his ribs. And maybe you gave them memories. When you connected, his words tumbled out too fast, the way they always did when he was nervous. The neural pathways, or whatever passes for neural pathways in botanical-mechanical hybrids, could have been restructured during your psychic interface thing. You essentially uploaded yourself into their network, right? So maybe part of you stayed, like a cache file in a biological system. Monica looked at him. Her amber eyes were soft, warm, the kind of eyes that made Jacob want to crawl under the nearest rock and die of embarrassment and also never look away ever. That's actually a beautiful thought, she said. Jacob turned approximately the color of a tomato. A very red tomato. The reddest tomato in the history of tomatoes. I just meant, scientifically, the synaptic connections could have formed permanent engrams when your aspect interfaced with the collective consciousness of the... He was doing it again. I should go. He turned toward the door. Monica's hand caught his wrist. Her fingers were warm against his skin. Gentle, but firm enough to stop his retreat. Stay. The word was quiet but steady. Please. Jacob's higher brain functions crashed. Rebooted. Crashed again. The samples. The samples can wait. Monica guided him back toward the workbench. Show me what you found in the Arboretum's environmental data. You said there were patterns you wanted to analyze, right? The data. He could do data. Data was safe. Data didn't make his palms sweat or his heart do that weird thing where it beat way too fast and then seemed to skip entirely. He pulled up the files on his datapad with hands that only shook a little. So the ambient energy readings during your network takeover were fascinating. Look here. He pointed at a graph, grateful for something to focus on besides Monica's proximity. The electromagnetic frequency shifted by approximately 47.3 hertz at the exact moment you establish control. That suggests your aspect doesn't just manipulate plant biology, it actually alters the fundamental energy state of Jacob. He looked up from the screen. Monica was smiling at him. Not a polite smile. Not the kind of smile she wore like armor around the rest of the guild. A real smile, small and private, and just for him. Thank you. For what? For not being afraid of what I did in there. She turned back to her samples, but her shoulder brushed against his and didn't pull away. Everyone else looks at me different now. Even the ones who are trying to be supportive. They see what I can do and they're scared. Or impressed. Or calculating how to use me. I'm not scared, Jacob said, and found, to his surprise, that it was true. Monica raised an eyebrow. Okay, I'm terrified, he amended. But not of you. just of everything else. Social situations. Kumba. Whether I remembered to lock my door this morning. The possibility that the VHC is hiding evidence of transdimensional entities in their classified files. Monica laughed. The sound was like wind chimes, soft and musical and utterly unexpected. You're strange, Jacob Williams. I prefer the term uniquely neurotic. I like strange. Monica picked up another copper leaf, and this time she pressed it into Jacob's palm. It was warm, alive, somehow, despite being made of metal. Here, keep it. One tea you need for your research? I can always get more. Her smile turned mysterious. They grow for me now, wherever I am. Jacob looked down at the leaf in his hand, looked up at Monica, looked at Ferdinand, who seemed to be nodding approvingly with his tiny fern fronds. Did you just give me a magic plant? I gave you a memory. Monica turned back to her work. Mine. And theirs. So you don't forget. Forget what? That someone wanted you to stay. Jacob's brain short-circuited completely. By the time it came back online, Monica was already sorting through samples and humming quietly to herself. He stayed. He stayed until the light through the cracked greenhouse windows turned from gold to amber to deep purple. He stayed while Monica cataloged specimens, and he ran data analyses, and Ferdinand occasionally rustled his disapproval at their organizational methods. He stayed even when his stomach growled loud enough to echo off the glass walls. The copper leaf stayed warm in his pocket the entire time. Later, walking back to Onyx House in the gathering dark, Jacob would realize something important. For the first time in his life, he hadn't calculated the optimal moment to escape a social situation. He hadn't been counting the seconds until he could retreat to his room and his data pads and his comfortable isolation. He'd just been present. It was terrifying. It was wonderful. It was also probably a terrible idea, given his track record with anything remotely resembling human connection. But as he touched the copper leaf through the fabric of his pocket and felt its impossible warmth against his fingers, Jacob decided that maybe, just maybe, some terrible ideas were worth having. Chapter 357. I don't lend my assets. The training grounds had finally settled into something resembling peace. Raphael and Marco lay sprawled in the dirt, too exhausted to keep punching each other. Jamie had moved on to meditation, which for him meant sitting cross-legged and flexing individual muscle groups while whispering motivational quotes. Juan remained unconscious on his folding chair, having somehow slept through the entire afternoon's chaos. I stood at the edge of the field, watching my guild recover from another day of control violence. My ribs still ached from the necropolis. Probably always would, in that phantom way that reminded you how close you'd come to dying. The regenerator brace was gone now, but the memory of that tendril punching through my chest lingered like a bad hangover. Carmen had already retreated to wherever Carmen went when she wasn't making our lives miserable. Braxton had vanished too, probably to lose more money on horse races or whatever degenerate hobby consumed his free time, which meant I finally had a moment to breathe. Satori, or not. I turned to find Celeste Vance approaching across the training field, her silver-white hair catching the late afternoon sun like spun moonlight. She moved with that particular grace of someone who'd been trained to walk like royalty since birth, every step deliberate, every motion controlled. The Ice Princess of Eloria, sister to the most powerful woman in the VHC, S-rank potential wrapped in designer combat gear and an expression of polite determination. Also, apparently, someone who wanted something from me. Celeste. I kept my voice neutral. Training wrapped up early? I was looking for you, actually. She stopped a few feet away, her periwinkle eyes studying my face. Do you have a moment? For you? Always. We walked toward the edge of the field, away from the scattered bodies of my exhausted guildmates. The sun had started its descent toward the horizon, painting everything in shades of amber that made Celeste's pale features glow. I have a request, she said once we were out of earshot. My team is scheduled for a gate clear tomorrow. C rank, standard dungeon. The briefing suggests a balanced ecosystem with a single boss entity. Sounds routine. It should be. She paused, and I caught the slight tension in her shoulders, the crack in the porcelain mask. "But you want Emmy?" she asked, the most capable healer in the guild. Celeste met my gaze directly, not flinching from the edge of my voice. "I know she's usually assigned to your team. I wouldn't ask if it weren't important." Important, right? Because everything involving a Vance is important. The problem wasn't Emmy's skill. The girl could keep a team alive through nearly anything, and her stamina regeneration trick made her invaluable for extended fights. No, the problem was something else entirely. "Who else is on your roster?" "Noah, obviously. Juan is our range support. Jamie for crowd control. Raphael for main DPS, and myself." Noah Gray, the blonde bodyguard who looked at me with a serious and professional expression. Juan, who would sleep through the apocalypse if we let him. Jamie, whose enthusiasm outpaced his caution by approximately 1,000%. Raphael, who despite his issues is a genius when it comes to combat. And Celeste, the target painted on her back, so bright I could see it from orbit. "No." Celeste blinked. "No." The answer is no. I turned to face her fully, letting some of the casual friendliness drain from my expression. "Emmy stays with Alpha Team." "May I ask why?" "Because someone tried to kill you in the Necropolis. Because an A-rank monster was specifically planted in a C-rank dungeon, and it went straight for your position. Because whoever wants you dead is still out there, and I'll be damned if I let my healer get caught in the crossfire."